Hermione Granger and the Ledger of Secrets. By Bella 645. I was supposed to be revising. That was the sensible thing to do on a Tuesday evening in November, with NEWT timetables pressing like a winter fog outside the library's tall windows and a stack of essays on my right threatening to topple into unread guilt if I glanced away. The lamplight made the dust in the air look like tiny, dutiful stars. Madam Pince had already given me the sort of look that suggested she could see my future 3 pages ahead and found it wanting. I had every intention, therefore, of becoming the most industrious Hermione Granger I had ever been. Then a voice leaned in. Portraits have a habit of being in the wrong place at the right time. One moment the nearest frame was a dull oval of gilt and varnish, the next it had moved as portraits do, angling to catch the little patch of light around my table. His face was the color of old parchment and his mouth traveled from one corner to the other with a particular disapproval you could feel in your molars. Phineas Nigellus looked at me as if I had misplaced a decimal point on purpose. "Miss Granger," he said, under his breath but sharp as a tack. "Tell me, who buries a ledger and leaves the ledgers themselves to scratch their heads?" It was the sort of question teachers asked when they wanted you to feel clever but wrong. It was also the sort of question that did not, as a rule, belong in the library at 9:30 when you were trying to memorize incantations and verb tenses that still felt foreign. My pencil stopped. My heartbeat, which I had been carefully delaying in favor of revision, chose that instant to sound dramatic. "Ledger?" I said aloud despite myself. "Habit, really?" Voices in portraits are notoriously literal. Madam Pince looked up so quickly the quill in her hand almost flew. She could have marched over and evicted me on the spot. Phineas made a point of ignoring her. "You know the kind," he went on. "Not a petty book of points and fines, no. A ledger meant to keep account of what was promised and who kept to it. A ledger not meant for student fingers. It has gone missing. Worse, things have been going missing all the same week: scarves, manuscripts, a silver crest nobody can account for. Small things, both houses complain, and small things can be nothing, until they are everything." The library fell a little quieter. Even the house elves who worked the stacks would have looked up if they had fingers to point with. I should have resumed my list of historical dates for ancient runes. Instead I stared at the portrait until, grumpily, it got to the point. "Miss Granger, you are always in the right rooms and in the wrong moods. Will you tell me if you would look when the school would rather not, and why?" It was an impossible question because the answer sat on 2 shelves at once. Part of me catalogued every rule and consequence and knew precisely how wrong a misplaced step could be. Another part, the part that had burned ridiculous paper boats as a small child just to see where the fire traveled in a straight line, was already standing, listening for the scent of mischief. Saying yes meant curfew breaking and Mrs. Filch saber eyes and perhaps an unforgiving line from Professor McGonagall. Saying no would mean letting whatever had been taken whisper its way toward becoming a problem that might hurt someone, or worse, be used to stitch a different story together in someone else's favor. "I can think of perfectly reasonable research reasons," I said instead. It was bluster and not bluster in the same breath. Phineas might have noticed. "You are as fond of reasonable research as I am of manners," he snorted. "I will be blunt. That ledger belonged, before it was careless, to a committee that kept certain names off the records. Its disappearance is not only an irritation. It is an invitation." "Invitation to what?" I asked, because portraits prefer plain language and because if I did not ask I might spend the next 2 weeks rereading the same paragraph until century-old ink seemed meaningful. "To learning who thinks secrecy is a weapon and who thinks secrecy is a shield," he said, as if saying it quietened the matter. "To you, who will bridle at the thought of deception, and to whoever moved that ledger out of sight, who will pluck at every temper and tug them toward resentment. There are petty thefts, yes. There are also patterns. Patterns are rarely polite. Patterns." The word climbed onto the tip of my pencil and sat there. I thought of the broken brooch Blaise Zabini had been complaining about in the common room the week before, of Ron's favorite jumper with the copper nickel buttons that had come back with a faint burn mark on the cuff, of a first year's careful essay circulating with sections cut out and replaced with notes that had never been there when the essay left the desk. Odd, in isolation, less odd close together. Why tell me? I asked. It was a fair question. Phineas Nigellus had spent his afterlife aligning himself with Slytherin particularities and polite mischief. He was not, to my knowledge, much given to Gryffindor alliances. Because you listen and because you carry information badly, he said. You cannot keep your hands from hoarding facts, Miss Granger. You are a walking index. Also, because you will be careful, or at least you will try to be, and sometimes trying is enough to make things less worse. It was a compliment wrapped in an accusation. It felt like being put on a stage whose lights I had not asked for. I made my notes, which is what I do when the world offers me a problem. Title, ledger, missing. Possible motives, academic? Reputational? Petty malice? Evidence, pattern of thefts across houses, items of insignia and marginalia targeted, recent house meeting heated. Source, Phineas Nigellus, portrait, present at library 9:30 p.m. Madame Pint's skirts whispered disapproval as she approached. Books are not for whispering in, she said, which was technically true, and glared at the portrait as if every frame were a delinquent child. The portrait's expression hardened into something that suggested he enjoyed having provoked her. Quiet, then, Phineas said, and retreated into his frame with the tightness of a purse snapped shut. It was impossible to know whether he had never moved or had only ever pretended not to have. Portraits lie in small, practical ways all the time. I went home with my notes in a precise pile that would have made Madame Pint approve of me again had she seen them. Ron was in the common room reading the Retriever and looking as if he had just survived an onslaught of piano practice. He frowned at my notebook. Loyalty looks different depending on which house you belong to. Ron's dynamic version usually meant he wanted to shake out the facts until they either made sense or popped. Why are you taking notes like that at this hour? He asked, as if he had not spent many a night seeing me do the same. It might be important, I said, which was not untrue. Phineas Nigellus mentioned a ledger. Ron looked at me the way he does when he is trying to imagine a problem that involves anything other than eating or arguing with a sibling. Phineas Nigellus, he repeated slowly. Isn't that one of those portraits that never quite shuts up about things no living person remembers? Yes, I said. And also perhaps the only thing in this castle that knows more gossip than a Weasley family dinner. It was not quite fair. Portraits remembered things differently from the way people did. They had the retrospect of decades and a particular fondness for dramatizing the past. That didn't make them untrue, it just meant they had their own sense of moral theater. I wouldn't go poking through other students' things just because a picture told you to, Ron said, which was his version of sensible. It was also a statement about his innate dislike of being the subject of secrets. I wouldn't, I told him. Not if it were only curiosity. But if something that affects people's safety, or their reputations, is being manipulated. He stared at the fire and then gave me the sort of look that said he would follow me anywhere that didn't involve spiders. Then we'll sort it. But not tonight. No more night excursions. Mum will brain me if I get in trouble because I was with you. That was the practical Ron. The one who took a problem and made it into a plan. I liked him best when he was both stubborn and useful. I went to bed thinking in a list. In the morning, before tea, and before I had had the courage to tell myself that perhaps the portrait had been playing with old bones, I opened my arithmancy textbook to a page of my own half-inked corrections and found something I had not written. It wasn't polite handwriting. It was small and cramped and looked as though the pen had missed the page and had to be coaxed to stay. Whoever had written it had been careful to make it look like marginalia, an ordinary student's comment, the sort a prefect might have added in passing. The words lay between my notes about ledger keeping and a paragraph I had been struggling to parse, and they smelled faintly of desk polish and something green. Find beneath the sigil stair. Ledger not gone, moved. Look at the way the sigils sleep. Beneath the sentence, as if to underscore the surrealism of finding a command in your own book, someone had scrawled an initial, PN. The initials could have been coincidence. Plenty of people share initials. But Phineas Nigellus had no way, at least none that was honest, of scratching my textbook at 2 in the morning while I was still at the library. Madam Pince would have known. Filch would have noticed. My handwriting hasn't changed in years. I recognize the slope of my own hasty notes. I had my reasons not to climb under staircases in the middle of the night. One was the castle's curfew, another was Mrs. Filch's temperament. A third was less rational and always operated like a thumb on a scale. If I started being reckless and rule-breaking in small ways, there was a slippery slope toward larger risks. Then there was the sentence itself and the image it conjured, Sigil sleeping. The Sigil Stair, by name, had always sounded ceremonial to me, a stairwell adorned with house emblems that led to parts of the school where portraits preferred to gossip about committees. If something hid beneath a stair that wore the faces of houses, it had done so with an eye for symbolism and a care for being found by someone who believed in both history and consequences. I read the note again, as if reading it twice would render it less like a summons and more like a mistake. It did not become a mistake. It became an invitation, though that is not quite the right word. Invitations are polite, sometimes adorned with ribbons. This felt like a hand tugging at my sleeve. It felt like being asked to do something small that could matter. It smelled faintly of protocol and mischief, as if someone had taken a perfectly proper administrative record and slipped a joke between its covers. There was also Phineas's private, inconvenient favor. He had asked me to look, in the voice of a man who could have simply sent a note down the line of portraits and made any number of students trip over the same clue. He had chosen me, and portraits do not choose by accident. They pick for their private reasons, which are as likely to be pleasure as purpose. I made my list. I started small, asked if Blaise had seen anything odd, checked the common room notice board for lost and found postings, read the minutes of the last inter-house meeting in the archive, politely. I wrote down a bigger, banned line at the bottom. My pencil hovered over it as if it were a live thing. Go to Sigil Stair after curfew, alone if necessary, take gloves, do not get caught. Do not tell McGonagall first. That last proviso was the sort of thing I would normally never, ever write. But I also never forget that keeping everything tidy and official is not a shield against those who would use careful silence as a weapon. Some things must be kept, some things must be exposed, and sometimes the only person whose hands you trust to sort the two is the one who dislikes taking risks but cannot bear being the person who did nothing. I folded the page over as if folding could keep me honest. Then I put the book back in my bag and pretended to go about my day. I went to charms and pretended the professor's questions were not quietly interesting, then to potions where Snape glowered in abstract and I made a note about timidity as if I were making general observations. I met Phineas's eyes, though he did not look at me again. Portraits remember even when they seem to retreat. All day, a small uncertain anxiety lived in the base of my throat. It was not the sort of shaking panic that accompanies punishment, it was a steady, warming insistence. The note in the margin had pushed me from curious to invested. It had turned the ledger from a line in my notes into a thing that might, if ignored, become dangerous. It had reached into my list-making self and rearranged priorities. By evening the Sigil Stair had a shape in my imagination that made it a place of decision rather than a corridor. I could picture the worn steps, the carved house emblems catching the torchlight, the place where the stone remembered footsteps from 50 years ago and more. I could picture the ledger tucked in a place someone thought clever and safe. I could picture who might want it hidden. I also, irrationally and against every admonition I had ever made to myself about teens and secrecy, suspected that the ledger's disappearance had been the first stitch in a pattern someone intended to pull until a scene split. Someone was making a tapestry out of small irritations and calling it politics. I made one last note, small and honest. It was not a plan, it was a truth, the sort of truth I'd prefer to have in black and white so that I could neither forget nor romanticize it later. If it harms anyone, I will tell. If it harms no one and it only reveals what is shameful, then shame controlled by silence becomes a power unto itself. That, too, is harm. The night promised wind and a curfew and the terrible likelihood that I would have to be quiet. It also promised discovery, which is a dangerous thing to prefer. There are better reasons to break rules: love, loyalty, danger. This had echoes of all three in the small, tight way of a problem that sits in the middle of school life and refuses to be polite. I put the book away and felt the pull of possibility like a charm. It tugged as a reminder that the castle kept its own counsel, and sometimes, when a portrait leaned in and asked a question, the right answer was the one that began with "going where you were told not to." The library smelled of lemon oil and old paper the way a house smells of its keepers, steady, domestic, and a little forbidding. I had been settled between a stack of catalogue slips and a single sulky volume from the restricted section, one of the few books Madame Pince allowed me to consult without making her eyes twitch with moral outrage, when the portrait on the far wall cleared its throat in that particular way Phineas Nigellus had when he wanted to be disagreeable and interesting in equal measure. "Curiosity is a fine thing, Granger," he drawled. "But do not make a habit of being interesting after curfew." I tried not to laugh. The portrait had a way of both egging you on and warning you off. It was one of the more useful forms of manipulation the school kept about its corridors. I pinched the bridge of my nose, thanked him under my breath, and made a note to myself to stop leaving marginalia in the catalogue slips. Marginalia, as Madame Pince would have said if she were standing on the next shelf with a face like a lined map, invited trouble. Trouble arrived anyway, as it often did, in the shape of silver blonde hair and the sort of collar that declared a man had practiced his disdain in a mirror for hours. Draco Malfoy stood in the aisle like an intrusion of colder air. He looked worse for wear than usual, if such a thing were possible, a slight pallor at the temples, a crease between his brows that made him look younger and more tired, as if a late night had stolen something from his careful composure. "Miss Granger," he said, because he had to, because otherwise the whole world might spin off its axis. He had always spoken that way, crisp, like someone who preferred sentences that had been clipped by a blade. Tonight, his voice hit a note of nervousness he seldom used. "My apologies. I did not mean to disturb you," I said automatically, because disturbing Draco Malfoy was rarely advisable and sometimes amused him, which made him dangerously unpredictable. "No," he said quickly. "You did not." He shifted from one boot to the other, which was a small, human movement I had not expected. It's late. You shouldn't be here." "Nor should you," I countered, which was the truth that sat between us. The rules of the library were explicit. Filch and his cat had been known to roam corridors like clerks for mischief. Madame Pince would have had us both in detention before the hour finished. He gave me a look, sharp, assessing, and for the first time in months I saw a boy rather than a symbol. A boy who could not afford to look weak and who nonetheless had the freight of reputation falling off him like too tight clothing. "You are involved," he said abruptly. No preamble. He was not the sort for preamble when urgency pressed. He liked the economy of bluntness. I closed the book on the table with a soft, careful motion. "Involved? With what?" "With this." He flicked the inside of his cuff with a practiced boredom and produced, after a brief, almost comical flourish, a strip of parchment the width of my finger and the kind of quiet that suggested it had been handled by hands that did not like to leave fingerprints. The script was small, neat, and unmistakable, ledger entries. Dates and names and notes in margins, some of them half erased as if by an anxious hand. My stomach dropped. I had not expected to see that particular sort of record again. "It belongs to Slytherin House," he said. "Official ledger. Account of," he hesitated, which made the small hairs on my arms prick, "events. Movements. Privileges. A house ledger," I repeated. I had seen, read almost by accident, weeks earlier, one such volume in the restricted archives. The thing was a bureaucrat's dream and a conspirator's map. To anyone who cared to read between the lines, it spelled out who did what in tight script, late permissions, sanctioned detours, favors exchanged that never made it into the headmistress's logbook. It had been the last place I expected to find a story worth risking anything for. "If there is anyone I can think of who has no business being in that ledger," I said slowly, "it would be me." "Precisely." He set his jaw. "Which is why you are useful." The warmth in my chest at being called useful was ridiculous and immediate and utterly mortal. I ignored it. Useful for what? Covering an obvious and entirely pointless house attempt at secrecy. Because I can think of half a dozen reasons Slytherin might keep a ledger like that, and none of them inclines me to help conceal them. Draco's eyes, which were pale and quick, softened a fraction. Not conceal, he said. Control. Containment. Damage limitation. The phrase made me look at him properly. You mean damage to the house? Or damage to people? Because those are not always the same thing. Both, he admitted. And, if you must know, not all Slytherins are comfortable with every liaison the ledger records. He folded the strip of parchment and tucked it with an economy of motion back into his sleeve. There are things on those pages that might suggest an inside line to the archives. Spoiled entries. Notes removed. Someone moving the ledger's contents to places where they shouldn't be. You could have knocked me over with a feather. An inside line to the archives meant access, restricted access. If someone had been siphoning pages or copying records, the implications were practical and terrible: misplaced permissions, falsified sanctions, the sort of quietly corrosive sabotage that unraveled trust house by house. A leak. An insider who knew the way wards and curfews were written down. Do you have proof? I asked. I did not like the way my heart beat faster. The rational part of me mapped the probabilities too quickly. Snape, for all his moods, kept a close eye on his house. Pansy would have rats for breakfast if the ledger were to be used for scandal. Blaise would watch, discreet and disinterested, until profit presented itself. None of them wanted a breach. Which made the breach all the more worrying. I have this, he said. And I have the knowledge that certain things are being whispered in Slytherin corridors. Someone has been poking into the archive vault. Someone who ought not to have the skill or the access. Someone's been breaking in, I said. Bodily? Or through? Through paper and artifice, he cut in. One of the signatures in the ledger has been altered using a technique that mimics the ink used on old house charters. It is deliberate. It is quiet. And it is not for Slytherin's interests alone. The library suddenly felt smaller. I looked at the shelves, the rows and rows of placid books that had been my refuge for years, and imagined codices that served as traps, that hid rather than revealed. A mole in the archive vault could not only rearrange records but steer the school towards outcomes, permissions granted, restrictions lifted, reputations tarnished. Whoever did it could pick and choose who looked suspect. And you want me to help you, I said slowly, because you believe if Slytherin handles this internally it will stay internal. Because you are competent, and because you are not one of us, he replied. If the wrong people begin to think the cause is a Slytherin-led interference, they will make it a Slytherin scandal and not investigate further. He readjusted his stance as if the admission were uncomfortable. I have tried to rein it in. It is more than I can do alone. I would rather this be contained and explained away than allow it to grow like a fungus. For both our sakes. For both our sakes. He did not need to say which both. There are, in a school like Hogwarts, 1,000 measured dances about appearances. A house's reputation could protect or damn its members. A Gryffindor implicated in a Slytherin ledger would be a scandal. A Slytherin implicated as a quiet leak to whichever dark faction might profit would invite certain, calculated censure. Either way, people suffered. Why come to me? I asked. It was not exactly a question. The ledger might be a closed thing for Slytherin, but the archives, my obsession, were not. I had spent enough hours with Madame Pince and the restricted dust of that vault to know its locks. I knew how to read words on a page the way other students read margins. I also knew how to make a case to McGonagall that would carry weight, and how to bend the rules until they made sense. I did not trust Draco's motives, but I trusted evidence. Because you looked beyond your house last time, he said. Because you put a name to a whisper I heard and refused to let it be. Because you care enough to go through the weeds. And his jaw set. Because some of us are not arrogant enough to think we can sweep this away ourselves. There was an ache in his voice I had never heard, not before. It was startling and made me glance at him with something like sympathy. People who had only been shown value in terms of lineage did not often ask for help the way he had. They asked for manipulation, for tools, for advantages. He had not asked for that. He had asked for discretion. And what do you offer in return? I demanded. Nothing is free, especially not secrets. Barters in Hogwarts were often measured in silence, in favors, in small immunities. A path to the truth, he said simply. And silence. I will not parade you around Slytherin as if you are their new pet. Nor will I allow Pansy or anyone else to make this about a civil war. I will make my house contain its indignation. And if you wish to make a formal complaint later, there will be someone to stand with you when the hour comes. He sounded more like an ally than a threat for a moment, and the oddity of the sensation made me laugh softly. The sound surprised us both into awkwardness. You're bargaining with loyalty, I said. That's not an easy coin. It's the only coin we have, he returned. Take it or leave it. I stared at him. The ledger lay between us like a small, dangerous geography. I thought of Ron, of his face when I told him I had been meeting with Draco Malfoy in the library after hours, of the way his eyebrows would climb into debate faster than his common sense. I thought of McGonagall, who would understand the need to act and yet likely scold me into near silence afterwards. I thought of Madame Pince's eyes, dangerously narrow as a drawn bowstring. I thought of the student who had the audacity to move pages in a place where paper was supposed to be safe. Curiosity, the ledger, and a stubborn resistance to the sort of dull, ordinary school year where nothing required my full intellect and a little danger. Those were the reasons that guided me more surely than any notion of alliance. I had always liked mysteries, it was a weakness and a habit. I had also developed, in the course of reading and arguing, a small but firm sense that truth mattered more than neatness. If someone was undermining the school in quiet increments, it had to be stopped. Very well, I said at last. My voice was steadier than I felt. We do this carefully. He inclined his head once, a formal motion that translated, oddly, as a salute. Discreetly, he corrected. And with limits. And with accountability, I added. No secrets that hurt people. No protection of wrong deeds under the guise of house. No polite erasure for convenience. He looked at me as if measuring whether this was a test. Then, to my surprise, a trace of something like respect sharpened his features. Agreed. We made arrangements not to speak aloud of the details where ears might listen. There were places at Hogwarts that stored more than dust, portrait ears, corridors that had more ghosts than the living, and a few students with a taste for midnight maraudery who thought trouble their companion. We agreed to places, not the Slytherin common room, not the headmistress's office. A third location that left us both plausible deniability and enough cover to speak plainly. He suggested the Sigil staircase, because it belonged equally to houses and therefore framed their meeting less like conspiracy and more like division of study. I suggested midnight, because midnight had a way of making secret conversations feel formal and necessary. He accepted both, and when he accepted midnight, the small lock of dread I had been carrying clicked into place. One more thing, he said, after a pause that carried the sound of meaning. If you are seen with me, I will take the consequences, I finished. I thought of detention and of a frowning McGonagall. I thought of Ron's face and how he would demand an explanation. I thought of the ledger and how the stakes for not acting were larger than any punishment. Not for you, he said. For me. There it was, the thing unspoken between us now, the calculus of reputation and its cost. He would be judged more harshly for consorting with a Gryffindor on such a matter than I would be for contravening curfew. That was the corrosive logic of houses. I felt the old instinct to protect fairness flare up uncomfortably inside me. If this goes badly, I said, we keep records. We speak to McGonagall. We involve her if it becomes dangerous. He nodded once, curtly. And if it goes well, then we stop it before it needs a headmistress. He allowed himself a small, almost involuntary smile. It was the ghost of the boy who had once been content to parade his superiority. Now it looked like the smile of someone who had learned the complicated usefulness of alliances. We parted then, as all conspirators do at first, with the polite stiffness of students who had better manners than they wanted and the softer, filigreed thing beneath which we both knew this was not merely an exploration. This was a pact. It was a small, fragile thing that could be used as currency in rooms I dared not enter. Madam Pince chose that moment to materialize at the end of the aisle, as if summoned by the fabric of the library itself to be the moral accountant of our choices. Her eyes glinted like bespectacled hawks. "Miss Granger," she said, in a tone that suggested she had read all of our future sins and found them wanting. "Madam Pince," I said, with the courtesy of a person who has excellent manners under pressure. "Ours?" she asked. Her voice contained no surprise. In the library, surprise was a luxury. "Study hours," I lied. I had to retrieve a book. She harumphed and waved a hand as if the world would adjust to her dissatisfaction. She wandered away, the skirts of her cardigan whispering against the shelves. Draco watched her go with something like thin amusement. "Old woman," he muttered, which made me snort despite myself. "Careful," I warned. That would be a kind of alliance people would make poor bargains over. He smirked, real this time, not the practiced arrogance. "I think we have agreed against poor bargains." We left the library under the portrait's snobbish tutting and the steady lamp glow that made the stacks look solemn and infinite. Outside, the castle breathed in a colder air. Students' dormitories were quiet, the moving staircases creaked like sleepy old things. It was all the sort of ordinary magic Hogwarts did well, an enormous, complicated family that misplaced things sometimes and loved one another in rough ways. As we walked, I felt the ledger's weight as if it were in my pocket. It was not, it sat prosaically on a table in the library, but its presence had shifted something in me. There will be rules broken, I told myself. There will be consequences. There will also be, perhaps, the saving of something delicate. Draco glanced at me, and for a fraction of a second, the barred-ears guarding arch of his face softened. "Tomorrow, then," he said. "Midnight. Sigil staircase." "Midnight," I repeated. It sounded like a promise and an oath. It felt like a step into a story. "Bring your common sense," he said. "And you bring your silence," I replied. We were both making bargains with parts of ourselves we did not often show in public. We parted at the portrait gallery, where headmasters and headmistresses frowned down from gilded frames and Phineas Nigellus made a particularly cross remark about alliances. I tucked my cloak tighter against the night and walked back toward Gryffindor Tower with the kind of deliberate ease that had kept me out of detention for most of my life. Later, when the castle had folded into sleep and the moon had set the lake on a sheet of quiet silver, I sat on the edge of my bed with my notes spread like a small weather map across my lap. Ron slept next door. I could hear his even breathing. For a moment I was simply Hermione Granger, 6th year, friend and legislator of study schedules. Then I folded the ledger's shape into my imagination and let the hunt begin. At midnight that night the Sigil staircase would be a place of watchful stone and warped names. It would also be the entrance to the things no one wanted to admit were happening in the school's quiet rooms. I closed my eyes and pictured the script in that ledger, the erased marks that had warmed my curiosity into worry. I felt the sharp, foolish joy of a person who loves puzzles and the cold spike of dread that accompanies any honesty about risk. We had an unspoken compact now, a mutual interest wrapped in caution. Secrets kept between houses were used as currency, I knew that. I also knew that the moment you began to trade in that currency, you invited counters and forgers. Whatever we were about to do, it would require courage, tact, and a willingness to be wrong. I folded my notes and placed them back in the drawer where I kept things that might help me sleep and be dangerous in equal measure. I told myself it was merely research, that the moral of the story was to keep the school safe. At exactly midnight the Sigil staircase would begin to tell its own story. I kissed Ron on the forehead in the dark, thinking of all the ways this could go wrong, and then, quietly, closed my door. We set 3 rules before we decided anything else. They were not heroic, they were practical, and they sounded like a schoolmaster rubbing his hands with satisfaction. They read well on paper and sounded better in my head. Rule 1: no public scenes. Rule 2. No casual confessions. Rule 3. No dragging friends into house politics. I said them aloud in the portrait gallery because it was neutral ground. The portraits tended to comment less when they suspected a quarrel might be civil. Draco stood opposite me with his hands shoved so far into his robes I suspected one of them had a copy of the Slytherin Prefects list folded in it. He smirked, which in his case was a fluid, automatic expression, meaning nothing and everything at once. No public scenes, he repeated. A pity. I have a whole dramatic death prepared for effect. I'm not here for your theatrics, I said. I meant it gently. I also meant it with the kind of firmness that made people with a taste for theatre give me a proper civil pause. No confessions, he said. Tragic. I was preparing to tell you about my childhood gardening habits. I do not want to hear about your gardening, I said, and he gave a brief, offended noise that was almost a laugh. And no dragging friends, I added. That is non-negotiable. Draco tipped his chin. You mean Ron? Yes, I said. Naming Ron made my cheeks warm and my throat do something embarrassing. He is not one of my spare hands. He is my best friend and I keep him safe where I can. If you want something done without collateral risk, come to me. He studied me with an expression that made my shoulders bristle. He was trying to decide if I was trying to trick him into putting his back on the line. He eventually nodded. Fair, he said. I do not intend to embroil a red-headed champion of loyalty in Slytherin. Delicacies. We had all the circumspection we could want. It mattered, Slytherin and Gryffindor could not be seen to be trading secrets in the open. A whisper could be spun into an accusation and then into a headline. The castle did not forgive freehand meddling. That was one of the things both of us respected implicitly. We kept our first meeting functional and short. Draco had more information than I'd expected. He passed me a folded scrap of parchment, neat, cool edges, a discreet Slytherin crest in the corner that was probably ornamental and entirely his, and then watched me as if watching a potion settle. House ledger, he said, when I had it open. Not the restricted archive. That would have been vulgar. It was a list, actually a dozen small lists, compiled over the last term and annotated in a few hands. Items had been taken from dormitories across houses, nothing grand, the sort of things you considered intimate rather than valuable, a carved chess knight, the bottom half of a hair comb, a single earring stud, pieces of parchment with notes in other people's hands. They were all trifles you might not notice until you reached for them in a hurry. See, Draco said, pointing without looking like he was pointing. No valuables, no wands, no heirlooms. Personal stuff. And the margins, look. I leaned in. Someone had written in the margins, in a small, precise hand, a mark that at first I thought was a flourish. It looked like the tail end of a serpent curled into an S but with a dot where the tongue should be. The same symbol kept appearing beside entries from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and, tellingly, Slytherin. Different nights, different dormitories. The handwriting beside some entries changed the slant or the pressure of the quill, but the mark at the end returned like the same signature in a recurring dream. A petulant child, Draco said. Or a bored prefect. Or someone looking for patterns, I said. I flipped to another page. There were short notes beside some entries, found at midnight along the east parapet, 8 on the Sigil staircase, dropped while climbing forbidden copper ladder. The same small, careful symbol was there. Draco's expression changed. The lines around his mouth tightened. The Sigil staircase is not a place people should be. Unless they have permission to be, I finished. It came out flat because I did not want to say the word reasons, because reasons were always the things we hid beneath. The Sigil staircase had always been part of those small networks of privilege, a place of house markings and old loyalties. People tramped down it at odd hours in odd moods. It was not generally where a scattering of personal effects turned up. You took this from the library? I asked, because the ledger looked like it belonged to the sort of place Madame Pince would guard with her own teeth. Draco's smile was a brief, private thing. I have my methods, he said. Blaise Fobb's papers. Pansy likes to keep tabs because she worries about things being misinterpreted. I got a copy. Quietly. I thought you might appreciate seeing the state of everyone's undergarments. Your idea of chivalry never ceases to astonish, I said. I could not help it, the image almost made me laugh. We made a list together in the library, not aloud, because people wrote lists more quietly than they spoke. We sorted the items into categories. There were all those small objects, as I said, but there were also marks left in rooms, a bitten quill on a dormitory desk, teeth marks on the wooden arm of a chair, a sliver of green glass wedged into the handle of a wardrobe, a freshly rubbed polisher mark on a Slytherin chest that suggested someone had tried to wipe away a name. The scale was petty enough to be deliberate. Notice anything? Draco asked. He folded his arms, the way people do when they are trying not to be eager. I loved that he could be so Slytherin and so painfully obvious. A bitten quill, I said. Someone has been nervously chewing on a quill in several rooms. That implies either a child or someone with nerves. The green glass, it's an odd color. Not common. And the signature, it's not a house sigil. It's being placed precisely, as if marking items. The person who signs is cataloging. So a tidy thief, Draco said. There's a rare sort. Tidy, perhaps, I agreed. But not necessarily a thief. They might be collecting examples of things. Samples. He made a small, sharp noise. Samples for what? A museum of mislaid items. A pattern, I said. To understand what? That was the question. The answer felt bigger than the items themselves. People do not gather private things unless they want to understand what those things say about the people who own them. We left the library with notebooks and 2 borrowed pens. Madam Pince watched us out like an accusation. Filch came by on his cat-checking rounds and blinked at us both. He made a comment about being respectable. Draco replied with an indistinct huff that may have been an insult in Latin, and Filch shuffled away, satisfied. We walked the periphery afterwards, because there is no better way to understand a place than to run your hand along its underbellies. The castle's forgotten rooms have a smell of dust and old warmth, an aroma like closed letters. They also tend to be where rules metamorphose into secrets. Some of them are places that belong to nobody and thus become safe retreats for those who live on the margins. Draco knew the castle's marginalia better than anyone I would have expected. He showed me a map drawn in the margins of our borrowed parchment, a scroll that included the sigil staircase and a thin corridor that was half rumor. It was the kind of corridor the portraits tended to avoid. Portraits speak to everything. When they refuse a corridor, there is usually a practical reason. Why would portraits avoid a corridor? I asked as we stepped into a narrow passage near the west parapets. The light slanted and the stones felt cold under my boots. They complain, Draco said. They say the corridor is indeterminate and prefer not to be associated with such moods. They hate not being able to be center stage. We found the corridor with more ease than I expected. It was tucked behind a service stair that led to the archive's lower reaches. It was not a corridor people used exactly, but neither was it one of the deliberately sealed places. No frames hung there. The wall was blank save for the slow, curling mold that sometimes appears when places forget to be warmed. I noticed things immediately. There, by a narrow window, lay the sliver of green glass. It was half buried in dust, catching the light and throwing a thin green stripe across the stones. By the sill was a bitten quill, short and ragged where the teeth marks had carved it. There were faint abrasions on the lower stone, almost like nail marks where someone had clambered through. And, pressed between 2 flagstones, was the tip of a tiny slip of parchment with the same small snake signature. The air in the corridor felt colder, and I could not tell if that was because the stones had retained drafts or because I was suddenly more aware of the possibility of being watched. Portraits would avoid this place because they could not provide continuity here. Their backstories did not include whatever had been happening. An absence of memory is a type of warning. I picked up the quill gently with the sleeve of my jumper. The teeth grooves were neat. Whoever had chewed it had not done so wildly. It suggested habit rather than panic. The green glass slivered like a shard from a larger hole. I held it up against the light. It was not clear green, it had the depth of emerald but with a faint iridescence that suggested it had been part of something more complex, perhaps a window, perhaps a decorative bead. The little slip of parchment crumbled more than I liked when I tried to pry it free. I managed to lift only a corner where the symbol curled like a closed question. Someone had been here, and they had been careful in their carelessness. "What do you think?" Draco asked. He sounded quieter than before. "I think someone is cataloguing pieces of people," I said. "And I think they're doing it where no one notices." He gave a sound that might have been a laugh. It was not funny. "So a collector of small intimacies who prefers vaulted anonymity," he said. "How charming. We need to know who could have access and then narrow to motive," I said. The voice that answered me in my head was the one that kept lists. "I like to know where the keys are and who keeps them." That was the Hermione way. It was also the sensible way. I suspected that the mole, the person who left the mark in the ledger margins, had some access to dormitories and to permissions that allowed them to be present in odd places at night. "Permissions?" Draco said. "The prefects? House staff? Porters? Teachers? Or someone who knows how to slip past them," I said. "Someone who knows the shadows." We turned back toward the gallery, carrying the quill and the glass shard wrapped in a handkerchief because I could not bear the idea of leaving them there. Draco walked beside me with a cautious lightness. The whole of his posture might have been adopted for stealthy purposes if he were a role player in a play. When we reached the painted faces that watched the corridor from the gallery, they muttered to one another in the tiny, bored voices portraits use. One of them, a slightly sour-looking old head I recognized, Phineas Nigellus, unintentionally helpful in previous ventures, peered down his painted nose. He had a way of looking as though he had been interrupted in a perfectly good scandal. "There's a corridor you both were in," he said, the words dry as dust. "Not that I particularly relish my involvement. It was once used to contain things. People put things there when they were ashamed of them. Little objects of temper, as I recall. Why would portraits not go there?" I asked. I made my voice conversational, clean. "Portraits love to have theories." He gave a ghost of a smirk. "We can become entangled in a corridor's memory," he said. "It isn't pleasant. The stone keeps its secrets in a particular way. It is better for us to let that be." Draco glanced at me. He raised an eyebrow that said plainly, not a full explanation, then. "Do you remember anything about the symbol?" I asked. "A little serpent with a dot. It appeared in a ledger in the library." Phineas considered himself. He had a fondness for rueful details. "An old mark. Not quite a house sigil," he said. "More like something used to mark things private. If you are raking about in stone, I should advise hats." "Hats?" Draco asked, mildly affronted. "Hat. Something to keep surprises off your hair," Phineas said. It was both unhelpful and instructive in his small way, which is what portraits do best. They give you a notch on the map and leave you to the rest. We left him to his gossip. The piece of green glass felt heavier in my pocket than it should have. The quill was a small weight against my ribs. We had rules, and we had a direction. The ledger entries suggested a plan. Someone, perhaps someone with access, perhaps someone very careful, had been taking small pieces from people and leaving a mark like a signature. The signature was not a demand, it was an index. The corridor had been used for stashing things. The portraits didn't like it because it kept memories they could not safely share. We needed to think about motive and access, and we needed to do it without making a scene. Ron could not know yet. McGonagall did not need to be told until we had proof. Snape would deny us the one thing we wanted most, permission. Pince would frown and keep the restricted books clamped. So we made a plan as sensible as our rules allowed. We would catalogue what we had, and we would follow the ledger entries backwards, dates, times, names of rooms. We would watch the periphery and the staircases. We would be careful to leave no trace of our own. The corridor watched us quietly as we passed it on our way back to the warmth of the tower. It had no portraits and no storytellers. It smelled of coolstone and old decisions. The odd, tidy signature fluttered at the edge of my mind like a moth to a candle. "We'll go again," Draco said at the portrait stairs. "Tonight?" "No," I said. My reply was immediate, fierce, and private. "Not tonight. Filch walks those corridors at odd hours. And we have exams." He raised a hand as if offering a counter-argument. "Prudence. Admirable. We will need to go when we can make a plan that does not involve someone catching us in the very act." "And we will not," I hesitated. The last rule was one I did not like to break: do not break the law in a way that endangers others. "I know," Draco said softly. "No friends dragged. No public scenes. No confessions." He had folded my rules into his vocabulary as if wearing someone else's school tie would make him less exposed. There was a softness in his voice when he said no confessions that made me realize he understood the weight of what might be revealed if the cord was pulled too tight. We left the gallery under the portraits in different opinions. I felt better having rules written into the margins like stitches. Rules did not make things safe, but they kept us from making things worse. The ledger pages smelled faintly of ink and other people's carelessness. The green shard in my pocket felt like a small pulse, a small clue to a pattern that would not stay small for long. When I climbed the spiral to the Gryffindor common room, the castle felt like a living thing, all tucked nooks and hidden breaths. I had a head full of lists and a heart full of the strange, careful secret of the corridor. Ahead of me, the stairs curved and turned, and at the base of one of the old stones a line had been scratched as if to mark a path. It matched the ledger's mark, only now I could see it, pale as a whisper. This was not only about missing things. It was about how little people keep of themselves in a school that teaches you to perform strength. It was about the small, private tokens that tell us who we are when no one else is watching. I did not know yet whether whoever kept these tokens meant harm or merely wanted to preserve remembrance. But I knew this: somebody was choosing pieces of us and making a collection behind a corridor that even painted people would not cross. And I did not like the idea of someone else deciding what to keep of my friends. I had rules, and I would have to bend them. The corridor waited. The next time we went, portraits would have less to say about our motives. They would, as always, wait to comment on the outcome. The glass smelled faintly of vinegar and old summers, sharp enough to make my eyes water when I stooped to study the trail. It lay across the sigil staircase like a puzzle someone had left for the very curious, a scatter of green shards that caught the torchlight in sullen, almost deliberate ways. Each splinter seemed too clean, too bright against the stone, as if it had been taken from something rare and not meant to be broken in a corridor. I should have turned them over to Professor McGonagall and let the proper order run its course. I knew that. I also knew how quickly ordinary things at Hogwarts could become extraordinary problems if left unattended. A handful of evidence ignored could be the hinge on which a whole turn tilted. So I did what I have always done when rules and consequences feel a little too neat: I balanced them against what seemed right and walked the less tidy path. Draco met me at the top of the staircase, pale in the torchlight as always, his eyes narrowed as if they were made to be suspicious on purpose. He did not smile. He never smiled at me unless pretending to be friendly was a political maneuver. Tonight, he was in plain, earnest conspirator mode, which suited neither of us. "You followed it up here?" he asked, because it would have been unthinkable for him to admit he'd been looking for reasons to cross into Gryffindor stairways. "I did," I said. "They look like potion glass. Newer than most of the older glass in the storage, too, thin-walled, deliberately colored. Not common stock." Draco crouched where I had been, fingers hovering but not touching. He didn't have my unnatural love for the library, but he had an uncommon nose for house secrets. He tapped the largest shard with a fingernail and frowned. "Someone wanted it to show," he said. "A path. We ought to follow it." "Carefully," I replied. There could be anything at the end. It led us down and down, past staircases that sighed in their sleep, through a corridor whose portraits looked as if they'd been told a particularly dull joke. The shards thinned and thickened, then gathered into a cluster beneath a door planked and iron-bolted, its spark long ago dulled by boiling potion fumes and neglected names. The potion store. Disused. Once, long ago, students had been sent here to study the apparatus of brewing. Now it smelled of dust, something sour, and a memory you could not quite place. I don't think either of us expected company. Which is why we both startled to see a figure elbowing through the door before we had time to knock. She was a small girl with a severe bun and a coat that had clearly been pressed that afternoon, somebody who arranged matters so that messes stayed elsewhere. I had made the same mistake many people make. Because she kept her robes tidy and stayed at the back in potions, I'd assumed she was indifferent to mischief. Her name was Cassandra Edge, and she was not indifferent. Not to glass, not to small, dangerous curiosities. She froze when she saw us. For one exquisite second she looked all the surprised parts of being a caught thief, then composure returned like a mask. "This isn't your room, Granger," she said, and for all that she spoke the words like a reprimand, there was an edge of fear in them that betrayed her otherwise perfect posture. "What are you doing here?" "Following a trail," I said. "Of glass." "That seems honest enough." Draco stepped forward in his way, the sort of movement that announced ownership of the evening. "Who else knows about this room?" "It was locked. Certain people have been making rounds." She pointed not at Draco but at the shards. "I found some bottles here a week ago. I thought they had been misplaced. I was going to tell Madame Pince." "Madame Pince?" Draco's eyebrows did something precise. "You know you do not go to Madame Pince for things you mean to keep quiet. It's not the same." Cassandra's mouth tightened. "Someone's been breaking things and leaving clues. I'd rather find out who before I tell anyone." She said it fiercely enough that I could almost believe she meant it. I could also tell, by the quickness that came to her eyes, that she was collecting the glass into a small bag, fingers trembling a little when she tucked it away. She had been coming here and taking small things, shards, trinkets, maybe for reasons of her own. Not Mastermind. Not the mole. Not yet. "Why didn't you say sooner?" I asked. Among the things I had learned about Hogsmeade-level secrecy over the years, the small, willful concealments are where danger begins. "Because I didn't think anyone would take me seriously," she said, and for a moment her usual neatness cracked into something raw. "I am not supposed to be curious." She should have been stopped by that alone. Hogwarts, by its nature, made breadcrumbs of curiosity, but I recognized the look. It was the look of a student who'd been taught to keep her head down and eat the crumbs handed down by others. It was not, I think, a safe look at the moment. Draco and I exchanged a glance. He made the smallest, nearly imperceptible sound that served him in the absence of a real smile. "Then you will have two who will take you seriously," he said. "For the record, Miss Edge, we are both extraordinarily bad at walking away from that which will make things worse if ignored." She snorted, then, whether in agreement or in irritation I could not tell. In any case, she agreed to let us examine what she had gathered. The shards were worse up close. Some were etched with tiny sigils only visible in certain light. Others had traces of a powder that smelled of copper and something floral. The green was not just a color, it was a dye, a potion residue intended to mark and identify. "I need help," Cassandra said finally. "I thought it was house rivalry. That someone would stage it to make Slytherin look, well, foolish. But there are names scribbled on some of the paper I found. Names that don't belong to students. There it was, the strings that, if pulled, could unravel more than a petty prank." Draco's expression pinched. "We have to be careful. If it is used to pin something on Slytherin." "It's not pinned yet," I said. "And if someone is smart enough to leave these marks, they're probably smart enough to find their way into places people think safe. Which is how you end up in the archive without permission. For help we turned to Slytherin channels. It was, in the end, less a question of trust than of practicalities, only they could tell us which passages led to forged doors and which common room cupboards had been used as drop zones. Blaise Sabini agreed to meet on the third night. He wore his usual expression of calm with survival tucked behind it. Pansy did not agree, but she sent a narrow-eyed message that said, in words less frank, that she cared about reputation and could be persuaded. Blaise had a way of looking as though he had been waiting for the conversation all day. His aid was minimal in words and maximal in quietly useful directions. He pointed to a corridor beneath the dungeons that led to a disused potion store known only to a handful of Slytherin prefects and old housekeepers. He did not offer reasons. Draco did not ask. I would have liked to have recorded Blaise's expression for my own record. For once, it had softened into something more businesslike than the usual Slytherin indifference. Before we went back out that night, I played a hazardous game with authority. I went to Professor McGonagall and asked permission to borrow a couple of detection wards for a paper I was ostensibly writing on advanced charms uses in evidence preservation. I did not reveal the whole truth, but I wanted to know who had been creeping into stores and leaving signs that might become dangerous. McGonagall squinted at me, the kind of look that had a reputation for cutting through fibs like thin parchment. "You're working under my supervision, Miss Granger," she said. "If you wish to use school wards, you are to do so with proper records. I will put them in the log," I promised, and I meant it. I also meant to use them tonight, secretly, on the small hope that a quiet charm would make visible what had been hidden. I have never found the line between honesty and necessary discretion easy to trace. This was one of those times. The ward signet I borrowed was a modest thing, an ambersheen loop that made hidden residues glow faintly when passed over a surface. It was not dramatic. It was enough. We settled into the disused potion store with torches dimmed and bodies held low in the shadow of crates that smelled of rosemary and old soot. Cassandra sat with her knees hugged to her chest and managed to look both terrified and unbowed. Draco planted himself with the kind of stillness that suggested a watering of attention rather than waiting. I kept one hand on the ward. When it warmed, it meant something had scuttled by. We waited. Hours at Hogwarts do strange things to you. Time stretches, the portrait's asleep, and the house sounds turn into a chorus of old creaks that could be taken for anything. Filch prowled past as expected, bright-lanterned but narrow-minded. He stared through the shutter but did not come inside. Whatever this was had a sense of timing and caution. So did we, by now. It was past midnight when someone finally slipped through the door. Petite, nimble, and slogged in a cloak far too thin for the night, the figure moved like a person who had practiced silence as a habit. The ward I held hummed softly and then stuttered, something metallic in their pockets, something ink-smudged. I held my breath. Draco's jaw clenched where I could see it. Cassandra made a soft sound, part warning, part plea, then, as if making a decision between her fear and the hunger for truth, she stood. "Stop," she said. Her voice did not carry far. The thief had the reflex of a startled animal and lurched. "Hands," I said. I do not know why I use such plain terms. They worked. The thief had a small, panicked face and laughed without humor when I caught their wrists. It was a nervous noise, an attempt to break tension with something jagged. "Please, they started. I caught only phrases in the dark. They said, you'll get in trouble, and the word that made my stomach drop, lists. On the floor, we found a small satchel of things stolen from places people did not notice, a locket, a school badge, a scrap of ribbon that smelled faintly of perfume. It was petty and hurtful and, in the logic of larger plots, almost a decoy. When I rifled the pockets, hoping for something to tie the person to a larger thread, I found nothing terribly damning. There were several folded notes, pressed small enough to fit under a fingernail. The handwriting was unfamiliar to me, loops that tilted, narrow as if penned by someone who preferred committee minutes and polite footnotes. The content, when I skimmed, was blandly administrative, dates, times, initials. But one line snagged me, a list of names, under which a single name had been circled and underlined twice in a hand that might have been hurried or secretive. Horace Slughorn. I nearly dropped the piece of paper. Horace Slughorn was not a bogeyman. He wore velvet, collected names like prizes, and presided over the Slug Club with a sort of comfortable smile that reassured people into letting him into their lives. He sat on committees, he liked to be useful. He was not the sort of person one would imagine in the center of skullduggery. That the paper had their name there, clear as day. Someone had been taking notes about times and places and, worse, them. Slughorn. Cassandra whispered, as though speaking the name too loudly might rouse the walls. It's only a name, Draco said. He said it in a voice that tried to be composed and did not entirely manage it. It could be a frame. It could be anything. It could also be a beginning, I said. I felt the way my hands tightened on the paper, the way responsibility settled like a cloak. Teachers were not above being involved in things, they'd always had secrets and allegiances. But Slughorn, committee chairs, social ease, a house full of favorites, his name made the whole thing smell of politics and something slightly worse, people willing to use other people's access. The thief kept babbling about debts and lists and being told to fetch things, but their words were a loose web. They were small fish, not the net. The notes in their pockets were a better clue than their confessions. I thought of Madame Pince, of the archives she guarded like an old cat guards a favorite nook. I thought of the glass shards, green as envy or as the dye in certain potion bottles. I thought of committees and comfortable smiles and the way polite institutions hid their own small cruelties behind minutes and powdered rooms. We need to know where these notes came from, I said. Who handed them to this thief, and why they would put a name like Slughorn on such an instruction. Draco looked at the thief, then at me. We need to be surer than this before we accuse anyone, he said. His voice contained the old Malfoy caution, the wrong word at the wrong time and a house, a family name, could be ruined. He paused, then added, quietly, and we need to be quick. If someone is using students to move things, they will not do it for long. Cassandra's fingers were still trembling. For all the neatness of her hair and the measured way she spoke, under that scaffolding there was courage like dry tinder, small, flammable, waiting for the right spark. I will help, she said. I don't want anyone using students for their lists. I looked at Draco then, and we both knew the part of the night that would not be recorded in the prefect logbooks. We would take the note. We would copy it, preserve the original. I would go back to Madame Pince with a plausible explanation, and McGonagall with a half-truth. Filch would be avoided by root and glance. Blaise would be informed enough to cover certain passages. Pansy would not be told yet, and that would cause a small storm later. Certain alliances needed to be managed like dangerous potions, not too hot, not too cold. The thief was not the mastermind, but their pockets had led us to a name that meant committees, comfortable smiles, and, perhaps, very carefully arranged reputations. I folded the paper with a care I reserve for book pages, for fragile things. The ward had cooled in my hand. The night had thinned. As we left the store, Cassandra's eyes on the torchlight like someone still learning how to be brave, I felt the weight of the next move like a pebble held in my palm, small, ordinary, capable of making ripples. Professor Slughorn sat on committees and made friends with favors and flattery. There were worse things a person could be implicated in. There were also things only a very well-connected person could arrange. I had a paper with his name on it in my hand, and in the thin script the loop of a capital H hooked itself into my memory like a question mark that would not be let go. Horace Slughorn. If there is a thing Hogwarts has in abundance, it is committees. I had sat through a dozen, academic standards, grounds maintenance, prefects' convenings, and each time the same slow, official machinery had ground away at a problem until everyone felt relieved they'd done something, even if nothing much had changed. Committees spread responsibility like butter on toast, soft, messily, until it was hard to tell who had made the bread. So when I started thinking in earnest about the irregularities we'd found, the whispering portrait, the missing access requests, the odd little notes that turned up in Slytherin common room gossip, my first instinct was not to sneak and peer. It was to make it official. To drag the muddle into daylight where rules could do their conservative, useful work, produce lists, names, minutes and, crucially, accountability. Draco thought that made a great deal of noise for no reason. He had, as always, the sort of face that suggested he could measure the precise value of noise and decide it better left unheard. We do not need more grown-ups poking around, he said, folding himself into a narrow chair in a corner of the library where the light sat like an umbrella. His wand lay across an open book, a performative but useful prop, since every time Draco pretended to read, people pretended not to notice him. You mean grown-ups who might look into missing artifacts, misfiled donations, and an apparently house-wide effort to tidy up old records? I asked. My voice was quieter than I felt, even in the library doors whispered. Professor McGonagall would take it seriously. She'd convene a committee, Draco finished, with one of those looks which was both a dismissal and a challenge. Explain to me why we should hand this to a committee that includes Professor Snape. I would have apologized for the way my stomach dropped to the name, except that it was a professional response and apologies are wasted on professional things. We don't have to include Professor Snape, I said. We simply report anomalies at the archives. Any committee will examine the matter. You're imagining court-martials and parades. Because a committee is not impartial and you know it. He leaned forward, and the silver of his eyes had a colder edge. Snape has a particular interest in the house artifacts. Pansy will move like a honeybee if she smells trouble for Slytherin. The story won't be contained, it will be plastered through the school under the argument of due diligence. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Draco, with all his caution, had a point. If this was a matter with tendrils into Slytherin, and certain evidence we had seen suggested it was, then every public turn at the wheel would scrape delicate reputations. I felt my throat thicken at the thought of Slytherin students ostracized, teachers taking sides, and rumors feeding in every direction. But the alternative was to go quietly and hope. Hope is not a plan. This isn't about Slytherin, I said. It's about record keeping. About whether items are catalogued and where they are sent. If someone is erasing relocation trails, that's a problem for the whole school. Indeed, Draco agreed, in that way which told you whether his agreement protected something or someone. Which is why I say subtlety. We find the trail. We show it to the right pair of hands and the right pair of hands sorts it quietly. No fuss, no public committee to set the school chattering for weeks. I looked at him. He looked back, with a small amused curl at one corner of his mouth. And whose hands are the right ones? Yours? Mine? You have some fatherly cartel affixes I'm not aware of. Mine certainly are not, he said. And your insistence on committees will get you hauled into an afternoon of being told how noble you are while nothing changes. Or it will force changes, I said. And if you are so concerned about Slytherin's reputation, wouldn't you prefer evidence on paper rather than whispered accusations? We argued until the library's candles guttered and the rotunda began to shiver with the late-night traffic of committed students. When I finally rose, it was less because I'd convinced him and more because I realized talking in a circle wasn't progress. Words are useful, but they are poor substitutes for evidence. We left with the usual compromise between two stubborn people. We would not involve the faculty immediately, but neither would we blunder alone. We should look where the tracks began. I had a list of possible starting points. Draco suggested one that I would have dismissed as theatrical if he hadn't said it with such careful seriousness. There's a small archive, he said. A depository for donations, the sort of cupboard they shove the curios into until some committee can decide whether they are cursed or beneficial. Madam Pince keeps a key. She forgets it in her drawer sometimes. Madam Pince is the sort of person who makes it obvious when you are doing something she disapproves of. She is a fine guardian of books and a brittle sentinel for the restricted section. To take anything of hers was in the realm of mere religious transgression. But there are times when guardianship becomes a screen, and you have to make the screen uncomfortable. I'm not breaking into the restricted stacks, I said. This is not the restricted stacks, Draco said. He had the air of someone informing me of a fine distinction between wolves and wolf-spotted sheep. It is a small archive. There are ledgers. Small paper and a few bindings. No wards the headmaster would haunt you for. Do you want me to make you a list of reasons why we should avoid an official committee? I did not, particularly. My list was more of a mental ledger. Want to avoid expulsion, keep my books, avoid telling Ron more than he needed to know. The last was more important than a reasonable person might admit. Ron had a way of becoming explosively protective. We arranged to be where the small archive lived at the hour when Madame Pince was known to sleep like a well-locked vault. It was a cramped anteroom off the library, a place that smelled faintly of lemon oil and binding glue. Draco's key, a pale metal piece that he insisted belonged to a friend, turned with an eager little chime. I felt sick for an instant. The sound was the small bell of crossing a line. The room was cold and dim, the candlelight tucked into my cloak through a pale, steady circle of light. Shelves lined the walls, and against the far one a single ledger lay on a narrow table. It had the sort of leather spine that bore the pressure of hands over decades. Something about it made my chest tighten. These ledgers, I realized, were the bones of institutional memory. You could strip their pages and the school would still stand, but you would have hollowed its ability to recall. The ledger opened with a soft, obedient crack. Names and dates marched down in tidy lines. Most entries were banal, small donations, volumes of dull usefulness, the odd relic that had been considered fashionable in one century and obsolete in the next. There were footnotes in different hands, different inks, different slants. Every institute has the smell of accretion, how people layer over each other. And then, halfway through a page, a series of lines where the letters had been rubbed away. Not crossed out, not marginalia that age had gently swallowed. These characters had been erased, scrubbed until the fibers at the page shivered. Whoever had gone through here had not simply hidden an entry, they had tried to make it as though nothing had existed at all. The paper caught at the candlelight in a way that was almost soft. It looked ashamed. Whoever did this knew what they were doing, Draco murmured. Even with the businesslike edge to his voice, the word knew it carried the warning in it. They didn't merely remove names. They cleaned tracks. I took off my glove and ran a careful finger beyond the smear where the original ink had been laid down. A ghost of letters remained, like the memory of a song you almost remember. I leaned in. The margin bore a cipher, a string of letters in a triangular pattern. My eyes did a little greedy lighting up. I had loved ciphers since I had been 9 and convinced myself, briefly, that if I learned enough languages I might one day have a secret of perfect translation. It was not an elaborate cipher. It was someone clever enough to keep one step ahead of a careless reader. A substitution, with an offset key and a repeated motif. My brain warmed, the way it does when presented with a good puzzle. There were dates alongside the triangular letters, small entries that lined up with dates we'd noticed things had vanished. And there were notations, little arrows indicating transfers to liaison, store, waiting. In one column someone had written, and then physically tried to remove, the word vault. Vault, I said aloud, and my voice was smaller in the cold room than I'd intended. Draco was already bent over the ledger, tracing letters with a pale fingertip. He found something I had missed, a faint impression of a crest impressed into the leather where the book had rested against something. It wasn't a full crest, it was more of a suggestion, a curve here, a broken snake there. A Slytherin impression, or something that wanted us to think so. Someone has been cleaning the records, I said. It was almost too obvious. They'd been erasing the trail of where donations and items went. Benefit of the doubt, Draco said. Maybe someone transposed entries and then realized their mistake and tried to tidy it up. They have been doing it for months, I said. I pushed back the page, exposing a column of entries where dates lined up with other missing items we had noticed. The cancellations ran across houses. This was not a favor to Slytherin alone. This was method. We worked in silence for a while. I copied characters into a small notebook, a vice of habit that made me less anxious because I was doing something with my hands. Draco watched the doorway more carefully than I would have thought necessary for someone who would rather not involve committees. He was aware, I could tell, of the stakes in a way that made him almost tender where Pansy and the rest of his circle were concerned. He wanted to contain damage. I wanted to expose it. The ledger bore more than erasures. In the margins, in an ink paler and slanted in another hand, were notations that suggested removal. Items moved to private study, items transferred off-site pending assessment. Off-site. I let the phrase turn over in my mind like a key in the lock. We had suspected people from outside had been tempted to come through Hogwarts. Off-site removal suggested that someone with internal authority had quietly allowed transport beyond Hogwarts' reach. Someone inside has had enough authority to move things where we can no longer follow them, I said. Draco didn't say anything for a beat that was longer than any I'd spent in the library that night. Then he reached into the corner of his jacket and produced a small paper square. He had taken a small stamp from some office, a petty theft in the grand scheme of things, but a theft that felt more and more appropriate with every page we turned. We matched letters, made guesses. The cipher yielded small, satisfying truths, initials, a bar of schedules, a code that when solved pointed to a small storage, a room called D, Vault, and a time that matched an evening when Filch had been notably occupied with a kettle and a cat and not the corridors. Whoever's doing this doesn't want the school to know, I said. But they also are careful. This is not pure malice. It is method. Which is worse, Draco said. For those in authority. For your committees. There was the rub again. Whatever trail we found, whoever had arranged the cleanings, had access to ledger, keys, and a willingness to erase. That narrowed the list. It meant members of staff, or those who had found a way to stand in for them. It meant that the mole, because it felt like a mole now in the marrow of the school, knew how the castle hid its history. We put the ledger back where we had found it, leaving no sign except the small set of copied characters in my notebook and a faint line where my finger had brushed a page. The key fit back in the drawer with a soft click. In the hallway outside the library, the portrait of Phineas Nigellus observed us with an expression that was the portrait's version of smugness. Interference with the archives, he said without moving his painted lips. His criticisms were always polite in a way that made you think of the sting beneath. You could do worse, Miss Granger. But only if you want to get tangled in an argument about who earned the right to supervise history. I bristled. Portraits have sharp tongues and thinner skins, and then, because the portrait's knowledge was an asset, asked the only question that mattered. If a committee were to oversee special collections, I asked, what would it look like? Who might be called? The portrait tipped his head. A committee, historically, has many names. It could be a dozen, or it could be one. Power shrinks and collects into hands it trusts. Presently? You would do well to ask the headmistress. She keeps lists close. I had expected him to name Snape or Pince or some combination thereof that would set us running. Instead, he suggested a truth I had known and not wanted to name. Committees can be a single person, if only that person can command the right deference. If someone with the instinct to clean records sat within that loop of deference, they could control how history was told. We either make this a committee of the school, I said, the words tasted like a plan and a threat at once, or we become a committee ourselves. There was something in Draco's face then that I recognized, against my will. Pride made him recoil from the idea of official exposure. Loyalty to his house made him fear a public shaming. And yet there was the gleam of possibility to be a committee, of one or two, that worked discreetly. He wanted control. I wanted truth. Make no mistake, I said. If we do it alone, we may stop one person. If we bring it to the proper people with proof, we may stop something deeper. Committees are poor at speed, but they can deploy force. They can demand answers. They can call in the headmistress herself. Draco's mouth flattened. And if the wrong person holds the force? We looked at the ledger as if it might offer either salvation or indictment. It gave us neither. It held the teeth marks of someone who had gone to great lengths to make history unremarkable. It hinted at a vault and an off-site transfer. It suggested that the committee of one, whether a literal committee or a single keeper of taste and access, had been busy. So we did what neither of us admitted to wanting to do, yet both of us realized had to happen. We took copies. I did not take much, that would be careless. I wrote out the ciphered lines carefully and copied the dates that matched the missing items. Draco took notice of the impressions in the leather and photographed them with a little lens he'd smuggled from somewhere. It was a strange partnership. I wanted lists and minutes and witnesses. He wanted discretion and a plan. As we left the small archive, the portrait of Phineas Nigellus watched us go. "If you convene a committee," he said with cottoned malice, "make sure you know who is already sitting on it." Outside, the night air of the castle felt almost too big. The sky over the turrets was a bowl of cold ink. The air tasted like impending wet, and inside me a small, fierce heat rose. We had found something that wore the cloak of propriety. We had watched an office of record be polished until it no longer revealed its own fingerprints. That was no accident. That was a decision. "Tomorrow," I said finally, the word like a gavel. "Tomorrow I will speak to Professor McGonagall. She deserves to know." Draco's expression did not settle into agreement, it settled into something almost like readiness. "Tomorrow," he echoed. "Or before she sits a committee. There is another way." There it was again, the choice between daylight and shadow, between a committee that might do its job and a secret pair who might move faster. I folded my notebook into the inner pocket of my robes and felt the weight of the penciled letters like an obligation. "We will have to decide," I said. "But we must decide with the ledger in our hands, not as a rumor." We made our way back through the moving staircases that night with the kind of quiet that felt practiced enough to be dangerous. In the common room, books were stacked like sleeping things, Ron's head a dark lump under a tartan blanket, and the portrait of the fat lady snoozing. I lay awake longer than I should have, fingers worrying the small edge of paper in my pocket. The ledger and its erasures were a fingerprint on the school. The question was whom it belonged to. When morning came, committees would form in one way or another. Whether that committee would wear robes and carry minutes, or whether it would be two students in borrowed keys and borrowed courage, was a decision that no one else could make for us. I closed my eyes against the ceiling of the tower and pictured the ledger's clean page. There was a phrase in the cipher I could not yet reach, a key no larger than a single name. I could feel the hook of it, I could not yet pull. I did not like the feeling of being convinced by a suspicion. I liked certainty. The ledger had not given us certainty. It had handed us a problem with teeth. And problems with teeth do not wait politely for committees. They go hunting. We would have to choose how to hunt back. If you have ever tried to catch a whisper, you know it is almost always louder if you surround it with friends. That was not a particularly heroic way to start an investigation, but I had learned over the years that practicalities beat rhetoric every time. If the portrait in the headmaster's corridor was burbling about old hands and signed slips gone missing, I could indulge my fascination with Hogwarts history, or I could line up people who could actually do something about it. I chose the latter, which is to say I spent a wet Tuesday evening turning other people's goodwill into a very small, very legal-looking conspiracy. Our first recruit was quiet and steady in the way of good prefects. Eloise Dent had the sort of ordinary competence that made authority respectable, the prefect's pin balanced without fuss on her robes, her hair tied back into an efficient knot. She'd been assigned to Gryffindor Tower Patrol the week the portrait started muttering, an assignment she volunteered for, because she believed sensible schedules prevented trouble. She also kept a better mental ledger of who went where than any of the current house lists. We met in the common room after lights out, when the fire had gone to a thoughtful orange and the portrait that liked to sing sea shanties had taken a break. Eloise listened with that calm attention that only a prefect who had had to mediate duels over low exam marks could offer. When I explained the pattern, books incorrectly logged, a blurred seal on one of the restricted request forms, and, most inconvenient of all, an anonymous note left in the headmaster's corridor pointing at a specific row in the archive vault, she straightened. "If anyone is going to notice someone skipping patrol, it's me," she said. "I can give you precise windows. If the culprit uses a pass, the route will match. If they creep like a spider, I can read who wasn't where they were supposed to be." She handed me a small jotter, prefect's method for keeping track of excuses that sounded like poems. Trust, especially trust that could be quantified into time slots and watch routes, felt like armor. I thanked her, and the little note she gave me went into the back of my cauldron-sized mental filing cabinet marked useful things that are not books. The next person on the list was less a person than a library in human form, Madame Pince. Even those of us who had learned to approach her with the same wariness we reserved for cursed objects found her reputation a little exaggerated in private. Yes, she could scowl and correct the grammar of a student asking for a thimble. Yes, her loyalty was to the books first and to any single human only insofar as that human respected the order of the stacks. But when I found her in the restricted wing, fingers specifically wrapped in a cloth to handle a brittle vellum, she looked less like a dragon and more like someone who had been up all night indexing memories. "I am not here to take a book," I said, because that was the most practical first sentence to use on a librarian with a sharp nose for intent. "I need to know whether anything has been removed from the restricted that shouldn't have been." She paused and, for a split second, allowed softness to show around her mouth. Madam Pince had soft eyes if you caught her between indignation and the proper indignation of a woman who had spent too many years keeping tabs on the sentences of other people's lives. "You are not taking anything," she agreed. "Good." She led me past the shelves that smelled of lemon oil and dashed into a narrow room where the logging desk had more than one brass seal. Her system was not digital, and she valued that. Paper didn't forget the pressure of a thumb. We spread out the request forms and catalogues, and she showed me how to read them, how to tell the difference between an ordinary signature and one that had been slowly rubbed so it looked like ink and not intention. "Here," she said, tapping a page with a careful finger. "This is not run-of-the-mill negligence. Whoever did this knew the seal sequences. They used a wax stamp we stopped keeping in regular use 10 years ago." Her voice had the slight tremor of someone who had discovered a smudge on a favorite illustration. "And there is," she folded the corner of a ledger closer, "a gap. Not an entry, but when Lila Hawkins' plea for access was recorded, there is an empty line where the authorizing signature ought to be." Lila Hawkins. My mind turned instantly to the small first year with the way of sitting in the very front row of every lesson, fingers white around a pewter quill. Lila, who had asked me, shy and bright, about spells that could mend things that were broken. Lila, who had a locket given to her by her mother, the sort of thing you couldn't simply replace with another. That name had been the portal. As Madam Pince described the missing authorization, my stomach gave a small, reliable lurch. It was one thing to have old forms tampered with in the vault where ancient house records slept, it was another to have a first year's request used as a cover. That was the sort of thing that made school rules matter. They were the scaffolding that kept little things from being taken apart into something ugly. "Can you show me the gaps in person?" I asked. She regarded me for a long moment and then, with the fatalism of someone who loved books like people, tapped the ledger closed. "Do not think this is because I like you, Miss Granger. It is because I value the order. Provide me with a list of names, and I will cross-reference. But be careful, if you involve others, you may complicate matters." I promised her we'd keep it tight. I only told Eloise, Ron, because he had to be in on every dangerous thing by gravitational law of friendship, and Draco. Which brought us, reluctantly and inevitably, to the third ally, a Slytherin former prefect named Elias March, who had the advantage of being far enough removed from current house politics to write letters to Draco without being assumed of conspiratorial intent. Draco had a knack for knowing who could still be made to care about Slytherin reputation without involving the entire family ledger. Elias had been useful in the past. He answered letters that began with Draco and ended with "do not involve the family business." His replies were like the best sort of morning, sharp, practical, and finished with a flourish. Draco passed his reply to me in the library courtyard, where the moon painted the stone cold and honest. He had the look he always got when someone asked him to do the sensible thing on very short notice, nearly princely, annoyed, and oddly pleased to be useful. "Elias says he can corroborate certain alibis," Draco said in that low voice he used for private matters. "He'll check whether Pansy and Blaze were where they say they were." He also mentioned someone from the night staff being observed near the Sigil staircase. He thinks it's a hired hand, not a pupil. Elias's evidence gave us 3 names and a few neat windows. Pansy and Blaze were accounted for at dinner, with multiple witnesses who didn't get along well enough to invent alibis in unison. The night staff alibi was weak. Someone had been seen by a second year's owl on a windowsill. Elias suggested that a past prefect's route had been used as a template and turned into a false log. All these facts were small beads on a string, but they were beads I could count. If I could pin down movement and motive and find the small gap between them, we might prevent whatever harmless curiosity the mole had from turning into something worse. It was after I came back with the ledger photocopies tucked, with permission this time, under my arm that the case turned from interesting to urgent. Lila came to me before dawn. She found me in the tapestry room where the outpost first years used for the night runs, pale and looking like someone had entered the insides of her voice. The locket was gone. I left it under the cushion by the restricted table, she said. I always leave it there. Madame Pince looked and she said, her voice broke. She said she saw me put it there. Madame Pince came herself, a small figure trimmed by indignation and worry. I saw the child place a small copper locket on the shelf, she said. I supervised the front table for 2 hours. There was no one else by the same chair. The cushion was righted when I left for supper. It made no sense. If Madame Pince had been supervising and Eloise had been keeping an eye on the common room routes, and Blaise and Pansy had credible locations, then either there was a gap none of us had thought to watch, or someone with official access was using privilege as a cover. That, more than anything, made my teeth ache with the worst kind of curiosity. The first thing I did was practical, soothe and mend and promise we would find the locket. I have never been as good at flattery as I am at organization, it seemed fair to be honest. We will find it, I said. We will find who has it. And if anyone thinks that a first year's keepsake is less important because it is small, they will be in for a long conversation. Madame Pince's face did something amiable and like a crack in a rock. If anyone is tampering with first-year belongings, there will be hell to pay, she said. Which, coming from the librarian, meant she intended to write to the headmistress in language so pointed she could feel the paper tremble. We checked the seat, turning the cushion over as if secrets might fall into our palms. It was then I noticed it, a small square of paper, folded so many times its corners looked like the petals of a pressed flower. It had a faded emblem stamped in green wax, a sigil I had seen only twice before in my life, once on a parchment in Professor McGonagall's office and once briefly in Phineas Nigellus's portrait when he was in a communicative mood. The stamp was not one for petty thefts. It was an old administrative seal, used for requests to access certain staircases and inner corridors. It meant permission. It meant someone had the right to be exactly where they were not expected. Phineas Nigellus, who had overheard our tiny triumph in the corridor by virtue of being an ancient, disgruntled headmaster in miniature, chose that moment to be sarcastic. Ah, the wretched bureaucracy of the living, his painted mouth said. You find a children's locket and suddenly you are proposing a war. The more interesting thing, however, is who stamps bureaucracy with Slytherin green. We haven't used that seal since, he stopped, because portraits like to be dramatic, and because he felt the weight of the past. Who uses it now? I asked, because I had learned through editing ledgers that the past was often a good clue to the present. People who want permission to move in places people do not notice, he said. People who prefer not to be discussed at tea. Consider who, and be dreadful to them quietly. It was, as ever, an ellipsis of a clue. But it was a useful one. The blessed thing about tiny children losing things is that they notice when things are different. The first year saw a night staff member on the sigil staircase. Lila's locket vanished under a librarian's nose. The old seal, green as Slytherin's autumn, turned up folded into a paper square. Whoever the mole was, they were not content to look like a thief. They wanted to look like someone with the right to be there. That night, we held a meeting in the library that included Eloise, Draco, Blaise, Madame Pince, and Elias. Via Owl, he liked to keep a practical distance. We drew up watch rotas, which was maddeningly satisfying. There was the sort of cooperative grudgingness between Gryffindor and Slytherin in the room that was only possible when everyone's reputations were at stake. Draco sat tall and agreed, almost apologetically, to have Slytherin common room watches in which he would be perpetually bored. Blaise agreed to pass a word among the Slytherins to be suspicious of curiosity. Eloise matched corridors to ours with the gratifying neatness of a person who believed numbers saved lives. I do not like setting traps. There is something about the deliberate cruelty of baiting, especially when the bait is someone's private grief, that pulls at an ethical thread I am not willing to snap without good cause. But this was not a trap as much as a proper studying of cause and effect. We would not lure the mole with Lila's locket. We would set the cushion where Lila had last left it, and we would watch all the places someone might pass if they had official paper. When the rota was signed with too many names and not enough sleep, Madam Pint reached across a table and placed the little folded square on top of my list. Her fingers, which had dusted more maps than most of us had read, were steady. "Keep it," she said. "It has the wrong shape for greed. It is a stamp, and someone is misusing stamps. If you find them, you will have the proof." She looked at Draco in a way that meant she had noticed more than anyone else had allowed, that Slytherin matters were more complicated than the house cheer suggested. Draco's face, which we had all practiced reading and still rarely got right, softened for the briefest beat. I have come to understand that when he did things within Slytherin channels, letters, whispers, old agreements, he did them because the cost of scandal was something he had been taught to avoid at any price. We left with the careful clustering of people who had decided to do one inconvenient thing for someone else. Eloise with her perfect calm, Madam Pint with her stacks of soft fury, Draco and Blaise with their protective curves around house name, Elias on a slow wind of useful correspondence, and Ron, who had, as ever, been roped in by affection and a low tolerance for risk, determined to be useful in the practical ways only someone who feared nothing other than a missing sandwich could be. Before I went to bed that night, I returned to the headmaster's corridor. Phineas, who was seldom without a complaint, had folded himself into pride and said, "If you are going about this like the rest of the modern age, you will make a list of friends and a list of enemies and place the small child in the middle and call it justice. Real justice, however, requires you to follow the stairs." I bent and, because Phineas was petty and haunted and valuable, I asked him plainly why the seal had been used. "Because," he whispered, "some secrets move when no one watches, and most secrets are only secrets because someone once wrote them down. Find them. Do not break more than you must." I tucked the green stamped square into my pocket. It was small enough to disappear in the seam of my robes, but I kept feeling it like a pulse against my thigh all the way to sleep. The house clocks chimed like old teeth. At 2 in the morning, when the castle was at its most honest, when it forgot to pretend the staircases were polite, Eloise slipped a list into my hands. 2 hours, she said. You and Draco take the sigil staircase top to bottom. If the stamp is being used, that's where they'll move. If not, check the vault access points. Move quietly. Draco looked at me with lobster-pale impatience and something that might have been kindness. Try not to get caught by Filch, he said. Try not to get caught by anyone, I replied. We moved through a Hogwarts that smelled of cold stone and sleeping apples, the sort of night that makes you so aware of every small sound you could map the movement of spiders. The sigil staircase was a ribbon of carved stone that knew too many house secrets. As we reached the top, there was a faint scrape, soft and careful, like someone practicing patience. Draco's hand brushed mine in the dark, accidental and not, and I felt a steadiness that had nothing to do with trust and everything to do with the fact that people could decide to stand on the same side for reasons that had nothing to do with lineage. A voice came from below, soft, like someone reading the margins of their life, and the moon cut through the stairwell in a way that made masks look transparent. We stopped. Eloise's rosette was a small flame behind us. The voice was not one of our lists. The stamp in my pocket was warm. We took a breath and stepped down. There were footsteps ahead, deliberate and fluent in these corridors. Whoever had stamped authority onto paper had used it to step through the castle as if doors were theirs to command. I do not entirely like the game we were about to play. I do not entirely trust the courtesy of someone who uses old seals to cover young thefts. But I knew this much: if the mole thought secrecy meant they could take a child's keepsake and pretend it was unimportant, they had misjudged us. We moved into the shadow, and the stair beneath us folded like an old map. Somewhere below, someone reached for a latch. Midnight at Hogwarts was never what first years imagined. It was not merely darkness and the echo of far-off owls. It was a conversation the castle had with itself, a steady, private mutter in which every stair and tapestry had an opinion and most of them were rude. Some nights the portraits argued like old women over teacups, Other nights the corridors coughed, a dry, brick cough as if the stone remembered rain. I learned to listen for those things. If you wanted to know how the night would move, you learned the tone of the torches. We started the patrols because the ledger left me no choice. A single, furtive entry in one of the restricted volumes, ink rubbed into a corner where a clerk had been too hurried to write neatly, pointed at signatures rather than names, an emblem rather than an author. Madame Pince had scowled until her dentures were visible and then, predictably, closed the book with an index finger that said, "Please don't be silly." I had been unable to accept that if something in that ledger corresponded to odd disappearances of records and a student who had been sick in a suspiciously knowing pattern of days, the sensible thing was to wait for staff to find it. Draco, to his credit, had not laughed. He had, at first, suggested we put in a polite request to headmistress, and when I had shown him the page and then the way the ink had been handled, hurried, damp at one corner, he had said, succinctly, "If someone is moving things at night, they will not submit to polite requests." "How magnanimous of you," I had said. "To allow corruption to flourish because the polite people are stupid." He had smirked in that cool way of his that had nothing to do with amusement and everything to do with survival. "You do have a talent for understatement, Granger." So we made an arrangement that pleased both of us. I planned. He adapted. I drew maps on scrap parchment by candlelight and numbered staircases the way I had once numbered potion ingredients. He taught me the patience of the moving staircases, where to stand so one would take you where you wanted rather than fling you into a corridor FTOM which portraits could summon 2 prefects and a teacher, and he added subtler bits of knowledge, which portraits took offense at being used as transit, which stair would shiver if you leaned on it, which torches had had bad experiences with third-year pyromania and therefore tended to flare spitefully at passers-by. Our rhythm was odd and very pleasant, like being 2 instruments struck in the same, slightly discordant key. I would make lists, Draco would cross half the items off in silence. I would stipulate, "No one gets hurt," and Draco would reply, "No one leaves a trail," which I found both reassuring and morally ambiguous. We bickered in whispers the way old friends bicker in daylight, about method, about ethics. Sometimes Ron came with us. Usually he didn't. Ron's way of expressing concern was to explain how much he would prefer I did not get detained. That was a different kind of protection. We learned the castle's moods. Midnight was smug and careful. 2 in the morning was petulant and prone to shifting staircases surprises. Dawn was sleepy and forgiving, the portraits would hum as if they had all been given too much tea. The torches, I discovered, held grudges. If you paused beneath one of the older sconces long enough, it would flare a little as if to say, "Remember when you left burned toast in the common room, Potter?" They would flicker when the house elves had slept badly, and they would cast thin, long shadows that could make a broom closet look like a den of conspirators. You learn to use those shadows as cover and to respect a corridor that side. On the 5th night after the ledger, we took the sigil staircase. I had circled it on my map with an edge of pencil so hard that I had made an indent on the page. It was ornate enough to be a showpiece in daylight, carved serpents curling into themselves, polished brass railings, a landing that caught the moon at the right angle and made the stone gleam. By night it had a watchful air, like a hall at a funeral sitting up to catch thieves. Draco moved without needless noise, the way people who have been living under watch for years learn to. He had on a cloak that hid his Slytherin colors under a practical grey, and he kept his wand turned towards the wall, not because he expected anything, though I did, but because he did not like needless surprises. I carried a little satchel with pencils, a small lamp that fit in my hand, a folded scrap of ledger photocopy that I had taken in a moment when Madame Pince's back had been turned and her scowl occupied elsewhere. I was never careless, even then. That was the point of planning. "Why here?" Draco asked. His voice was low and patient, like a cat informing you that a mouse might be in the room. "You didn't circle this landing for aesthetic reasons. Ledger mentions a sigil and a margin note, S stair, stable. It reads like a code because it is a code. Whoever wrote that thought this staircase was important enough to note in passing. Possibly because it's somewhere a cleaner would not look properly," I said. "Or where the cleaning hides more than it removes." "Ah. Draco's eyebrows went up in that way that said I approve of sensible hypotheses. So, repetitive, familiarity-based misdirection. Precisely, and if our mole knows the cleaning cycles, they'll be placing marks in places they can predict. Wax trays. Drip pans in the torch brackets. Crevices where a Muggleborn's broom would not reach. He grimaced. Wax makes a messy signature. It's not messy if it's meant to stay, I said. We watched the torchlit landing from the alcove under a portrait that took rather personal pride in students who did not loiter. Phineas Nigellus, who, in his portrait form, carried a tone so frosty he could chill cobwebs, had been particularly blunt that evening about the impropriety of 2 students out of hours. Draco's face hardened at the name. Phineas had been useful. He had been paid in a currency portraits understand, a promise to ask the proper questions at inconvenient moments. Madam, Phineas drawled when I had whispered to him, portraits were democratic in the wrong places. You do know that a single sliver of parchment can make a girl so clever she forgets her head exists. My head will be safe if you keep to your duties, I hissed. He gave a dry little laugh. One can arrange such things. The sigil you seek is old-fashioned. The sort of mark that imputes responsibility rather than identity. You'll understand when you see it. Or perhaps not. I confess to enjoying mysteries where everyone returns thoroughly surprised. His amusement was a thin wall between us and a helpful hint. He did tell us, offhand, that cleaning schedules were decided by a couple of house elves and one particularly indifferent caretaker who trusted torches more than student complaints. That was enough. That knowledge had crossed the line from gossip to map. We had been still for longer than either of us liked. Still is a good teacher of small noises. We picked up on the scrape of leather at the top of the stair, the whisper of cloak fabric against stone, the faint metallic pinch of a key. There was movement on the stair itself, deliberate, not the quick, anxious footfall of a student sneaking a treat, but a steady, practiced tread. The sort of step a person takes when they have been slipping through corridors for work and do not wish the stone to gossip about them. 3 o'clock, Draco murmured. He pronounced the 0 with a curious formality, as if it were a time of day rather than merely a number on a clock. Always the sensible one, I said. Watch the landing. If they are using the wax trays under the sconces, we'll see the old marks when we light the lamp. We moved. The stair under our feet held and creaked in a way that told me it remembered the last time someone had leaned too heavily on it. At the 3rd landing a torch flared, dramatic, and the shadow of a hooded figure slipped across the stone. The figure moved with purpose. They paused by a torch bracket, lowered something from their cloak, and I held my breath so tightly my shoulders ached. Draco was 3 paces away. He did not reach for his wand. He reached for the person in the same way he reached for a dangerous truth, slowly, with reserve. The figure bent, half hidden by shadow, and traced a shape into the wax of the torch drip tray with something thin and dark. The movement was quick, practiced. The mark was made, nothing more. Then the cloak shifted and the person continued up the stairs, their silhouette long and composed. My lamp showed the sigil like a small, wet star. It was a coil, the sort I had seen in the margins of the ledger, a loop with a break, an almost snake taking its tail in but with a notch at the crown. I had not known what the mark meant. Now I knew at least who could make it survive a broom. Wax, tucked where dust could settle and cleaners could not peel it away, as if inscribing to the maintenance an atmosphere of permanence. The mark had the same hurried, damp edge as the ledger ink. Whoever had made it had an eye for the small, stubborn places the surface cleaners ignored. It's the ledger symbol, I whispered. My voice felt too loud in a place that assumed silence. They copied it. Draco slid forward, careful, and examined the mark. His expression suggested both satisfaction and annoyance, satisfaction at the confirmation, annoyance at the brazenness. You're becoming uncomfortably good at seeing patterns, he said. There was no real compliment sewn into it, but something close enough. We followed, keeping our distance. Whoever walked the stairs had naively assumed, or perhaps hoped, that midnight had allies in the castle. The cloak turned corners with the knowledge of someone who knew which portraits would be A. quiet, B. cooperative, or C, so bored they would not bother to send a complaint. They moved toward the northern wing where administrative offices lay in a sleepy line, places full of cupboards with paper, a scene where someone might isolate a ledger leaf and splice its margins into a private file. We lost the figure at a corner where portraits crowded and the stairs split. One simply could not be sure where someone went when they had access to portraits. They were like doors that could be asked for silence. We waited, breathing dust and cold, until the moon fooled the stone again. I had just turned to go back, to make a report, to write in small, careful handwriting the sort of official lines that could, in theory, compel an adult into action, when a shadow across the landing moved sharply and a faint scrape sounded behind us. Filch's broom sounded like a small, wheezing animal and Mrs. Norris's meow was like bad news. It was impossible to be eloquent at such moments. Draco swore under his breath with a sound that could have been a name. I snapped the lamp into my satchel and we slipped into the nearest portrait as if asking for sanctuary from a busy aunt. The portrait, a man with an expression like a reprimand, considered us and then, apparently satisfied, swallowed us into its world. Phineas, who had not moved from his place on the landing, observed our disappearance with the same moist amusement that had guided him earlier. His painted eyes narrowed. "He almost caught you," he said when we emerged on the other side, which was the narrow corridor behind the headmistress's office. His phrasing suggested both mockery and another small service rendered by the castle's many incomprehensibly judicious faces. A good lesson in how not to be noticed. "Though you do look remarkably conspicuous when you run." "Filch has been sniffing more than usual," I panted. "Did you ever think that a cat would be the best superintendent the castle could have?" "It was the cat who discovered the laundry," Phineas said. "I am not surprised." Draco leaned against the stone, breathing hard in a way that was not entirely theatrical. "They move with the efficiency of someone who knows the house and the people who keep it. That's the problem. It's not an outsider who stumbled upon a route. It's someone who guesses where the cleaners will not look. And knows the ledger," I added. "They know how to speak the ledger because they've read it, or because they wrote in a margin and no one thought to ask who had the pen." We mapped what we had seen, carefully. A mark in wax on a torch, a hasty hand in a restricted book, a person who could step through portrait corridors and time their steps by the watchful retirement of torches. Professionalism was not always the thing you wanted, sometimes it meant someone had a motive and connections. The ledger was not a throwaway, it was an address. "What do we do with this?" Draco asked eventually. There was fatigue in his voice that had almost nothing to do with exertion. He had a way of being tired of the politics of things as much as the physical aspect. His family, his house, everything that made his life into a set of inherited expectations, leaned on him the way a portrait leans on varnish. He was tired of the strain. "I tell McGonagall," I said. "We show her the ledger and the mark. We make a case." Draco looked at me as if I had suggested we march into a battlefield with placards. "Do you expect that to end well?" "No," I admitted. "I expect it to end with more paperwork and a headmistress who blames us for not presenting incontrovertible proof that would fit her standards of decorum." "Which you will not have," Draco said. "Because what you will have is a tiny wax symbol and a shadow and you." "And me." "And me," I agreed. "And possibly a portrait who will tell an unhelpful anecdote." "Ah." He smiled, small and private. "Well then. We'll need a bit more than a wax smudge." There was a sound behind us that stopped that conversation cold. Not Filch. Not a portrait. A definite human voice, close enough that the stone could have overheard it if stone had ears. "Quite bold, isn't it?" the voice said. We turned in unison, and the corridor seemed suddenly too bright. The moon had shifted, striking a window and catching the dust motes in a way that made the air almost solid. There, at the end of the passage where the portraits leaned like an audience, a figure stood. Not a student. Not a portrait. A coat, a tallness that suggested someone used to corridors, and a smile punished by the architecture into something private and controlled. I felt my palms dampen around the satchel strap. The lamp inside it suddenly seemed very small. The sigil in the torch drip tray was 3 stories away, a small stubborn star that glowed even in my memory. The ledger in my head fluttered like a moth. The figure inclined ahead, as if acknowledging acquaintanceship with both of us. "You shouldn't make it so easy," they said. The words were as soft as paper and twice as dangerous. I tried to think of what to say. What diplomacy remained when you have been found standing where you had no right to be? Draco's fingers tightened around his cloak. The castle behind us felt simultaneously vast and pinched. Somehow, in a moment, every portrait painted, I seemed to be waiting to see which of us would move first. "Who are you?" Draco asked. It was a good question. It was also a question that came out rough, like dried parchment. The figure's smile quivered in the way of someone who liked their privacy preserved. "You only ever meet those who make the next move. You should be careful whom you choose to chase after." They said it kindly, almost helpfully, which made it worse. For a moment, a slice of time thin as a ledger, the world reduced to that soft voice and the knowledge that someone else in the castle had been painting sigils into wax, reading ledgers for information, and moving exactly where cleaners would not look. There are mistakes that tell you have been underestimated. This was one of them. We had been followed. And they had left us a sign. The sigil was so small you could have missed it twice on purpose and still gone home satisfied that you had been careful. It sat in a hairline groove on the corner of a step, a shallow coil of cut stone that caught the torchlight like a question rather than an assertion. I remember thinking, then, how much of Hogwarts was made to whisper rather than shout, how easy it would be to hide a meaning in a quirk of architecture and call it a coincidence until it was too late. Madame Pince had not been pleased when I described my little map of marks. She had stationed an implacable frown in the doorway at the restricted section and said, with a dignity that made a shiver run down my spine, that the past should be allowed to remain where it lay. It was an opinion she was perfectly within her rights to hold. It was not, however, an opinion that explained why the same sigil I had photographed from the archives appeared, repeatedly, on staircases that crossed house boundaries. The photograph, grainy, marginalia scrawled, taken with a borrowed mirror, had brought Draco at my side by midnight, unhelpful as he pretended to be, because where else do you go when the pattern runs through Slytherin stone? So we climbed. The stairwell that accepted us was too narrow for anything that liked an audience. It hugged the cliff with the polite determination of a thing that knew its usefulness lay in being overlooked. The wind found it anyway, sending a draft under our cloaks and smelling of salt and old rain. It was the sort of place magical wards pretended not to be bothered by, polite wards with the sort of patience that came with age. They hummed underfoot a low, metallic music that the more modern spells of the castle resented. The castle had many voices, this stairwell kept it in a register you woke to. Draco moved with the confidence of someone who had been shown private routes in the company of tutors and elders. He kept his wand tucked under his arm as if it were an accessory that might criticize him for mistakes. He also kept a measured silence. For all his patronizing of Gryffindor courage and my insistence on rules, he understood the value of not announcing yourself in a place that wanted to forget it had been used. The sigils were easier to see here. They were arranged in a sequence we could trace with the memory of a cartographer, a curl, then a star, then an abbreviated crest half sunken where the stone had been abraded by shoe soles. Someone had been using the stairwell as a message board. Someone had been leaving markers the way sailors left markers on cliffs, small signs for the next person to follow. It was a system that relied on architecture rather than paper, a neat solution if you wanted to avoid records. Drop points, I said, because saying it aloud gave me a place to put my unease. Small rendezvous. No paperwork. Draco glanced at me with something that might have been approval, were he not so practiced in concealing it. And no witnesses who keep minutes of their meetings, he added. You'd hardly announce an exchange here. Cowards have the best maps. He said it to be cutting. I took it as evidence. We found the rendezvous by accident rather than design. A niche had been carved into the outer wall, half of it eaten by lichen, half of it kept clear as if hands had polished it recently. Inside sat the residue of a meeting, a stub of a candle with wax that still smelled faintly of an imported perfume, a looped length of green ribbon threaded through a knot that had not been cut, and the blackened ash of something once burned in deliberation. There were also the prints, not just shoe prints, but the dragged line of a satchel, a smear of clay that suggested someone had leaned a hip against the stone and forgotten to wipe it clean. A packet had been dropped into a narrow slit beneath the niche, slipped through a cleverly disguised aperture that was flush with mortar. The slit was too small for fingers and exactly the size for a courier to slide a parcel through without stopping to look who they were handing it to. A rope pulley? A hidden sleeve that opened to the cliff? I ran my finger along the edge and felt the pang of wards. The stone resisted like an old hand that remembered being touched. "You don't think they're smugglers?" Draco said after a long minute, his voice low enough that the stairwell's own murmur could have been his reply. "No," I said. I had thought of smugglers. I had thought of black market dealers in London and of vaults in Gringotts. The sigil, though, was elegiac rather than transactional. It suggested lineage, a collector's mark rather than a thief's brand. Not profit. Prestige. He looked at me sharply. Prestige? Names, heirlooms, things that belong in histories rather than markets, I said. Things you acquire to be part of a narrative. There are small differences between theft for coin and theft for collection. The former leaves a smell of haste and fear. The latter leaves a scent of ceremony, ribbons, careful folding, placards written in a tight hand. The parcel in the slit was wrapped in velvet and tied with a string I thought I recognized from the archives as the sort of cord used to bind family keepsakes in the seventh shelf down. Someone cared how it looked. Someone intended the object inside to be seen and then hidden again, appreciated by a particular few. We had not planned to eavesdrop. The corridor beyond the niche angled, and voices carried as if they had been encouraged into being overheard. We moved into the shadow an alcove offered and held our breaths because the castle made secrecy as much a matter of comfort as of craft. The two voices that made themselves audible were not young, which made them stranger. They were measured and polite in the way of people who knew how to compose dangerous sentences without alarming bystanders. "Not to the public houses," said one voice. I could catch the clipped syllables of slithering cultivation in it. "Not to be sold, then," the other replied, almost amused. "We curate. The distinction matters. We supply cabinets of curiosity, not stalls." The word curate landed between us like a stone. I felt the blood in my face go very hot. Curators collected for the sake of reputation, they organized histories and displayed them as evidence of taste. They were, in effect, cultural poachers. "You heard that?" Draco breathed. He sounded a fraction less composed than before. I knew why. There are families for whom reputation is a currency. There are houses for whom the appearance of impropriety was worse than impropriety itself. If Slytherin items, genuine or contrived, were being siphoned into private cabinets, that was not only a danger to those items. It was a danger to people. We slid a little further along the shadow. The two voices rounded the stair and passed, close enough that I could have stepped out and spoken, an image that made my palms itch with the sudden knowledge of the choice in front of us. They passed with a basket of cooled bread between them and a phrase that made the blood in my stomach knot. "We have a new patron," said one. "From outside. He wants the locket from the Narrows." The locket from the Narrows. The phrase was a declaration. It meant a named object, known well enough that it needed no explanation in a whisper. It meant a network, a rope that tied castle corners to houses in the town and to buyers beyond the sea. It meant someone was not just stealing to hoard, they were stealing to be known for having done it. When the footsteps had passed and the stair had regained its usual nocturnal respiration, we stepped forward. The parcel had been pushed further into the slit, as if waiting for the next hand. The air smelled of paper and distant sea. I reached in, telling myself it would make a better case to present anything we could. My fingers touched velvet and then cold metal, and a small card. It was not a ticket or a tag. It was a scrap of vellum inscribed with a single line in a hand both precise and ornamental, an address that ran between names we had seen in marginalia and a date for an exchange that was not yet a week away. Dates are small weapons. You can hold one up and ask for time to make a case. You can go to an authority and say, calmly, there is an appointment. It will occur on this night. Would you like us to wait until then, or would you prefer me to produce proof now?" The scrap in my hand was appetite and promise all at once. I turned it over. The back was stamped with another sigil, this one not carved into stone but impressed in hot wax. It was a crest I could not immediately place, which meant it belonged to a private circle rather than a public house. Someone outside where houses kept lists had sealed their claim. Why would they use the castle? Draco asked. He sounded almost philosophical, as if asking where birds slept was a pastime rather than an observation with consequences. If they are taking things to collectors, why not move them off the grounds? Because moving them off the grounds leaves a trail you can follow, I said. The castle's walls make for a route that is both long and very easy to forget. People use the architecture because it refuses to be accounted for. He stared at the small card and, for once, did not hide his decision behind sarcasm. "You will go to McGonagall." I had expected him to say Snape. Snape's name sits quietly in Slytherin circles the way a hidden blade sits in a tailor's drawer. You reach for it for precision and risk its sharpness. But Draco of late favored the theatre of order. McGonagall represented the school as an institution. She would be a difficult woman, and that difficulty might be precisely what kept things from becoming a spectacle. "I don't know," I admitted. There were good reasons to go to McGonagall. There were good reasons to go to Snape. There were also good reasons to gather evidence and to not present accusations on the basis of overheard phrases and a scrap of vellum. I had been raised to believe in proper channels. I had written to those channels with petitions for fairness and not been always heard. I was learning, with a wry, slightly terrified humility, that evidence wanted husbands it did not always give. Draco's hand found the card as if to take it away. He did not. He folded his fingers around the edge and looked up at me. "You have a talent for getting into trouble by following the right things," he said, which would have been scorn if there had been anything like warmth in it. There was, instead, an acknowledgement that we were both, in our different ways, good at noticing where systems thinned. "You have a talent for not telling anyone when you should," I replied. The remark felt immaculately Hermione, blunt, necessary, slightly cruel. He raised an eyebrow, which is to say he pretended to be offended while doing nothing of the sort. We had two choices. We could go straight to a teacher and risk immediate intervention that might drive the collectors to vanish with the locket or the Narrow's name. Or we could wait and gather a clearer record, the galleon of evidence that would make even Madame Pince relent. There was also the third choice, which existed in the margins of both, to tell no one and to follow the network ourselves. There are times when rules exist to prevent harm and times when rules only exist to preserve paperwork. I had sat on both sides of that argument, and I was aware how every decision smelled of consequences. Ron would have a fit if he knew I was leaning toward the second or third option. He, practical and red-headed, believed in a simple equation: tell a teacher, let them fix it, and then go have treacle tart. I loved him for that faith. I was also aware that there were things a teacher could not fix without exposing the people who had already been silenced. "We gather proof," I said at last. "We mark the date. We keep watch. If it looks like hobgoblin theft, we take it to McGonagall. If it looks like a private catalogue meant to humiliate or endanger students, we find out who's outside." "You'll get yourself into detention," Draco finished, predictably. It was not a warning so much as a forecast. "Probably," I admitted. "But better detention than a ruined life in a quiet, tasteful frame." There was a kind of truth in that which felt like a small warmth in my chest. I folded the vellum, slid it into my pocket, and felt the weight of a responsibility that was, at the same time, maddeningly specific. A date, a name, a path traced into the stone. The sigil at the staircase had been a question. The scrap in my hand was an answer that insisted on being followed. We moved to the niche and pulled at the velvet parcel. Draco's fingers hesitated, the careful fingers of a man who had been taught to measure appearances, and then he opened it. Inside lay a token, a slender strip of mother-of-pearl engraved with a crest I had never studied in the archives, and beneath it a folded scrap of paper that smelled faintly of seaweed and ink. The paper was small and precise, The sort of thing you might make as a calling card if you wanted to pretend the act of stealing had been an art. Before either of us had time to read it properly, something moved above us, the stair shifted, a groan of old ropes and old stones that the castle used to remind its inhabitants that it slept but was never inert. Then there was a footfall, a single, measured step, and a voice that did not belong to the two we'd heard before, quiet and amused, said our names. Miss Granger. Mr. Malfoy. We were not supposed to be heard. The castle's architecture had agreed to be a conduit for secrets, and now, perversely, it had become the conduit for discovery. I felt the heat of panic and a steadiness that had nothing to do with courage and everything to do with obligation. The voice waited for us to speak. The cliff waited for the next gust. The date on the scrap in my pocket pulsed like a small, impending thing. We had found the stair, the sigil, the rendezvous. We had found, in the margins, a new kind of theft, one that collected stories the way other thieves collected coins. And then the voice below our feet, lower than any we had heard, said, very softly, as if the shadows had been listening all along, "You should not have come alone, Miss Granger." They found him in the sigil staircase with a sleeve full of moonlight and something that did not belong to the castle. That is how the rumor arrived, as all dangerous things do at Hogwarts, sideways, in fragments, and with one person's certainty stitched to another's doubt. By the time I reached breakfast the next morning, the stairwell had been catalogued into everyone's private theory. It was a student caught red-handed. It was contraband from the restricted archives. It was a faculty liaison's handwriting on a scrap of parchment. It was a scandal, depending on which head you asked. Ron looked at me as if I had a spike in my roads. "You were supposed to be keeping an eye on the place, Hermione," he said, trudging a spoon through his porridge as though it were an interrogation. Loyalty is a flat thing in the heat of accusation. It's Ron's nature to drop the platitudes and go straight for the edge. I could see the question forming: had I let some Slytherin or spy get away with things we were meant to prevent? I wanted to roll my eyes and list the times Draco Malfoy had almost put the smoking cabinet on our trail, but those were private enumerations, not breakfast table answers. Instead, I explained, carefully and without theatrics, what we had learned: the moon-ink sigils in the archive that matched nothing in any of our books, a portrait's muttered clue that had sent Draco and me down a particular corridor at midnight, the man who had been taking things out, politely and quietly, on behalf of someone else who left requests unsigned. Who was the student? Ron pressed. Pansy Parkinson's name had already done a circuit of the tables in bits of buttered gossip. Slytherins and Gryffindors breeding each other's worst impulse is a reliable Hogwarts pastime. It's complicated, I said. He's a collector, one of the students who's been bringing materials for a professor. He was in the wrong place, with the wrong things, and he's terrified. I stopped. The rules about who gets to be punished and who gets protection are braided together. My mouth had been raised on moral imperatives, my head had been trained to seek context. It felt like trying to disentangle someone's scarf from a binder of spells without tearing either. We argued about it until the castle moved us along to classes. That's how school is. You can have an accusation that might shift reputations and you still have to pass your potions cauldron and not get turned into a toad by a stray charm. I found myself watching the Slytherin table more than the transfiguration notes I should have been copying. Draco did not look panicked. He looked like a man who had rehearsed being calm for a long time. That afternoon, Blaise sent a single note, precise, economical, asking me to meet him and Draco in the portrait gallery after dinner. He said the meeting would be closed. The phrasing was a Slytherin thing: public silence, private maneuver. I told Ron on the way to the portrait gallery that he should stay out of it. He made a face and stayed where he always stayed when the political temperature rose, close enough to be protective, far enough not to be involved. Portraits do not offer the comfort of flesh. Phineas Nigellus was, as ever, the most plain-spoken of them. When I stepped in, he was half-turned to the painting of a far more splendid headmaster and was relishing my smallness like a cat does a moth. "Your friends in Slytherin are twitchy," he said, as if I did not know we were all walking on glass. "You told Draco something," I said. He made a face, a portrait's approximation of a smile. I told him what I would tell any student who will listen to rubbish. The school keeps its stitches neat. When someone wants them pulled for reasons that benefit one house and not the school, one ought to listen. Particularly when the pulling is being done by hands that have been in pockets where they have no right to be. Draco's entrance was practically theatrical. He had the practiced carriage of someone who has been raised in rooms where being watched is part of the furniture. He looked at Phineas with the mixture of disdain and respect he reserves for the living and the dead. Then he looked at me, and that look said nothing that breakfast had not already said: keep your wits, and keep your mouth. The room we used was not the Slytherin common room. This was safer for me. Slytherins bristled at an outsider's involvement like porcupines in a market. They did not like it. In private they disliked it more than they let on. Draco did not ask for the meeting to be open. He asked only that the facts be treated with discretion. That was easy to say and impossible to pay for. Blaise spoke first. He was a man of economy. Someone took restricted material, he said. Not for display. For transfer. It's tailored work. Not random theft. Pansy, when she finally allowed herself to arrive, did not bother with words that dressed themselves as logic. Who told Gryffindor? She demanded. Who told everyone that it might be Slytherin? You did, Ron muttered from behind me, which earned him a look that could have frozen a cauldron. Pansy's lips thinned. You do not understand, she said to me, with that particular blend of accusation and wounded pride that had been her default emotion toward the rest of the school for as long as I could remember. You cannot have our house dragged through this because someone wants to blame Malfoy. You can say my name if you like, Draco said softly, and the entire room leaned in because his voice made people do that. I said Malfoy's name because he's been involving himself, Pansy snapped back. You two are forever together. You put things in your pocket and then other people blame Slytherin. He blinked at her in a way that suggested he was weighing how much of his house to protect and how much to sacrifice. It's what he does, with the practiced coldness of someone who has had to manage impressions his whole life. He did not turn on me a small mercy, but his jaw set. I am not Malfoy's puppet, I said before I could think not to. Conversation would have been easier if the words hadn't come from me. The air in the portrait gallery grew thinner. Phineas enjoyed it. You never were a rumour-monger, Blaise observed. You have a very particular way of meddling. We were all meddling. That was the point. Slytherins wanted to handle their own. Gryffindors assumed the worst of Slytherins. Ravenclaw wanted particular evidence. Hufflepuff tried to mediate and to soothe. It felt, at times, like the school's unofficial political capacity. Everyone held opposing opinions and everyone thought themselves right. I thought myself right too, in a way that bothered me. Rightness is not always moral. Sometimes it is simply the best constructed argument. The proof that wherever there was a mole, it knew how to work with the castle's sympathies, came before midnight. Argus Filch, whose nose works on a different schedule to the rest of us, had found the collector crumpled in an unused cloakroom with the contraband spread around him like a constellation. The contraband was ordinary things rearranged to be dangerous: a key stamped with a department seal not used in years, a small cylinder that contained a thread of warding, and a scrap of parchment in a hand I knew, with a slant and a flourish I had seen before on the margins of requests filed for the vault. The scrap named a liaison, not by full title but by a habit of phrasing, the same clipped directives, the same impatience with red tape. It was suggestive rather than conclusive, but it was a brand of evidence that could not be waved away with talk of rogue students. The collector, a boy no older than third year, who had been doing errands for some professor, trembled when he spoke. They asked me to fetch things, he said. They said I mustn't say who. They said if I did, they would make sure I never had a prefect badge. He said it like a prayer. He was too small to be heroic and too frightened to be blamed. I thought of how easy it is to make scapegoats of the small. They are the sort you can tuck away and deny. My stomach twisted. Draco saw it too. His expression changed from polished armor to something frail and indecisive. If he was coerced, he said, leaning close enough to lower his voice, then we need to protect him. Slytherin can handle its own problems, but not if someone is playing the house against the school. That someone was the unknown mole, the shadow we had been trying to chase down for weeks. The difference now was that the mole had reached into the fabric of ordinary life and tugged loose a child. House lines became red lines. Greyfinder wanted the collector punished for trespass. They saw breaking into the restricted archives as a danger to everyone. Slytherin wanted the matter handled quietly, like an internal illness that you put ointment on and never talk about. Ravenclaw did not shout. They asked for exact texts and dates and the names of wards that had been circumvented. They wanted to know which rooms were missing and how they had been moved. Hufflepuff brought cakes and tried to broker a neutrality that would flatten conflict into compromise. Hogwarts encourages us all to believe that there is a common good. It merely interprets common in whichever direction suits the speaker. Madame Pince was not interested in houses. She loved books like a mother loves children, and she would not forgive anyone who mistreated them. She glared at the collector and at the scrap of parchment with equal fury. Restricted items do not go wandering, she said. Not even for professors. The archive is not a private storehouse. She meant that literally. She meant it with her own life invested in the stacks. Her disdain for loose hands on the library's things could have been enough to close the case until the scrap of parchment was compared to a ledger in the headmistress's office. I did not sleep that night. Not because of guilt depending on which house you read me as belonging to, but because of the arithmetic of consequences. If the liaison's phrasing matched a staff ledger, and if the ledger matched the movements we had noticed at the archive, then someone on the faculty, not merely a student, had been making requests without the usual oversight. That could be negligence. It could be collusion. It could be blackmail. Professor McGonagall, the woman who keeps school procedures like armor over the institution, called a meeting in a way that told us she was already worrying. It was curt, formal, and edged with the kind of worry that made my hands remember every minute detail of the ward schemator I had read. She did not shout. She stood like a schoolwoman who had waited too long for things to fall into place and was now inclined to take hold. The archive has shown signs of irregularity, she said. Her voice was flat, but it carried. Items have been displaced. Staff inventory does not account for everything. Any suggestions that this is a matter purely between houses will be treated as obstruction. She looked at us, at me, at Draco, at Blaise, at Pansy, at Ron, and the way she fixed me made me feel smaller than usual. I had lived for rules my whole life. They had kept me rooted when chaos smelled promising. But rules are not always a shield against being wrong. Sometimes they are a hand that holds you in place while the world moves on without you. What do you want us to do? I heard myself ask, and I was surprised that the question came out steady. I had rehearsed it in the corridors. Find the truth, she said, which is not what any headmistress wants to hear, because the truth moves you into places you cannot always keep. And be discreet. The school will be watched if news of faculty involvement leaks. That would endanger students and staff. It may be that no one involved is malicious, it may be that all are. We must know before we act. That was the trouble with being a rational person in a castle full of people who move by instinct. We wanted to gather every bit of evidence before making a single step. The gathering would take time, and time would allow them all to work. When I left the meeting, the portrait gallery's air seemed thicker. Phineas, who had watched us all with the squeaky enthusiasm of a man who enjoys certain kinds of chaos, had shifted slightly. You have made a mess of it, he said. You all have, but especially you. He peered and then added, with a gusty sort of pleasure, for once, it will be interesting. We had more reasons to speak in whispers than before. Houses were defensive, and secrecy had become the only safe thing. Draco, who could talk the Slytherin social body into a single useful lie if he chose, was already maneuvering. He asked for lists of who had requested items. He softened Pansy's temper with a single, frugal speech about reputations and loyalty. He did not trust the headmistress's confidence any more than I did. He trusted the castle's undercurrents, and that trust made him useful. I do not know if I am more frightened of what we will find or of what we will have to do when we find it. I have always wanted to punish wrongdoing. It feels right and ordered. But punishment has a cost. If the collector had been coerced, if the liaison had been manipulative, then punishing the boy would be not justice but cruelty. It is an uncomfortable thing to discover that virtue requires a precision you are not sure you command. There are nights in which Hogwarts hums with 1,000 quiet obligations. The moving staircases shift from one idea to another in the dark. Filch has a new list of suspicious late movements. Madame Pince has locked down a shelf that has been whispering like discontent. The headmistress has eyes that make the archive look like a patient on whose pulse she has sworn to watch. And somewhere, I suspect, the mole is pleased. It has been easy for it to use the castle's own passion for house distinction against us all. It has been easy because we are, at our cores, small enough to want to protect our own. It has been difficult because we are all capable of surprising loyalty, and sometimes that loyalty points the wrong way. Draco looks at me tonight, and I can read something like urgency behind the armor. If they seal the archive, he says quietly, they close it in both senses. You will not get what you need. If they don't, I say, thinking of the small boy and the scrap of parchment and the mixture of handwriting that tasted like staff compulsion, then more things will disappear. He gives the smallest of nods. The portrait corridors chatter with small, smirking noises. Phineas is pleased in a way that I am not allowed to be when danger is in front of me. I am, however, allowed to be keenly, uncomfortably aware that the headmistress is already compiling her own list of discrepancies and that this feather-inked scrap we have will not satisfy her for long. If they question a liaison, I say, they will ask for proof. If they question a liaison and it is a staff member who thought themselves above procedure, Draco replies, they will call for heads. That is what scares me more than anything. Not the heads themselves, though they are heavy things, but what will happen if a house, or a department, is left to explain itself to a headmistress who does not tolerate hidden things? We may find the mole. We may find that the mole is not a stranger but habit, a faculty who could not resist the quiet power of the archive. And if we do, then the school will ripple. When I wake the next morning there is a letter pinned to my notice board, official in the way the castle makes small things feel like fate. Professor McGonagall wants to see me. She writes that she hopes I will come with any information I think relevant. The archive, she adds, will be under a watchful eye. I have spent my life preparing for this kind of ordered danger. I am still not sure what the moral shape of bringing someone to answer for their actions looks like. I do know that if Madame Pince's shelves are watched and if the headmistress has noticed, then the mole has stepped into the light more than it knows. If it has friends among the staff, if it can arrange for collectors to be at the wrong stairwells at the wrong times, then it is not working at the edges anymore. I pull on my robes, check the notes tucked in my pocket, and set my jaw. There are house lines stretched before us like taut string. There are red lines drawn, too, those things you do not cross because something sacred is on the other side. The trouble, of course, is that sometimes the red line is the only thing that keeps the mole from thinking you are chasing something else entirely. I step out of the common room and into the corridor, and for the first time since the scrap of parchment, I am afraid not of getting caught but of being the person who decides what is worth exposing. The headmistress is expecting me. The archive will be watched. The mole will be careful now, or he will find that being careless is how it is undone. Either way, telling the truth is no longer a private act. I walk faster because hesitation in a castle like this is a luxury we cannot afford. Somebody has already paid with their fear. The rest of us are about to learn whether our loyalty is a cure or a wound. The truth did not arrive all at once at Hogwarts. It came in crumbs, in late-night murmurs, in overheard footsteps on the sigil staircase and in the half-finished sentences of children who were still learning how to lie properly. My job, our job, if I could persuade Draco Malfoy to call it that, was to pick up the crumbs and not let the castle swallow them again. We began with the smallest crumb, which is always how things escalate. A first year who had been found shivering behind the tapestry by the third landing had splotched green ink over his fingers and a notebook full of chicken-scratched names. He looked about as apologetic as a niffler in a jeweler's shop and twice as likely to bolt. "Hello," I said, which felt ridiculous and formal beside the patience that actually mattered. I crouched so my face was level with his. Sixth-year posture is a blessing in so many investigations. You can seem quietly authoritative without meaning the hornets that usually fly from the term Miss Granger to sting you. He stammered at first, which I had learned to treat as a deposit of trust. The less polished the voice, the less practiced the protection. I was told to leave it at the bottom, he said, nodding at the notebook in my hands, his eyes fixed on the knot in my sleeve like a lodestone. He said he'd pay me if I wasn't seen. He called it a message. Who called? He blinked. The name slid out as if it had been waxed, Thomas Dervish. He's in Slytherin. He wears that badge, the green glass. Green glass brooch, Draco supplied under his breath behind me. He had shadowed me into the corridor because the part of the investigation that required Slytherin nuance was not my plain bread and butter, and because he liked to stand in the corners of my plans and brood. It irritated me and calmed me, in equal measure. The first year swallowed. He told me to take notes. To mark when the portrait spoke in the headmaster's corridor, and when the portrait of Phineas Nigellus, he said Phineas was listening, he told me to watch the Sigil staircase at 3 in the morning. That's it. Please don't tell my mum. He said if we spoke, if we told, he made a vague motion at his own throat as if he had been taught the gesture of a threatened silence. There were truths in that fear. Children who'd been taught to keep secrets out of self-preservation, and older students who took advantage of it, were a particular cruelty in a place that should have sheltered them. I promised, because you always promise what you can deliver. I also took the notebook. From crumbs to curtains, then, to the smooth edge of a blade, Blaise Sabini found it amusing when I said we needed more polished information. He did not look amused at all once he had slid into the chair opposite me in the library reading room, his prefect badge gleaming like a small, patient moon. You always ask the inconvenient question, Miss Granger, he observed, with the sort of smile that had been shaved of any warmth by habit. It was an expression the castle liked, students exchanged it like spare coins. I laid out the fragments, ink, brooch, times. Blaise listened without notes, which, to my cost, meant he was storing them somewhere better than parchment. There are meetings, he said finally. Not official, anything but. People trade favors and reputations. It's useful to remember that reputations are currency here, and some of us are bankrupt in public. He watched Draco as if inclining the conversation away from generalities toward the specific. You know that as well as I do, Mr. Malfoy. People who show they can move what is ordinarily buried are given promotions, prefeccies, access to tutoring, whispers in the right ears. The right word at the right time, and a career starts. Draco's jaw tightened. We are trying to keep this under you, he said, meaning me, and I am not interested in inter-house theatrics being turned into public performances. Blaise inclined his head. No one is. That is why the more skillful players act quietly. What worries me, Miss Granger, is that there is interest from beyond the usual channels. A ring of handlers, perhaps, who see Hogwarts as a source of currency beyond house points. The library felt smaller around that explanation. I assembled it in my head like a timeline, snapping the fragments into place. A nervous first year at the Sigil staircase on a night when the portraits were unsettled, messages left for delivery, a Slytherin brooch as a trademark. The portraits had been mentioned twice. Phineas Nigellus had a way of curdling into usefulness, sour and ironic, and exactly the sort of thing to attract a human bent on profit. We had one interview left, one I had been avoiding because even the idea of the dungeon air made my palms clammy. Professor Snape's cave of glass bottles smells like control. Anything spoken in that smell would harden into decisions. You know why I'm here, I said, which was as deferential and as direct as I could allow myself to be. Snape did not bother with ritual courtesy. He raised a single eyebrow. I do. You were prudent enough to come after class rather than before detention. Unusual restraint. I pressed the little set of questions I had into the conversation like cards, wards, tampering, who had archive access. He answered without malice and with precise economy. The wards around the archive were struck with carelessness, not force. A student could be taught to bypass them by a competent tutor. The window of vulnerability was not long. He pushed a mug of something that looked suspiciously like satisfaction away from his hand. Footsteps were recorded in the corridor that night. They match no teacher. They are, at present, a child's. A first year? The one we spoke. It is possible. He studied me, and for the first time since we'd started this, the wall behind him creased in a way that suggested disapproval. Miss Granger, you are aware that I cannot implicate without compulsion, and that my protection of any Slytherin pupil is as rigorous as against any other, albeit less visible to you. I had to force a smile. Snape refused to be a martyr of transparency. He also, in his own precise way, gave me the useful line the students involved had been taught. Whoever was running the mole had at least one competent teacher to hand. The chronology sharpened into a picture. Someone, perhaps Thomas Dervish, perhaps another name still invisible to us, was rounding up children as couriers. They were organizing information about when portraits murmured, which suggested an interest in institutional memory rather than a simple black market of items. Portraits could be coaxed into revealing tendencies. Nigellus, spiteful and proud of his grudges, could be a conduit if someone knew how to prod him. It bothered me to say it aloud, but it also had to be said. This is political, I said when Draco took my elbow in the corridor outside Snape's dungeon and steered the conversation with his elbows and a set of opinions that were at once carefully guarded and uncharacteristically candid. Everything is political, he retorted. He didn't deny the point. He bristled when I added the rest. What you mean is, reputations are being traded like chess pieces. People will move them to gain position. Yes. I was too tired to be delicate. And if someone outside Hogwarts is buying these pieces, selling trick portraits and coerce children, then you will start a war, Draco said simply. Or stop one, I replied. Which is a better thing to do in secret than to let it fester until it becomes public. He looked at me as if he wanted to decide if that made me a fool or an ally. You invented a very good way to be caught in the net, Miss Granger. It will be a trap, I said. A bait, carefully constructed. We make something tempting enough for the network to act on, and we let them. Whoever is trading in reputations will not have the patience for long-term proof, they want leverage now. That night we built a story. It felt obscene, like penning an invitation to a house elf auction for the purpose of catching the auctioneer, until you remember that it is the auctioneer who should hang, not the elf. We designed a narrative that would play to the network's weaknesses, greed, and impatience. The kernel was an object that did not exist. I fabricated, delicately, with the zeal that had made me good at exams, an account of a rediscovered Slytherin heirloom, a medallion supposedly removed from the archive in the founding years and recently cited among a private collection. Its particulars were precise: a serpentine crest, a flaw in the enamel that indicated it had been in the family of a certain household, and a rumor that a portrait in the headmaster's corridor knew more. I wrote a brief, smudged note indicating the times the portrait had spoken, which was nonsense unless you were listening for the wrong things. We attached to it the fingerprints of the first year, how else could it look authentic? And a plausible trail of conversations. The bait had to be visible but deniable. Draco provided the touch of plausibility only a Slytherin could, whispers of a private tutor with a taste for the lucrative and a list of names who might benefit. I forged marginalia in a hand that might have belonged to a student keen to profit. Blaze approved the distribution method with a single, careful sentence: let it surface in places where the network would expect to find it and nowhere it would appear to be managed by us. We used Phineas because portraits are the castle's gossip with an institutional memory. Draco had made contact through the headmaster's corridor. Phineas, spiteful and glad of any new intrigue, agreed to mention, obliquely, the medallion to a building's worth of portraits. He demanded a chair near the fire in exchange, which was greedier and more ostentatious than he needed. I let him have it. Portraits like to be flattered, they forget pain and prefer danger. The last piece required trickery I had not wanted to do. To make it seem real, a piece of the line needed to be found in plain sight, a door near the sigil staircase with a half-hidden note tucked under the sconce, as if the finder had stumbled on draught and destiny. We had to place it without being seen. How will you get past Filch? Draco asked, as if that were the only difficulty that troubled him. Filch was more of an immediate, combustible hazard than the imagined network. He would confiscate and report and create an avalanche of small, unhelpful consequences. With noise and timing, I said. And a screaming yogurt, which was not a charm but a thing Ron had once tried as a diversion with an unfortunate pudding. Draco's eyes flicked. No. We compromised. Ron provided diversionary genius in the form of a schedule, a misrouted owl, a cascade of overturned quills, and a certain knowledge that Filch had morning rounds which he insisted on taking when the Great Hall was empty and the demolitions had gone about their business. We moved like contraband ourselves, quiet, purposeful, an economy of action that was both thrilling and nauseating. We slipped a note into the sconce with fingers that smelled faintly of ink and scraped parchment and of the precautions that come from doing the wrong thing for the right reasons. Once the bait was in place, it became, like all good lies, impossible to tidy. I lay awake that night in the Gryffindor Tower thinking of children taught to be silent and of Draco's clean, private fury. I thought of Snape's warning that he could not accuse, and of Blaze's laconic admission that reputations were currency. There's a terrible arithmetic to danger when you add the possibility of outsiders. Everything you count becomes less reliable. Draco, blessedly, slept like a cat. He had the terrible and sometimes enviable gift of being able to contain his anxieties as if they were ornaments in a cabinet. I envied him that and resented it for making the night longer. We were not naive. Bait works because someone is hungry. We had made ours smell of quick profit, of a name that could be traded for a prefect badge or an introduction to a private tutor who whispered opportunities, and of a portrait's curiosity. It would not take long for someone who wanted in to act. Still, there were lines I found myself tallying against the bait like a miser would coins. We were using children as props even though the alternative was to let them be used. We were lying, slyly, tactfully, with a conscience, and I caught myself repeating Snape's words about not accusing while also knowing we had to make someone show themselves. Are you certain this will work? Draco asked me before dawn, whispering over a map of the castle we had scrawled with tiny arrows like a child's treasure hunt. No, I said. Nothing is certain. But it's the best of bad options. He looked at me for a long while. You have always been very good at making the right thing hard, he said. It was no compliment he had intended. I took it as one. When the castle settled into the ordinary sounds that fill its night, the distant thud of a portrait's frame, the wind testing the windows, the hum of a stair readjusting itself, we waited with more patience than any of us deserved. Waiting is a craft that the library teaches you, if only in the sense that books are always promising to be open to you when you have finished other things. But the castle has its own patience. It answers back, and usually in small, infuriating increments. I tried to sleep and failed, and then I tried to think and succeeded only in arranging what could be arranged. If the network took the bait, then we had a chance to trace fingers back to hands. If they did not, then we had to assume our trail had been seen and adjust again. There was no comfort in either possibility, only the less bad one. Dawn found me at the window, watching the ground shimmer with frost, when a small, very precise noise made me turn. It was not the owl or Filch or the usual clatter of morning. It was a rustle like someone opening a book, then the slight metallic whisper of a clasp, and then, at the edge of hearing, the unmistakable sound of footsteps moving away quickly, measured, sure. We had waited for the castle to answer. The castle had done so in a way that sounded suspiciously like footsteps. It is one thing to risk detention in a cold corridor at 2 a.m, it is quite another to be accused of mischief in front of 400 pairs of eyes and a feast that hasn't yet settled from the first course. The great hall smelled of roast chicken and treacle tart, and something I would ordinarily have called comfort had the object on the staff table not pulsed like a small, disgraced heart beneath the flicker of enchanted candles. I had expected a private handoff, a whisper through the sigil stairwell, or a tossed parcel by the tapestry of the fat lady. We had contrived the bait, a forged house token, deliberately incomplete, the kind of thing a follower of the archive's darker side would be too greedy to resist, and set our little trap in Slytherin. Draco and I agreed on signals and timing and who would stand where. We rehearsed the neutral faces, the professional distance. We were, as he liked to observe with brittle pride, being discreet. None of that prepared me for the way Pansy Parkinson chose to stand. One moment she was a constellation of cigarette-colored gowns and perfume, the next she was standing on the bench, voice bright enough to cut through the clinking of silverware. "That belongs to Slytherin," she announced, as if she were simply pointing out a spilled goblet. "It was taken without consent." "Who took it?" "Who returned it to our table?" There was a pause long enough for the hall to notice the pause, which is to say long enough for 7 conversations to be forgotten mid-syllable. Ron's head snapped toward Slytherin like a hound catching scent. Around us, Gryffindors leaned forward, cogs and anticipation making faces into maps of curiosity and dread. Draco's posture changed subtly, less a taut line and more a drawn letter. His jaw worked once, as if recalibrating in public. I felt the familiar prickle of 1,000 rules I had broken and a dozen more I might soon break, and the part of me that loved procedure started lining up alibis like dominoes. We had done this to flush out a mole. We had assumed the mole would prefer shadows. We had not signed up for an audience. McGonagall rose before anyone else could decide to fill the silence with something louder. When she moved, the hall understood it did not have time to be noisy any longer. Forks descended like guardrails. "Sit down," she said crisply. Her spectacles flashed. "Remus, Amelia, silence." She did not call my name or Draco's. There would be time for formalities. First came the practicalities. She walked to the staff table and retrieved the object with gloves that looked like a theatrical flourish, a small bronze sigil, the snake of Slytherin running into a loop that made the center look like it might hold a key. It had, in my hands earlier that week, hummed with wards. Now it lay limp, the metal darkened as if it had been handled by too many anxious palms. "Who returned this?" McGonagall asked when she stood center, tone even and reigned. Pansy, still standing, pointed at me as if a pin might be better than words. "Hermione Granger. I saw her near the restricted stacks this afternoon. It was beautiful theater." A gasp ran the Gryffindor table like a small, affectionate breeze. Ron's face went a color I did not know had names for. He pushed his chair back so fast it screeched. Draco's expression dissolved into something more human, worry, and for half a second I caught the look he gave Pansy, not anger, not disdain, but the mild stunned exasperation of someone with a well-polished argument interrupted by an unexpected blemish. "That is not correct," I said, "because silence does funny things to one's throat and words can be steadier than breath." My voice, I reminded myself, needed to be calm. Public missteps can become headlines quickly and reputations, especially those of Slytherin and Gryffindor, are combustible. I did not return it. Then who did? Pansy's voice sharpened. "There is a hand outstretched." He or she put it on the staff table and left. Blaise Sabini, who had been unreadably still, rose as if from a pocket in the bench. His movement was unostentatious, the kind that mattered because it didn't call attention. He stepped to the aisle, looked neither at Draco nor me, and said, "I did." There was a sound like a page tearing in a very dense book. Blaise's voice had no melodrama, it had the weary authority of someone used to doing things to keep things from being worse. The hall's buzz shifted from curiosity to accusation like a weather system changing course. "I took it," he repeated. "I returned it. I thought, foolishly, it would prove a point about how little Slytherin security stands. I acted alone." Blaise's eyes were steady on McGonagall. Draco's mouth, which had been an island of restrained panic, collapsed into a single, sharp intake of air, like someone finally admitting you've hit them. Pansy looked at Blaise as if he had grown a second head, and yet, somehow, it made sense. Someone within Slytherin had decided to bear a small public humiliation rather than watch the argument go further. McGonagall did not blink at Blaise's confession in the way you would hope for dramatic candor. She assessed it for plausibility. "You returned it to the staff table in the middle of dinner." "Yes," Blaise said. "I wanted to show how easily something could be planted. It was ill-judged." "For Slytherin," someone muttered. The mutter carried across to our table. Draco's fingers found my wrist under the table, a quick touch that meant both reassurance and a warning. He is very good at being publicly proper. His fingers were warm in a way that made the great hall feel oddly smaller. McGonagall's face tightened. "You will come to my office after dinner, Mr. Zabini." It was not entirely a punishment, it was a maneuver that kept him close and allowed the staff to handle what, by now, had become undeniably official. "And the student who planted it, Ms. Granger," she said, eyes flicking very quickly to me, "did you have any part in this?" I could have told the truth. I could have said we were trying to flush a mole, that the token was a forgery, that Phineas Nigellus had suggested the sigil, that Draco and I had an arrangement. I could have said a great many things and then faced detention, or worse. Instead, because McGonagall's expression asked for carefulness and because Ron's fists looked ready to break into the staff table and because I am, even when I break rules, the sort of person who values process, I said, "No, headmistress." I saw it when Blaise set it down. I did not plant it. A murmur swelled. Ron sat back, visibly relieved for a heartbeat. Draco's hand squeezed mine under the table, a silent thank you and perhaps something that sounded dangerously like trust. "Very well." McGonagall folded the sigil into a folded scarf of wool she produced from the air, herself with those small, unavoidable theatrics, and put it into a satchel. "This will be examined. I will expect to speak with Mr. Zabini and Miss Granger, and with Professor Snape and Professor Pince, before nightfall." A detail slid between the sentences like ice under the door. "Professor Snape," someone echoed. The name seemed to make the candles shiver a little closer to the ceiling. I should not have noticed what came next. I should not have been standing in the middle of the hall with my chest full of rules and my head full of plans. But I had held that token. I'd spent 2 evenings in the restricted section studying the composition of its weave. During that examination I had felt the faint aftertaste of potion residue, a bitter, metallic scent that belongs to a brewer's tools rather than a bookworm's hands. It was a small thing, it was probably nothing. It was also, in my private catalogue of details, a thread that led to faculty doors. I knew, before I was aware of speaking, what I would say. "The wards have a brewer's residue," I heard myself tell McGonagall, and then, with the reckless thoroughness of a person trained to find facts and sometimes forget when to keep them, I added, "The weave is the kind taught in staff practicals, it matches a style used in potions work." The hall's heat shifted. Conversations became aware of themselves. Ron looked like he had swallowed a toad. Draco's hand tightened and his face, usually a map of carefully arranged defenses, went white in a way that made the rest of his features look suddenly younger. McGonagall's gaze became a ruler. "Do you mean to say a teacher placed this here?" she asked. The question did not have curiosity in it, it had the practical severity of someone trying to keep the school intact. "I don't know," I said honestly. "I only know the ward's construction." Silence collided with the headlong interest of the students. The suggestion of a faculty hand at the heart of this problem was a dangerous, slippery thing. It broadened the stakes until they reached the offices of those we relied upon every day for our lessons and our safety. It would have been better if a teacher had been willing to raise a hand then and there. If Snape, or Pince, or anyone in the staff, had stood and said, "I placed it." I was testing the students, we would all have breathed and moved on. Instead there was that particular, tense moment of not accusation, where 100 people understood that naming a teacher would be like opening a door in a house full of sleeping things. Blaise, listening as if someone had wound a clock and set it ticking toward trouble, did not flinch. He looked from me to Draco and then to McGonagall with an expression that made me think of glass quietly determined to hold something dangerous without breaking. "If a staff member is involved," Blaise said, voice low, "then I did act alone. For now, let it be investigated properly." There was bravery in that. There was also calculation. He was protecting someone, whether that was Draco, Slytherin, or a faculty member he respected I could not tell. But Blaise had chosen to take the immediate weight, and in doing so he had made the affair both simpler and more treacherous. McGonagall accepted the chain of decisions like a chess player who had been given unexpected material. "We will convene," she said. "No one leaves the hall until I return. Miss Granger, Mr. Malfoy, you will accompany me to the headmistress's office. You have been involved in this matter before, I will not be kept in the dark again." There was a polite rustle as the students rearranged themselves to watch the staff move. Ron's hand found mine as we rose. His face was the color of someone who wanted to shield me and felt powerless. Draco, beside me, had folded his hands so precisely they might have been waiting for a lesson. For once his composure showed us something not altogether unpleasant. Walking behind McGonagall toward the headmistress's corridor, past portraits that inclined their painted heads like the dull click of verdicts, I had time to inventory our losses. Public suspicion, however momentary, could be a slow poison. Blaze's admission complicated loyalties. A staff grade weave on the ward suggested the mole had inside help or that the mole had access to a teacher's toolkit. Either possibility made the next moves narrower and sharper. As we entered the headmistress's office, Phineas Nigellus in his frame watched us with the particular relish portraits have for scandal. He leaned forward a fraction and said, in his cracked, aristocratic voice, "You really must learn to choose your theatres, Miss Granger." "I prefer to choose my evidence," I wanted to reply, but the headmistress's portrait simply drew itself straighter and sniffed. McGonagall closed the door with a soft, final sound and set the sigil on her desk. "You too," she said, looking like a woman who wanted exactness, "have walked into something that smells of more than student mischief. I will not have pupils playing sleuth in ways that risk the safety of this school. Tell me everything you know, in order." It was a sentence that made my stomach contract with equal parts fear and purpose. I had broken rules. I would have to explain why. Draco stood poised for public propriety, his face a careful mask of annoyance and cooperation. Blaze's confession still sat on the staff table like an ember. Outside the office, the hall hummed with the possibility that a teacher might be unmasked. Inside, I saw the way loyalties rearranged themselves like chessmen that can still be saved if moved with sufficient care. I sat, inhaled, and began to speak. The truth was a complicated thing, so was lying by omission. Either way, I had the unnerving sensation that by evening something that had begun as a small, controlled experiment would become much larger and much bloodier. If one of the staff was involved, I thought as I told them everything, and I told myself not to name names yet, then we were already running out of places to hide. The archive smelled of stone and paper and a cold that had nothing to do with the weather. It pressed against my sleeves as we moved down the narrow steps, making the hairs along my arms stand up. There is a kind of hush beneath the library that even the usual hush above it does not know. The wards tasted stern and precise, and the air felt as if secrets were trying not to wake. Draco closed the heavy door with a soft, practiced motion and listened. He has learned the right way to be silent, like a man taught not to ruffle the fabric of a reputation. He lingered by the shelves, a silhouette of polished leather and pale face, and then, in the way that always managed to unsettle me, he smiled as if we were conspiring only about pranks. "It is small comfort that we are both likely to be expelled if we're caught," I said, because humor steadied me and because it would make him scowl. It did. I enjoyed it, a little. Anything that threaded levity through my nerves was worth it. We had a map of the archive in my head built from a dozen evenings under Madame Pint's disapproving gaze. Donor lists. Accession numbers. Cross-references. I had read the ledger entries until the ink had blurred from repetition, matched names against the catalogue, checked the packing slips that arrived with each donated parcel. The pattern began like a fisher, small, almost polite, 1 or 2 items that never reached their shelf mark, a polite note stamped private display, a rotund donor name and then nothing. Then the fissure widened. More items, more private stamps, until the ledger no longer read like a record of gifts and instead read like a list of absences. "Start at the accessions," I said. "If anything was rerouted, it'll show in the receipts." Draco ran his fingers along the spines with a touch of theatrical distaste that pretended to put me off. He took the first volume I offered him and read the marginalia with an almost affectionate snort. He had a surprisingly good eye for handwriting. Years of reading notes in the margins of potions essays will do that to you. He found the first discrepancy within 10 minutes, an entry listing a set of sigil-stamped plates donated by an old Hogsfield family, complete, apparently, with the donor's blessing, and then, a week later, a note that the plates had been reserved for comparative study. Reserved for comparative study, I translated to myself, meant moved out of the public shelves and into a private cabinet, accessible to the few who had cause and clearance. Which was fine, in a world that sometimes had to protect fragile things. It was not fine when the reserved cabinet was in a private study and the donor's heirs had never seen a receipt. We spread the receipts on the table in a fan. The paper was crisp, the ink was older in places, fresher in others. Hidden in the margins of one of the lists, a clerk had added a crisp notation in a neat, slanted hand, P.D. Pembroke. That was not a name I liked to see. Professor Pembroke ran the Department of Antiquities this term. He was amiable in public and had a quiet, almost surgically precise way of speaking in the staff room. He had a neatness to his handwriting that I recognized at once, the way he looped his P in a tight, judgmental circle, the high, careful cross on his T. I had seen it in meeting minutes, in the headed paper on departmental requisitions, in a note he had left under the glass at the faculty bulletin. Recognition made my stomach drop. "It matches," Draco said. He did not sound surprised. He sounded as if he had suspected Pembroke would be useful in a chess game. "I need to be sure." There was a precise, small panic to my voice. If I named someone on the staff aloud, I had to be certain. Accusing a professor was not like accusing a prefect. The risk was not only mine. Hogwarts was a small place in a large, difficult world. Allegations here could splinter classrooms. They could shatter young lives. They could, if handled clumsily, hide the rot under a rug rather than remove it. We found the rest of the pattern in that account book. Items labeled with donor names and accession numbers. Items that, when called for, were marked delivered to personal collection, Pembroke. A decorative sword had been rerouted. A pair of folding lenses that belonged to a Muggle-born astronomer disappeared into the same private trail. Most chillingly, there were objects listed as for display to invited scholars only that had arrived with no scholar in the ledger and no record of who had been invited. Madam Pince would have clucked and closed her lips around every back-turned sentence, but she was not here. The ward at the top of the stairs hummed as if someone far off was taking a deep breath. The evidence sat between us, clean as a verdict. "You're certain you want to do this tonight?" Draco asked. Confronting a professor without a witness, I finished. Yes. The list of reasons why we shouldn't was long: legalities, dread, my catalogue of punishments from less generous teachers, but the tally of reasons to go on was longer still. Some of the items were not simply fascinating. They had belonged to families who had been persecuted. Donated items were meant to belong to the school, to be studied and to teach. They were not to be reallocated to personal cabinets, not when those cabinets might serve prejudice as comfortably as conservation. We found the signature I needed in the staff minutes. Professor Pembroke had initialed an allocation for safe display. His hand bent the same way on the page. It was, in any professional sense, a smoking gun. Draco did the part of the work I had not wanted to think about. He found the office. Pembroke's rooms were perched like a small, confident bird above the west wing, all brass and soft light and curated things. He kept shells and charts and a display of obscure sigils that caught the lamplight. It was precisely the sort of tasteful scholarship the college liked to show visitors, and it made me want to throw something, precisely because it looked so respectable. Pembroke opened the door with a polite, if faintly surprised, expression. "A man in favor?" He did not look small or defeated. He looked practiced at handling awkwardness. "Miss Granger." He inclines his head with a kindness that has always unnerved me. Kindness in an adult often meant there was a cost to it. "Mr. Malfoy." "Professor, I need to ask about some items listed as donated to the library that were later marked private," I said without preamble. For 5 years of questions you learned that clarity saved you time and often embarrassment. Their receipts show them rerouted. The accession ledger shows your initials. He smiled in the way a person smiles at a crossworded crossword, pleased that someone recognized their cleverness. "I have been expecting students to take a greater interest in the archives. It is an intoxicating place. I doubt Mr. Filch is grateful." "Who authorized the rerouting?" Draco's voice had the edge people use when they do not intend to be refused. "There are 3 levels of approval for restricted access," Pembroke said. He steered us inside and his office closed the world at the door. The shelves hummed with the presence of things that had been loved into silence. Items of fragile provenance are sometimes better preserved in controlled display environments. The school cannot always house private donations on open stacks without risking their degradation. Occasionally a donor prefers their gift kept from public display. Occasionally objects require curatorial study in circumstances that one cannot explain in a ledger because language is inadequate to explain the conservation practice. There were words enough to make a sensible head nod and a conscience heavy. He was a professor speaking in the measured tones of someone who believed that institutions knew better than individuals because their knowledge was complex. It was polite and it was chilling because his gentleness had the edges of a blade. It suggested that some truthful things were inconvenient and that inconvenient things could be hidden without naming them for what they were. You rerouted them to your personal collection, I said. The accusation came out softer than I thought but steadier. Not a controlled display room. Pembroke's face did not change. I am the curator of the antiquities holdings. There are times when an object is safer in my care while a proper facility is prepared. The ledger shows my custody as a temporary measure. Temporary measures have ways of becoming permanent, I said. And what of donors? Some of the heirs have asked and never received answers. He folded his hands. We make decisions for the good of the collection. For the school's good. Draco's mouth shaped something that would have been words but became a look. For whose good, he said. He did not mean the rhetorical flourish. He meant it in the old, careful way of someone who had watched institutions that claimed to protect families first preserve their own reputation. Pembroke's eyes flicked for a moment, just the tiniest, human flicker, and then returned to a mask of academic concern. There are things the school must shield for the sake of stability. There are donations that, if their context is made public, would do harm. We are not in the business of airing every document that might inflame the corridors. It was an answer that sold nothing and explained everything. It was a university official speaking in the protective language of institutions. The phrase "for the sake of stability" sat between us like a brick. It might mean safety. It might mean cowardice. Who decides what to shield? I asked, because the question mattered more than the answer would satisfy. Committees, Pembroke said. Procedures. The head's office is consulted when necessary. There is a chain of responsibility. You do not want the rumor mill involved in everything. And if the items are being used to favor certain scholars, Draco persisted, or certain houses. Pembroke's smile tightened. Dr. Malfoy, you strike me as a man of practical judgment. You and I both know that the practical requires judgment. The school must sometimes prioritize. It does not mean wrongdoing. It means choices. There was a politeness that wrapped an absence of accountability in velvet. There was also, under that velvet, an economy of language that suggested complicit silence. I felt the old, familiar anger rise in me, and not the hot, childish anger of being wronged but the slower, more painful one that comes from watching principle traded for preservation. We left his study with our pockets full of receipts and our heads full of questions. The ledger was proof of something, Pembroke's tone was proof of something else. The two evidences did not agree. They made me dizzy. Outside, Draco peeled off his cloak and paced a little, hands in his pockets. You see, he said finally, the corner of his mouth tense with humorless irony, institutions protect themselves. They preserve their own skins. If something threatens their standing, they excise it. That's not a defense, I said. It felt too simple and not simple enough. Sometimes institutions protect people. Sometimes they protect reputations. Sometimes, I stopped. There are things one says and then sees the faces of the people who will be hurt. Sometimes they do both, Draco finished because he always finished the sentences that struck close to his family. And sometimes they bury inconvenient truths to avoid the mess of dealing with them. It is easier to protect a school than to change it. We argued quietly because we were in an old corridor and because our argument was a private thing that could become a spectacle and because the school tended to punish spectacle more than subtleties. He argued historically, from a lineage of practical discretion. I argued morally, in a language I rarely used outside essays and lectures. Between us, the ledger seemed smaller and larger at the same time. Evidence of theft had grown into evidence of policy. When you say protect the school, I said, softer, do you mean protect students or the institution? He looked at me, and for an instant he looked unarmored. Sometimes it's both. Sometimes it's neither. It depends who holds the scissors. I thought of the donors who were muggle-born and poor, whose heirlooms had been taken from their lineage and placed into private hands. I thought of the items that might have told stories about prejudice, about harms that had been done and the names of those who had done them. To silence such things was to silence a part of Hogwarts' own history that might have taught us how to guard against repetition. Then we have to find if it's personal gain, I said. If it's preservation. If it's fear. Or all three, Draco said. He was folding and unfolding his hands as if considering the different ways one might fold a letter. And we have to decide whether to go to the head. My stomach dropped at the suggestion. McGonagall listened to good reasons and gave even-handed punishments. But the head's office had its own web of alliances. Going up the chain might fix things or it might tuck things in deeper. We had proof, yet not proof. We had a name, yet not motive. We had a ledger that smelt of lemon oil and ink and old rooms, and a professor who spoke in measured, protective sentences. The case had taken on a shape neither of us liked, less like a burglar, more like a scalpel. Whoever the mole was, they were not simply stealing. They were choosing what the school would keep from itself. At the top of the stairs the portrait of Phineas Nigellus was awake and grumbling at the shadows. He was always useful in a sour way. He knew more of what the faculty thought than any living person did. He made some brittle remark about decorum and then, in a voice small and exceptionally dry, told us where the ledger's last unsent item had been shelved, an inventory number leading to a subvault beneath the vault, a place the archive called the archive vault. The vault's wards are layered, I said, feeling the weight of the phrase like a glove. Madam Pince will notice if we go without authority. Filch will notice if we're late. The head will punish if we break in. But if the evidence is there, it will change nothing, or everything, Draco said. He looked inexplicably younger than he had all evening, the way danger sometimes does, like a dare. I did what I always did when a problem seemed too large. I broke it down into the next thing to do. The next thing, unavoidably, was the vault. The evidence in the ledger pointed to a section of the archive vault that, according to the accession numbers, contained the last of the rerouted objects. I'll not go alone, I said, because it was true. Not for bravado but for the steadiness of company. You'll come with me. He let out a short breath that was almost a laugh. Of course. I am hardly going to let you have all the fun. We left the warmth of Pembroke's brass and the studied calm of his study and returned to the cold that the archive reserved for those who preferred truth to comfort. The ledger lay under my arm like a small, uncomfortable animal. There are ways to translate an institution's silence. You look for the places where things are neatly labeled and then absent. You follow the initials. You count the private stamps. You ask whose hands habitually sign things away. Tomorrow, or rather the night after, we would follow the inventory number into the vault. We would answer the ledger. We would find, I hoped, the things that had been taken. We would find, perhaps, more names. And we would see whether the school would let us show them to the light. Being right felt less like triumph and more like responsibility. The archive had been turned inside out. It had shown us neat handwriting and polite excuses that smelled of preservation and more dangerous things. We had pulled one thread and it had tugged at a seam that ran deeper than either of us had wanted. I closed the ledger as if it were a door. The bindings creaked. The archive did not object. The school would, perhaps. We had begun to understand that the real question was not whether we could catch the mole. The real question was whether the school would let us keep the evidence in the open air, or fold it into its own clever palimpsest. Ready? Draco asked. I looked at him and at the ledger and at the stairs that led to a place where the air felt thin and secretive and necessary. I was full of the dread of consequence, and something else, the kind of resolve that tasted oddly like hope. "Ready," I said. And for the first time that evening I was not pretending. The castle had that particular hush again, the one that arrives when a new rumor unspools itself across stone and tapestry. I was at my usual table in the library, surrounded by margins and miscellaneous bookmarks, when Phineas Nigellus cleared his painted throat and made the hush official. Portraits were good for many things, not least gossip. They had a patience for history and a fondness for reminding you of mistakes. He had chosen to remind us that day. Draco stood a few feet from my pile of notes with the sort of expression that belonged to someone who had swallowed a wasp. He hadn't come to the library to flirt with the restricted section, not with Blaise Zabini hovering protectively at his elbow, but to tell me, in the clipped voice he used when he meant business, that Rowan Vane had returned to Hogwarts. Rowan had been a name I recognized by reputation more than by sight. Slytherin family, old money, older grudges, a boy who had left school with rumors and a closed mouth. Draco's face was the only introduction I needed to understand what kind of trouble Rowan represented. There was something predatory about the way certain people returned from absence, as if they were collecting debts instead of friends. Draco's silence filled with that knowledge. "Why tell me?" I asked. The question was practical. Whatever Rowan was, I did not want him to unsettle the things we were already trying to steady. "Because he remembers me," Draco said plainly. "And because he has friends who never like being asked questions." He glanced at Blaise. "He might remember others as well. Or use them." The phrase "use them" landed like a pebble in a pond. We were in the middle of trying to untangle a network that had been using students, small and peripheral, as carriers of information and worse. Protecting those students had become its own task, a messy, rule-breaking one. Now there was a man in the background who might turn the kindness he'd been shown into leverage, or worse, into a weapon. Blaise, who has the lovely habit of making himself useful by not saying anything too loud, supplied the small detail that set everything on edge. Rowan had been seen near the Sigil staircase, talking to second-year girls who fussed like moths around flame. That phrasing was deliberate. It left me no doubt what he hoped to do. For reasons that were mostly stubborn and partly sentimental, I found myself defending Draco then. It surprised me. It surprised him more. "You didn't send him," Pansy Parkinson declared the following evening in the Slytherin common room, voice iced with the kind of scorn that asks to be echoed. Several heads turned. The room brightened in attention like a lamp being lit. Draco's jaw hardened. "I don't send anyone," he said, which might have been the truth and yet did little to chase the thought from the room. "It looks bad," Pansy said. "In the current climate." "Which climate?" I cut in before I could measure a milder reply. Defense is funny that way. Something inside me leaps up before the rest of me can calculate the fallout. The climate in which people decide who is dangerous by whose name they happen to know? Or the climate where we pretend not to notice when someone is approaching vulnerable students? They blinked as if I had suggested rearranging the house tables. Pansy's mouth pinched. Draco's face, behind him, softened in a way that didn't reach his eyes and yet was unmistakable. Gratitude, small and embarrassed. Gratitude from Draco Malfoy looks like a policy concession. I took it. "You're being sentimental," Pansy said, and it was the sort of complaint meant to sting. Slytherins value precision. They do not award sentiment lightly. "If defending people from predators is sentimental," I said, "I'd rather be sentimental than sorry." I tried for brisk and breezy. It came out as steady and probably too loud for the comfort of anyone who preferred rumors to inconvenient facts. That defense bound me and Draco in a way nothing else had. He didn't invite me into Slytherin circles out of fondness, he handed me a small, earnest thing instead. We walked back to the portrait corridor together. It felt quieter with the tapestry shadows stretching longer. He kept his hand in his cloak pocket too long, perhaps to find courage, perhaps to keep something from falling out. "You shouldn't have done that," he muttered a moment later. "Defending you," I said. "Drawing attention," he said. "It's not safe." I asked him, gently, if he wanted me to stop. He looked at me very honestly then. "I don't want people saying I brought trouble to school," he said. "Because whether I did or not, they'll make it true." There was something fiercely human in that confession. Not the public performance he perfected, something frayed and private. I told him, because it was true, that my intention was the opposite, to keep trouble from being used as a convenient label for the people in its path. Over the next week, our partnership shifted. It deepened past arrested collaboration and into something mercantile and mutual, loyalty for loyalty, risk for risk. He began to answer my questions not with smirks but with facts. The first time he slipped me a list of names, a modest, careful sheet of handwriting that smelled faintly of Slytherin ink, I realized the breadth of what we were protecting. Most of the names were of children who kept their heads down and books even closer, the sort of students a school can misplace without noticing. My principle, which had been to save what I could within the law, began to stretch. The students named were scheduled as runners for a house project organized by a teacher who did not know the truth about the assignments they'd been given. They had been encouraged to visit parts of the castle at night and to collect things from the library for a professor's research. What they were actually collecting were notes, objects, and the odd small charm, things that tied them to that shadow network. The consequences if they were found would not be punishment only, it would be the stigma of complicity. They would be pawns on a chessboard called reputation. It made the rules feel inadequate. "There's a list of day rotors," I said that night, kneeling at the foot of a Slytherin tapestry while Draco kept watch. The common room hummed around us like a living thing with a careful appetite for gossip. "If we can move their times, spread them out, hide them in other tasks, it's less likely they'll be available to be recruited." Draco snorted. "You want me to alter house records?" "I want us to keep them out of harm," I said. The word forge was one I tasted with real reluctance. Forgery at Hogwarts was oddly specific in its punishments and no law was more crude than record. "And if it's discovered, we explain. We say we redistributed duties to protect them. We keep them safe." He weighed the proposal like someone testing a coin's edge. "You realize if we do this, we will both be in trouble?" "Yes." His features shifted as if struggling with a new rule he had not made himself. "I can make a small diversion," he offered. "I can arrange for Filch to be assigned to the West Ramparts the night you need to move things. He hates the chill. He'll take it." "And in return?" I asked. "In return," he said, and there was a small, reluctant smile that reminded me of the boy who had once tried to win at Quidditch by memorizing wind patterns, "you will not make me sound sentimental in front of my house." We planned the smallest rebellion Hogwarts had ever politely known. We lied to a caretaker, we rearranged rota parchments in a way that would look like bureaucratic inefficiency rather than deliberate intervention, and we taught 3 trembling second years how to tell a lie that would save them. Each falsehood was a remedy, each dodge a shield. I counted the lies like stitches and at the end of the day found myself oddly proud of the scene. There was danger in it that was not merely institutional. Rowan, true to the sort of man who kept grudge like a coin to spend, did not stay hidden. He stepped into the sigil staircase once and then again, like a tide inspecting the stones for weakness. Once, I followed at a distance, heart a fealty drum in my throat. Draco was beside me with a patience the size of a cloak. "Why him?" I asked quietly. "Why pick children?" "Power likes a soft entrance," he said. "Children forget the first scratch. By the time they see the hand, the book is gone." It made my stomach tight. It made my rules fray. It made me do something I had never liked to do, to compromise on principle for people. We set a net. Not a proper one, no heavy charm work, just a human one. We stationed friends who could be trusted to keep calm. Ron volunteered because the idea of bullies preying on kids was a red flag he took personally. His face when he encountered Pansy was pricelessly affronted. Blaise kept his distance but informed us with that look of his, which meant something precise and shrewd. He knew which corridors had servant keys and which shutters were thin. Draco used connections to keep Filch at the West Ramparts. I made excuses at meals like a barrister and rehearsed what to say when someone asked why Mr. Filch had been out in the rain. Our scheme grew like a small, carefully tended hedge. It worked for a time. We intercepted a list, nudged a corridor itinerary, and heard Rowan swearing under his breath as plans tumbled. But these things rarely unravel neatly. The person who had been acting as Rowan's mouthpiece, a tall 70-year with a face like a smudge and a name that didn't belong to nice things, realized his couriers had been moved. He changed targets. That is when Rowan stopped being an abstract annoyance and became very, very personal. He came to me the following day in the headmaster's corridor, all polite smile and sharpened shoes. Portraits leaned forward with interest. He had the habit of walking like someone who is practiced at entering rooms and leaving no echo. "Miss Granger," he said. His tone suggested a school bell had been lost and he hadn't read the ledger yet. A word. I had plenty of words in me, most of them not of the mood to be kind. Instead I asked him a pragmatic question: "Why are you at Hogwarts?" He looked at me then without the usual performance. There was for a moment a weariness in his face. Perhaps he had rehearsed contempt and had tired of having to lift it. "I came for answers," he said simply. "To settle what was taken from my family. To get what is owed. At the expense of other students." I asked. His laugh was small and ugly. Collateral can be hard to reconcile with obligation. It was the kind of sentence that announced itself as philosophy and read as threat. Draco appeared behind me like something natural to the place. He stood between Rowan and me as if proximity were a shield. "You will not make other people pay for your grievances," he said. It was not a performance, it was a vow. I had heard vows before from him, most were made with iron and a hidden blade. This one had no blade, only a steady insistence. Rowan's eyes flicked to Draco and softened for a second with something that might have been respect or calculation. Then his face rearranged into amusement. "He always did like to play the noble one," he said. "A pity it doesn't make him any braver." Brave or not, I found myself speaking for Draco in a way I had thought unusual for me. "You will leave those children alone," I said. The sentence surprised me with its naked clarity. It surprised Draco with its force. Rowan's mouth twitched. "Miss Granger," he said, and there was no warmth in it at all, "you forget the rules of this place. People here can be very useful when they don't know what they're carrying." We walked away with our sides of the corridor warming from the conversation. Draco's hand brushed mine as we went down a stair. For a second I thought he would say something private and necessary, something apologetic or fierce. He didn't. He squeezed my fingers once, in a gesture that had nothing performative about it, and I felt the small honest exchange settle between us. We had each chosen to put ourselves on the side of the small and the overlooked. That night we did not sleep. We moved like shadow operators, not the sort I admired in textbooks, but the kind you learn when the safety of other people is at stake. We rerouted students, hidden in blanket excuses and forged mentor notes. We sat outside the sigil staircase and listened to sound, not loud declarations, but the shuffle of feet, the breath the castle makes when it's about to change. At 2 a.m, with the moon caught in the windows and the portrait gallery muttering like a row of old women, we heard footsteps on the stone above us. They moved with purpose. They were not the tentative steps of the misled. They belonged to someone who had practiced walking in others' lives. I felt Draco's presence at my side like a ballast. He didn't need to say the next sentence. We both understood what it meant: either we followed or we let the quiet become a crime that would chase children for the rest of their lives. We stood, wrapped our cloaks around us, and plotted the smallest, most dangerous intervention we had ever planned. It was illegal, messy, and unquestionably right. Rowan's shadow fell along the balustrade above us. The castle inhaled. We moved. The invitation arrived folded small enough to fit inside a coin purse and quiet enough that it sounded like nothing at all when Draco slid it across my desk between a stack of arithmancy notes and a pencil stub. He did not look proud when he did it. He looked almost apologetic, which is not a look I have ever expected on the Malfoy face. It made my stomach do something like school buses backing up in a busy car park. "It is tonight," he said. "Portrait gallery, after supper. Private showing. For select, he made the air resistive with a gesture. Patrons. Select patrons, I echoed, because I needed words to flatten the surprise. Select was a word the kind of people who own select patrons used when they meant something like pay very well and ask for things in return. My mouth tightened. Who besides Slytherin is on the list? Parents. Alumni. A few ministry people passing through. He paused. And the collectors. They have pieces. Pieces, in the peculiar language of our term, meant things that ought not to have gone missing. It meant collars of basilisk-shed hair, and stained pages from books Madame Pinch kept under 7 locks, and a small brass thing that hummed when you looked at it. Pieces. Missing from the restricted archives. I felt the slow return of that particular coldness, the one that begins behind my sternum when a hypothesis is going to mean somebody is in danger and I am going to have to break rules to stop it. You saw the ledger, didn't you? Draco's jaw moved. Blaise sent me a copy of an itemized list a week ago. I thought it was bragging at first. There are names next to the objects. Names? Of buyers? They are annotations. Promises, frankly. Things to be exchanged later. He said the last word like someone chewing a tough bit of toad. This is not private collectors showing off. It is commerce, Hermione. With influence attached. For a moment I could only hear my own pulse in my ears. Commerce inside the walls of the school was one thing, commerce that bought influence, that bought decisions affecting us, our house assignments, our punishments, was another. That was no longer about missing things, that was about the system itself. We have to be there, I said. Saying it aloud turned it from an idea into a plan that would have consequences. Ron's face in my head flashed with the color of boiled sweets. I could see him now, dragging me to safety in an awkward, worried sort of way. Draco, let us be very careful. We do this properly. He smiled once, a quick, tight expression that did not reach his eyes. Naturally. You make lists. I make people be distracted. Blaise will handle exits. Pansy can scream on cue. Pansy Parkinson's name lodged like a pebble in a shoe. It was the kind of plan I would normally roll my eyes at, except Pansy had good instincts about spectacle, and Pansy was easier to manipulate than she liked to imagine. Besides, we needed people who could move in different orbits. The exhibition would be heavily policed by parent eyes and, worse, by Filch. We could not simply stroll through the gallery with our sleeves full of evidence. We drew a map in whispers in the common room that afternoon. Draco pushed a quill case back and forth with the metronomic impatience of someone used to men doing as he wished. Blaise listened without comment, folding and unfolding a napkin as if the plan's edges were nothing to worry over. It was Ron who kept asking me unhelpful questions aloud. What happens if Filch sees us? And it was my job to answer with plausible contingencies until his mouth, at least, stopped moving. At dusk, the portrait that matters most for this job decided to be useful. I had been down in the headmaster's corridor 2 nights before, persuading Phineas Nigellus that I had better manners than some of his portrait peers. It had required flattery, a hot cup of tea in a tiny saucer he'd stolen from someone and then misplaced, and the willingness to acknowledge his delightful superiority. In return he had given me a fact, a back stair that runs between his picture and the portrait gallery proper, small and warm, which used to be used for secret festive appeals and wedding conferrals in the old days. Nobody remembers the exact brick, he sighed importantly, but that's how the best things move, quietly, out of the way of prying broomsticks. He liked me better after the tea. He liked me enough to drop a corner of his knowledge like a breadcrumb across the floor. The gallery smelled of beeswax and old paint when we moved into it. The portraits watched with a range of expressions, from rapt attention to the detached boredom of people who had seen the same faces pass for a century. Guests drifted between framed heads and the curtained annex where the collectors had arranged their display, low tables, glass covers, and a hush ringed with important people arranging their own importance. We slipped in as the show began. Draco's angular ease opened doors. His voice, which could be equally cutting and suave, made an acquaintance feel slightly more dignified. Blaise moved like a shadow at his elbow. Pansy screamed at the appointed moment, a shriek practiced and perfectly placed, and the time we needed folded like paper between people's hands. Ron, bless him, handled the corridor outside, promising Filch a broom polish and a late-night report in exchange for grumbling silence. Inside the annex the objects seemed to inhale the light. A thin silver comb with curls of an old house elf's hair, a small, lacquered box that hung soft as a sleeping thing, a rolled parchment bound with a ribbon stamped in green seal, a dagger with a serpent-edged hilt that reflected the room like a dark tooth. Beautiful things that tasted wrong on the tongue because they were taken without asking. The collectors hovered like moths around a lamp. They wore the faces of people practiced in the exchange of favor, pleasant, entitled, each with a voice that could turn on remorse and off again with the same inflection. They laughed under their breath and placed small cards beside things like love letters. An older man with white hair, a ministry liaison, if the rumor mill was true, nodded too often. He moved his hand as if to close a deal. I kept to the shadows. I had a small, borrowed cloth in my sleeve to make rubbings of stamps and signatures, a list of wards in my head I could hum the tune of, and a stubborn, not entirely rational confidence that we could get in and out with what we needed, a ledger, at least one signed account, something that proved this was not merely an amateur's thrill but an organized trade. The ledger was easier to find than I expected. It was tucked beneath a velvet cloth in the back of the annex, in a leather-bound book too well used to be anything but a record. Someone had been careful to leave it slightly open. The page that faced me when I slid my fingers under the edge bore a heading in a hand that meant business, transactions. Beneath it, names listed like tiny, precise cities in a map. Each entry was a quiet betrayal. The items were written beside the quid, a favor of influence, a softened reprimand, as placement secured. Next to the favors were signatures. Along the margins, initials noted the expected returns. My stomach turned slow as autumn leaves. And then I read a name that made all the air in the room feel different. It was not a signature, it was an annotation, a buyer. Lucius Malfoy. The pen wavered on the paper like a snake tasting the air. Someone had written it with a neat, controlled loop that might well have been his hand or one that wanted to be mistaken for his. The implication was worse than if it had been bold. It was tacit, this was an arrangement. This was influence exercised as if it were a kind of currency. My first sensation was a physical nausea. Draco, at my elbow because he decided to slip in under the pretense of showing a rare rosier ribbon to a fussy aunt, went still. He did not turn. The muscles in his jaw moved as if he were swallowing something bitter. Is that Blaze began, and his voice, which rarely rose above a practical tenor, became small. It is, I said. My fingers tightened on the ledger until the leather creaked. I did not want Draco to see me like that, exposed, trembling. He had been attempting to keep a household together all his life. He did not need one more mask to fix. I'm sorry, he said before I could protest. It was the way he spoke when he meant it. It carried the weight of the Malfoy name folded into a single, concise admission. We had been fighting a secret for weeks, something with the thin, bright edge of misdeed, and now we had stepped into a place where adults treated those things as though they were part of the normal transaction of power. The ledger made the rules look like they had been cut up and distributed as gifts. Other names? Ron whispered, leaning in despite me seeing the small tremor in his fingers. I skimmed the lines, hunched as if the pages might hustle away. There were ministry names I half knew, parents with plaques on the common room walls, alumni whose portraits smiled on the headmaster's corridor because they paid well. The promises ranged from minor misdemeanors to actions that could change the course of a schoolboy's year, buffering a punishment so a child's record stayed clean, getting an appointment moved so a child got to stand in particular circles. Someone had been crafting a market for mercy and preference, and the market was operating inside our school. A rustle from the other side of the annex made all of us snap into motion. A figure was moving toward the outer curtain, small, unobtrusive, moving like a person who has stood in many rooms and learned not to be seen. He had a scar across his knuckle and a bearing that read as harmless until he realized his harmlessness had been practiced. My mouth wanted one word and I swallowed it down. The mole was not some student with sticky fingers. He was composed, polite. He bowed once, took the ledger from under my fingers with a dealer's care, and handed the book to a man at the center of the group who rubbed his beard with the possessive touch of a man who owns a thing and the conscience of a man who buries it. The world narrowed to the scratch of a quill below the room's chatter. The hand that signed the ledger belonged to someone who could make things happen. Not a student. Not a petty thief. Someone whose job it would be to smooth the edges of friction for those who paid. I had thought, foolishly, that if we proved the theft, if we proved items had been taken from the archive, we would have an answer, a theft, a punishment, a closure. But that possibility lay like a child's toy under a table while the adults arranged the real business of the room. This is not about theft anymore, I breathed. It is about influence being sold. Which means, Draco said in a voice suddenly very precise, we cannot take this lightly. We cannot go to Filch with a ledger and expect the world to fold correctly. He glanced at me, and in his face there was a bare, blazing worry that had nothing to do with House. If Lucius is involved. If he's involved, it becomes dangerous, I finished. And not only for Slytherins. For everyone who depends on decisions being made fairly at this school. There was a plan that blinked into being, terribly competent and terribly naive at the same time. We would copy the ledger. We would get it into the hands of someone who would do what was right. But we were children, we were students, in this room filled with purchased smiles and comfortable power. Our identities counted as whispers. We had to be cleverer than clever. We had to make unavoidable proof. We had to find something the collectors had thought too small to matter and make it matter. We had to force the system to look. Blaze's hand brushed mine. He spoke in that low, practical voice that had got him through more parties than I wanted to imagine. There is a record in the archive vault, older than this ledger. It has an inventory stamp that will match these items. If we can show the chain from the vault to this room, no one with a shred of conscience can pretend it's not organized. I nodded, feeling a lurch of appreciation for Blaze's precise, unromantic mind. It sounded like logic. It sounded also like a night in the vault and wards and Madame Pince frowning until diplomacy becomes an art. It sounded like everything we had been trying to avoid, breaking into places we had no right to enter. But for that, I said, because I could not help the honesty, we will need more than the four of us. We will need someone who can navigate the archive records without alerting Madame Pince. We will need a distraction bigger than Pansy's scream. We will need a signature, Draco finished. An adult who will not be bought. Someone with access who will put their name to this. The room hummed with conversation. Laughter trickled. A woman in a cloak was angling toward a man whose cufflinks shone like small moons, and she had the look of someone who would like to own a favor for the sake of owning it. I closed the ledger carefully and slid it back where it had been, as if simple care might keep the thing from exploding into more. The collector's shadows moved over the objects like the hands of clockwork. For all the wonder in the annex, the rare, beautiful, impossible objects that made the chest tighten with longing, the truth hid in the ledger and the faces attempting to read it. Draco's fingers tightened around my shoulder for a breath. His hand was warm and solid. We do this the right way, he said. If we cannot, we don't do it at all. I wanted to tell him that the right way rarely exists in a school where people with power will swap a child's clean file for a favor. I wanted to tell him that the ledger meant more than missing things. It meant that the world outside school had come inside and put a price on mercy. Instead, I slid a scrap of paper into my sleeve with a plan forming like frost on glass. We would gather proof. We would find an adult who would act. We would place our trust in the smallest, most dangerous hope, that someone would choose the school's integrity over their appointments and their bank accounts. Beneath a low laugh and the clink of another small glass, I turned the ledger over again. There was a fold, a loose sheet tucked between the pages. When I unfolded it, my breath left me in a sudden, hot pull. A list of names. Promises. Next to one of them, written in a hand I had seen in the eyes of portraits and the silver tons of men trading in influence, was a name I did not want to see. Lucius Malfoy. I felt the room spin in that particular way the world does before a spell is cast. Draco's hand tightened a fraction more. The exhibition, which had begun as a display of stolen wonders, had become a map to the people who thought they could buy the school itself. We left the annex with the collectors laughing politely behind us and vows to continue the conversation that were invitations to purchase the future. Outside, the cold air felt like a reprieve and like a challenge at once. The portraits watched us go with little eyes that gleamed like coins. "We have to get this to someone," Ron said. He sounded old and small and utterly heroic, and I loved him for it. "We have to tell someone who won't make a deal for themselves." I wrapped my fingers around the scrap in my sleeve as if it were a talisman. The names on it were no longer merely ink. They were a line drawn across the school, a dividing line that said which side you were on. "Tomorrow," I said, and the word came out steady because once I had decided, the decision ordered my nerves. "Tomorrow we go to the archive vault. We get the stamps. We make the chain. Then we find an adult who will not be paid off." Draco let out a breath he had been holding like a cornered animal. "And if we can't find one?" he asked. Then, because the annex seemed to spin with secrets and the portraits seemed to listen, and because there are some truths that demand a final reckoning, I let myself say the thing I had been pushing away. "Then," I said, and my voice was the small bright blade I have learned to use when there is no other way, "we will have to become a problem they cannot ignore." The night pressed in around our shoulders as we moved away from the gallery. Somewhere behind the worn panes one of the collectors laughed like a bell. The ledger lay between us and the truth like a promise we had not yet the right to keep. And in the dim, cold quiet before the stairs, I felt the weight of Lucius Malfoy's name on the page as if it were a stone dropped into our pool. Ripples would spread from here. They would not be small. They would reach into house tables and headmistresses' offices and the ministry. They would hit people who had everything to lose. We had crossed a line already, whether by necessity or folly I did not know. The question now was whose side the school would take when the trade was finally put in the light. The ledger did what ledgers always do, it insisted on being unremarkable until you forced it open and found that every unremarkable line breathed something poisonous. I tell myself, even now, that I should have expected the neat, official hand that authorized those entries. Hogwarts did things in ink and seals, it liked to believe it could tidy its conscience as easily as it tied a ribbon. The problem was not that the names were there. The problem was how they were there, authorization stamps I recognized from head of house forms, brief marginal notes that read like decisions, a pattern of access to the archive vault that should have been impossible without oversight. Not impossible in the abstract, impossible if anyone meant the wards and the rules to mean anything. Someone who mattered had been quietly granting permissions to open student files and private deposits, and those permissions had been used not for discipline or protection but to steer favors, to shield certain families from inquiries, and to sell silence as if it were an administrative convenience. Draco's hand found mine across the table as if by instinct, the old, reflexive gesture of two people who had once been younger and certain that touch could settle everything. His fingers were colder than I remembered. He read the ledger as if he could read the sense behind the ink, the way you read a score you know intimately, quick, assessing, already calculating consequences. "We can go to McGonagall," I said. My voice was steadier than I felt. "We have the ledger. We have copies. We have," I couldn't stop the list, it steadied me. "Evidence, chain, witness, rules, truth." Draco's expression did something private then, a small, almost imperceptible hardening around the eyes that I had seen when housemates narrowed ranks after a quarrel. "Going to McGonagall will do one of two things," he said. "It will bury this in a way that preserves reputations and keeps it from being used properly. Or it will make this room full of very uncomfortable conversations that end with the school in Parliament and a dozen innocent people made collateral. Neither option keeps my family safe." He spoke of safety as if it were a wound he had practiced clutching. He meant his family and, by extension, the Slytherins whose names clustered in the ledger. He meant the house, the social currency of blood and favor, the private collapses that could become public trials. He wanted to cut the rot out before it ate them alive. I heard the argument I had rehearsed internally 1,000 times, that secrecy protects abusers and institutions that are bad at being held accountable. That courage, real courage, included accepting the political cost of saying aloud what had been done in the dark. My sense of what being brave looked like had been trained on cases, small causes that required speaking up, even when speaking up meant inconvenience. It had become habit. Draco, of course, had his own version of courage. It did not look like public virtue. It looked like surgical strikes, quiet engineering to remove the immediate threat without letting it become something that could be used to humiliate a house. It looked like harm minimization dressed in a bespoke suit. We argued in the dim arc of the archive's lamplight, our voices improbably private among the stacks, as if the books were another sort of jury. I leaned on precedent, he leaned on consequences. I wanted the ledger lodged in a file on a head's desk, an official inquiry, pages traced and names named. He wanted a targeted exposure, enough to stop whoever had been trading in student privacy but not enough to blow up the school. It would have been simple to write him off as self-serving. He knew that. He also knew what it cost to have a name dragged across the open court of house opinion. I knew what it cost to ignore abuse. Neither of us could say we were wrong. We were only different kinds of frightened. For a while we paced the argument until the words were frayed and dull. The corridor beyond the archive had a way of suggesting other things. The castle breathed around us. Eventually we left with no resolution and a pocket full of sharp paper that would not let either of us rest. That was when the dark chose. We were on the cliff path above the lake, the stone steps slick with spray and evening. The sky had been washed to the color of pewter. It is the kind of place you go when you need to think of nothing or everything. Draco suggested it. He liked heights when the world felt slippery. I followed because I needed the wind and the cold to clear the ledger's insistence from the air. We were only a dozen paces from the sigil staircase, where the castle's conscience pricked and the stone remembered every footfall, when a shadow slid from behind an outcrop and a voice barked for us to stop. It was not Filch, though he arrived almost at once, dragged into the scene by his cat's frantic mew. Filch always smelled of damp mops and indignation. Here he smelled alarm and a kind of righteous certainty, as if he were personally policing the line between right and wrong. The person who stepped forward after him wore a cloak the color of bad intentions and carried a gait that made me think of someone who had practiced walking without being noticed. "Hand it over," the figure said. The voice had the thin politeness of someone used to being obeyed. Draco's hand closed over the ledger as though it might flee. The leather creaked. The cloak moved again, closer, and a gloved hand flicked toward us with the quickness of a practiced thief. The catch was immediate and animal. Instinct pushed my feet. I did not think about the rules of engagement or the fact that we were sixth years with limited dueling training. I thought about evidence and the ledger and how the entire thing might be stolen off a cliff path and turned into threats in a manner that would make all our careful copying meaningless. "Run," Draco said, but he said it as if he were also calculating trajectories. He pushed the ledger into my arms, an absurdly human gesture undercutting everything we had been arguing about only minutes before. "Take them to the portraits." "For God," I started, then cut the rest, because the idea that leapt into my head had its logic. The portrait gallery was a throat in the castle that could not be gagged. The portraits could spread word, they remembered people who mattered and could deliver gossip like a contagion. Phineas Nigellus, who had once been ahead, hated discretion and loved leverage. If anything in this castle could make names inconvenient in a way that forced action, it was the portrait network. Come on. It was not a clever plan. It was the only plan that did not involve us losing everything. We ran. Draco moved in a distinctive, economical way that always made him seem as if he were conducting time itself. I felt clumsy beside him, clutching pages and the small copy charm I had been practicing in secret when I thought the archive's rules were wrong but my stomach too weak for straight-out rebellion. The duplicates were a last resort. I had a ribbon of replication ready, a charm that would cast identical leaves from the originals and send them where I told them to go. It was not something professors insisted on teaching. It was a useful trick if you had to prove something and could not afford for the original to be stolen. Someone lunged. Gloves clipped the ledger. Draco swung his shoulder, and the attacker missed, fingers scraping stone. I felt the breath knocked out of me, and, for a second, everything became the ledger and my hands and the cold air. I muttered the charm in a low, sharp voice. The charm rarely looked dramatic. It is mostly gentleness and paperwork with a pinch of desperation. In the penumbra it looked like a handful of moths, paper which unfolded, breathed, and replicated. 3 copies slipped from my palms like pale birds. I flung them toward the portrait gallery because I could not think faster. Paper does not fly without help. I gave it some. The leaves hit the air and took the light of the lamps as if they were lit by small lanterns. The first floated toward the headmaster's corridor and disappeared into the frame of an old, frowning portrait. The second found the common room entrance of Slytherin, tucked under the heavy door where guards who were not officially guards would see them. The third sailed toward Gryffindor and unfurled across the warm rug like a confession. The effect was immediate, as if the castle itself were chastened into movement. Portraits began to mutter. The head's corridor, which had been only a pale ribbon of glass and noise, filled with the sharp, tart voices of those who had been dead long enough to be opinionated for eternity. Phineas's voice was the first to cut through, high and beautifully poisonous. "You lot," he snapped, "which is the horsehair of a scandalous beginning. This is not a wardrobe to be rifled. Who thinks themselves clever enough to bring me the school's business?" It was hardly the polite alarm I had anticipated. Phineas was angry, but he was also the sort of conscience who could not resist being useful. He began to carry the leaves like gossip across the frames, and the frames, in turn, began to press the matter forward. The information, once in the portrait's hands, would not be swaddled in polite secrecy. They would shout it into ears that mattered. They loved nothing so much as the sensation of holding the cortege of consequences. The cloak on the cliff path was not prepared for that. The person who had tried to seize us glanced up, a small, strangled sound leaving them. Filch's indignation turned into a stuttering outrage, the sort of noise that draws others. In the distance, voices rose. Not because we had planned to do that, because, in the end, we had been cornered into doing it. We did not wait to see the full fall of what we had set in motion. There is no bravery in watching the sky after you have thrown the stone. We ran until my legs complained in a civilized manner and then until breathing was a chore. Even then, both of us knew that staying put was an indulgence. When the dust settled, when the pulses had slackened enough for words, Draco said simply, "You made a loud choice." I looked at the pages in my hands, at the neat, vicious ink that would now circulate faster than any committee could assemble. Courage, as I had been preaching, was not theatrical. It was molar grinding. But there was also a kind of courage that kept people from being flayed in public, even if it meant hiding rot rather than removing it. He read my silence as agreement, or as something dangerously close. "We did it because we were being chased," he added, which was true and not the whole truth. We had made ourselves inconvenient. That phrase sat wrong and correct in my mouth. The portrait network would not let the ledger lie. The ledger, spread into grays and copies and corners where teenagers gathered and whispered, would force questions. Some would be asked because they were the right ones. Others would be demanded for reasons that had nothing to do with rightness and everything to do with revenge. I imagined McGonagall taking the matter with the severity of a woman who meant to make the school do the right thing, and I imagined other voices, those less inclined to let the castle put its hands where they belonged, trying to fold this back into silence. Both images were true. Which one would win depended on people who had never had to decide between a friendship and a family name. "You're not angry that Draco began." He did not finish because he was not sure which anger he meant. I surprised myself by laughing, a small, sharp sound, half amusement, half disbelief. "I'm more angry at whoever put those names there." He smiled, but it was small and private. "Good. Anger sharpens things." The wind picked up, and down at the lake the water was a black sheet hammered by something impatient. The portrait gallery had begun to hum like a hive. Students would soon awaken to whispers that would not be stopped by the morning bell. "We've made people uncomfortable," I said. It was the vaguest truth I could offer. "And we've put ourselves straight in the path of the people who'd like this back under the table," Draco added. "It might have been the only way. There is a particular steadiness that comes after a decision has been taken." It is not relief, it is the clearing away of options you did not choose so you can deal with the ones you did. For the first time since the ledger had been opened, something like peace moved through me. My heart still hammered in a fashion best described as melodramatic, but it had an honest rhythm to it now. We had chosen courage in different shapes that night. I chose the sort that makes accusations into protocols. He chose the kind that kept a blade from being dragged across a house before it could be properly hilt. When the two met, the castle decided it preferred the noise. We walked back toward the castle with the cliff between us and what had been our private argument. The portraits would do the rest for us. They would make the names inconvenient. They would make the school squirm. What the school did with that discomfort, cleanse, hide, or punish, would be a problem for tomorrow. For tonight we were two sick fears who had broken rules, argued about virtue, and been pushed into a choice by the bluntness of a threat. We had turned the ledger loose. We had made ourselves, as Draco had said, politically inconvenient. As we rounded the last curve of the path, Phineas's voice reached us, thin and delighted and absolutely merciless. "Madam Headmistress will have something to say at this," he intoned. "And I do so hope she chooses to be thorough. One does not write with impunity where children are concerned." Draco spat a soft curse. I heard my own name in the echo, Hermione Granger, new and old and not exactly flattering. The sound of it seemed important in a way that the ledger had not been until it was no longer ours to keep. We had given the castle a choice. It would decide, and depending on that decision, we would be either vindicated or crucified. Neither outcome would be easy. Neither would let us pretend any longer that the safest path was the cleanest. I tucked the damp, original pages into the inner pocket of my robes as if I could still protect something real. The copies were already where they needed to be. The portraits would not be merciful. "Whatever happens," I said to Draco, and the word steadied me more than anything else, "we do it together." He nodded once, sharp and solemn and far more dangerous than I'd thought. The wind snatched the last of my breath away. Behind us, the castle murmured and took its first steps toward uprooting what had been done in the dark. We had made our names politically inconvenient. The next morning would tell us whether that was the beginning of change or merely the price of being visible. I learned that the most dangerous thing at Hogwarts, when you were trying to pry a secret open, was not a locked door or a basilisk. It was other people's certainty. Certainty to defend, certainty to preserve, certainty to deny. Certainty hardened like mortar around whatever loose brick you were trying to tug free. Breakfast that morning felt like walking into a market where every stall sold a different rumor. Forks clinked, silverware paused under mouths as we passed, eyes tracked me as if I had a map of the castle inked across my roads. Ron made a point of sitting on the other side of the table from me and kept his knife between his loaf and my plate like a small, defensive fence. He whispered explanations I did not need, worries about detentions, about being seen with Draco Malfoy, but his hand squeezed mine anyway, which steadied me more than I had a right to ask. Draco arrived with the exact look of someone who expects the world to be both a stage and a waiting audience. He had been pale the last 2 days, tired in that aristocratic way that made him look more dismantled than ill. When he sat down, Pansy and Blaise followed at a measured distance, the three of them forming a neat triangle of approval and disdain. Pansy shot me a glance that was all sharpened civility, Blaise's was neutral enough to be dangerous. "You two," Pansy said loud enough that half the table turned. "Are you really dragging Slytherin's name through corridors for what?" "For theater." It was the look, more than the words, that set the tone. Pansy believed loyalty was a polished thing, a bruise would always show. She meant to make us bruise visibly, so the scar would be permanent. I tried for lightness. "We are trying to prevent dangerous material being used against students, Pansy." "It's hardly drama," she snapped. "Inter-house dramas are not cause for shaking down our archives." Blaise, to his credit, said nothing. His silence felt like a small life preserver. Sometimes the quiet ones were the most solid support. The affair did not stay at the tables. By mid-morning, the portrait gallery hummed. Phineas Nigellus, who had taken to snooting more loudly than usual, all dust and disdain, caught my sleeve when I passed the corridor by the headmaster's office. Portraits had opinions the way owls had feathers. His was particularly scratchy that morning. "You two have been at it again," he muttered, which counted as greeting. I knew stirred more than owls. People who should have kept their heads down are stirring theirs. I held out a courtesy of a smile, one that was more practiced than sincere. "If you know of anything, Mr. Nigellus, I'm listening." He harumphed. "Careful whom you listen to. There is advantage to silence for certain people, long-established advantages. It would be inconvenient were they to go missing." He wanted a favor, as portraits always did, something trivial like a cleaning of his frame or a whispered correction when some modern headmaster got names wrong. In exchange, he handed me a brittle snippet. Someone had requested access to certain vault files months before, under a name that braided family positions and official letters, and the request had been marked urgent and a discretion assured. Phineas made it sound like the question that would keep me awake for a week, if he had not also promised to set me up with a cleaner for his smudged guilt. At noon, we were summoned to the staff table. The great hall felt smaller when the professors were assembled at the far end. Their faces had the audit of lawyers and the tired patience of people who had signed up to keep a school afloat through imperfect seasons. Professor McGonagall's expression was granite-made kind. Professor Snape's gaze could have been filed down to a single, pointy accusation. The headmaster sat between them, hands folded. He did not need to lean in for his authority to be felt. McGonagall set the rules at once. "We will have a measured response," she said. "Allegations of impropriety are not the same as proof. However, proof isn't arriving by itself," Snape cut in, his voice dry as dust in a jar. He looked at Draco with a particular, dangerous interest. "And neither will silence help if something is indeed leaking." It was a faculty meeting, which meant it was also a moment for allegiances to be counted. I laid out what evidence we had: the whispering portrait that led to the sigilled stair, the caretaker's report of someone in a grey cloak near the library stacks at odd hours, the parchment with the Slytherin stitch abandoned in a stacking room. I kept my sentences short. I kept my hands folded. I avoided saying that I had broken a rule to get certain things. Even I could see that confession would be ammunition. Snape watched me like a hawk considering a rabbit. "You were in places you're not generally supposed to be," he said. Observations from him were rarely neutral. "That is not a defense." "No," I admitted. "It is not. But a child's prank is only a prank until it endangers someone else. I took the risk because the alternative was to wait and hope." McGonagall's eyes were on the headmaster. She did not offer the sympathy she clearly felt. "We will investigate, but under faculty oversight. Hermione, you will not pursue solitary inquiries. Draco, you will speak with your head of house. Any tampering with the library's restricted archives will be treated seriously." The thinness of the victory we had won surprised me. We had a faculty promise, but it came with conditions, ours to obey at cost of speed and secrecy. Snape's hand smoothed his robe as if the motion alone could iron facts into better shapes. I wondered whether he had coaxed that very motion out of a robe years earlier to hide certain behaviors of his own. He said nothing of the sort, and the possibility that a teacher might have been compromised sat in my chest like a cold stone. The rest of the day was a study in shifting loyalties. Gryffindor convened that evening in our common room, where we set ourselves against the fire and argued the ethics of breaking rules for safety. Ron wanted to petition, then petition again. He wanted to make sure I was not punished. He wanted to make sure Draco did not get punished, either, which was blunt and brave and wholly his. "He's not exactly friends with us," Ron said, with that mixture of frustration and admiration that he wears when he's trying to grapple with a new, inconvenient truth. "But he stood for what was right. That counts for a lot." I thought about the times Draco had surprised me, small acts of decency in public that felt like rebellions because he never expected applause. The question we faced was larger than any single concession. If Slytherin refused to cooperate, or if their leading families demanded hush, the school's governance of harms, petty or grave, would be skewed toward whoever held the keys. That was not safety. It was feudal. Slytherin's response, when it came, was predictably theatrical. House points were withheld against us in ways that were almost ceremonial. Pansy staged a small in-house tribunal where Draco was questioned more for his attire than his motives, and Blaise watched the proceedings like a man assessing which way the wind was likely to blow before he insured himself. "You've put us all at risk," Pansy said, voice high with outrage and lower-class theatrics of wounded pride. "Why would you partner with a Gryffindor? For a scene?" Draco's reply was measured but tired. "I partnered because the leak is close to Slytherin's core," he said. "Because whatever is being taken, whoever is asking for it, is not strengthening our house. They are weakening Hogwarts in a way that will cost children safety." Pansy's response was not to be swayed. She pointed out, accurately, that my involvement could be used to inflame old prejudices, Gryffindors meddling in Slytherin affairs, and that Draco could not afford to be seen as betraying his house. Blaise, who might once have been useful as an ally, was careful to say nothing that could be recorded as loyalty. Other surprises were worse. A friend in Slytherin who I had thought neutral, someone who had once given me a helpful hint about a rare binding in the library, refused to speak to me in the corridors. Students who had been glad for our shared cause turned uneasy at our names being pronounced in whispers. The secret we were unthreading had the smell of history about it, and history at Hogwarts moved like tide, slow, inexorable, and full of brine that stung when it touched open skin. Worse still were the hints that faculty compromises extended past passive neglect. Madame Pint was a small fortress. She liked rules the way other people liked stained glass windows, because they were neat and made light look prettier. When I consulted her about the request signed months ago, she did not hide her irritation. "I do not hand over records lightly," she said. But someone presented documents with signatures that appeared official. "I am not a judge of signatures, I am a guardian of books." I could not refuse without cause. That was a defensive place to be. It was also true. Lords and ladies, headmasters, and house heads, they all had means to move parchment. It was the kind of loophole that could swallow a school's safety if the wrong person learned how to walk through it. At night, in the portrait gallery, Phineas whispered that he had seen the name again in a letter from years ago, the kind of letter that connected a family to favors and favors to influence. "You will find," he said, "that the answer you seek is never simply a single person. It is networks. It is people who prefer the back rooms because there is less light to show the dust." I thought of the archive vault beneath the library, the cold wards, the bureaucratic layers, the way important things were stored under layers of consent forms and seals. It was the natural place for something like this to end, should it end neatly at all. We had, by now, attracted the attention of more parties than we liked. Formalities demanded we should present our case to the headmistress and that such a presentation be heard in public, or at least in a room with witnesses who could not be easily swayed. When the summons came, it bore the faint official stamp that made stomachs contract. A notice would be posted on the notice board by morning, a formal inquiry into the activities of Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy. A hearing in the headmistress's office. Representatives from each house would be allowed to attend. Ron swore softly when he read the summons. "Why do they make it sound like a trial?" "We're trying to stop a leak." "Because it's safer for them to make it a trial," I said. It was a practical answer. Administering governance was always a blend of law and theater. If it's a trial, the rules will protect us. If it's a trial, the headmistress will have to follow procedure instead of opinion. Procedure could be more dangerous, Ron said. More people watching. True, I admitted. But we have little choice. If our concern is taken inside proper channels, and a faculty member is implicated, it will force a decision. We may not like it, but we need action with accountability. Draco paced the common room like a caged wolf, which didn't suit him at all. The evening light played off his hair, making it look like silver thread. He stopped at one point and looked straight at me, no fanfare, no flourish, just an earnest expression that made me want to retort with jokes and instead left me speechless. "If you think I'll let this be spun into something that makes me a traitor," he said, "then you don't know me. I would rather be scorned here than complicit in anything that damages what keeps us safe." I wanted to answer him for more reasons than one. I wanted to tell him that I knew what complicit felt like, how it sat in the belly like a stone you could not cough up. But words were thin things. I had to preserve them for the headmistress, for McGonagall, for Snape if he chose to listen, for Madame Pince if she would admit error. The real proof would be the documents, the timing of signatures, the pattern that made coincidence cease to be a comfort. That night, as I lay awake, the castle creaked and breathed like a living thing. I thought of the mole we were hunting, not a creature with claws, perhaps, but a well-placed hand, someone who knew where to push, which boxes to unlock, whom to bribe with promises of reputation or safety. I thought of the people who refused to look, and of the ones who looked and chose not to act. Courage, I decided, was more complicated than the stories. It was a ledger, how much risk you would sign your name to, and how many consequences you would carry. I had always believed rules existed to protect those same consequences. That belief had led me to break rules now and then, and to pay for them in private shame. But there were limits to rule following when rules themselves became tools for concealment. By the time the notice was pinned to the main board, the whole school had read the words. There was a hum that felt like static in my ears. Students I had once tutored looked at me like someone impossible to categorize. Friends made cautious eyes at me in corridors. I felt a subtle shift in the air, the sort that precedes a storm even when you cannot see a cloud. At the bottom of the notice, in handwriting that belonged to the headmistress herself, were 2 lines, evidence to be presented Thursday after dinner. No student is to approach the restricted archives pending inquiry. A small, neat addition in a different hand, sharp, precise, had been added as though as an afterthought. It was Snape's style, attendance of heads of houses is required, any interference will be sanctioned. I read the words twice. The first time, my stomach dropped at the possibility that Snape meant sanction. The second time, I felt the cold, clean sensation of being boxed into a test I had declared myself unsuited for long ago. Ron squeezed my hand. "We'll be there," he said. His jaw was set. He expected nothing less than to be called upon for courage as if it were a thing he could put on like a spare sweater. I appreciated him for it. Draco watched with something like hope that people would see his motives, not just his house badge. Outside the headmistress's office later that night, as portraits muttered and the corridor clock ticked with bureaucratic patience, someone had slipped something under the frame. It was a scrap of parchment, folded roughly, sealed with a single, crude wax that bore no house sigil. I picked it up with gloves of care. The wax broke in a sliver, and inside was a single line in a hand that might have been hurried or frightened: "Stop. Or we will make this a lesson about loyalty." There are messages that are threats, and threats that are warnings sent by people who want to be obeyed. This was both. The future, it seemed, would require more than evidence and rules. It would require us to be ready to face not only those who would hide, but those who would hurt to keep their secrets. I folded the scrap carefully and put it in my pocket. The inquiry would be Thursday. I had until then to prepare, to marshal facts, to call allies, to steel myself for a proceeding that would be as much about character as culpability. As I walked back to Gryffindor Tower with Ron at my side and Draco a few paces behind, the castle felt larger and smaller at once. Larger because its history stretched like miles of stone, smaller because secrets had become human-sized and urgent. The notice on the board meant one thing plainly: we would stand in a room and be judged not only for what we had done but for why we had done it. I was beginning to understand that at Hogwarts, the hardest part of courage was rarely the first leap. It was explaining, afterward, why you had jumped. I had spent a great deal of my school life arguing that knowledge ought to be catalogued and guarded with equal care. The castle's books certainly understood that sort of attention. They creaked and coughed in corners with forgotten dates, they frayed at the edges from being loved or from being hidden, they kept histories like nervous people kept photographs. What I had not expected, standing in the stone coolness beneath the library with the ledger cupped in my hands, was how personal knowledge could be made to look so very ordinary. The ledger could have been overlooked by anyone who had decided to look no further than its binding. Plain, heavy, the sort of thing Madame Pince would have smelt a half-mile away and called her own. On the outside it held neat lists, ink, Parchment, a small notation for miscellaneous loss. Old school keeping. The sort of ledger you assumed recorded the castle's inventory and no one's life. Inside, it was a different apparatus. There was a ledger within a ledger, a fine folio stitched into the spine that slid out only when the right phrase was whispered, or, more precisely, when the right feeling was present. The first layer yielded to logic and light. My Chance and Madame Pince's patience had uncovered that. The second layer required something else. Phineas Nigelus's suggestion had been infuriatingly vague: look for what closes itself against indifference, and yet accurate. We realized the ledger was encrypted by sentiment. I say encrypted, and you might picture complicated runes or ciphers that make young wizards sweat over quills. This was more intimate. The ledger's inner pages changed their writing depending on who held them and how they held them. When Ron gripped one of those pages in his blunt, warm-handed way, names shifted into lists of gains and pranks. With Draco, they lined up into neat columns of favors and debts, cold, efficient, precisely calculated. When I touched them, the ink thinned into motives and footnotes, feelings scrawled in an awkward hand, anxiety, indebtedness, polite fear. The ledger did not merely hide facts, it hid the context, and it demanded a color of feeling to render them legible. That was clever. That was maddening. That was also exactly the sort of thing someone who spent their life inside forms and filings might invent. The ledger's second secret, the one that mattered, was its third layer. Folded into its hidden folios was a map, not of corridors, but of relationships. Where the outward ledger claimed a ledger of quills and broom repairs, the inner ledger catalogued interventions. A borrowed quill could be noted as one silence owed, a repair paid for with a favored remark noted as one complaint redirected. The ledger was an inventory of favors disguised as stationery accounts. It was the kind of record that could straighten a bad night into a favor, and later be used to adjust, erase, or amplify accusation. You could call it bureaucratic hedging, but hedging makes it sound polite. The ledger made complicity invisible by naming it as housekeeping. Draco put his hand flat against a page and said in that clipped voice he used when he was both calculating and telling himself not to care, so it's not a criminal ledger, then. It's leverage. Leverage that grows teeth, I said. I had a page in front of me that listed cleaning supplies alongside the phrase quieting of a dispute, HG. My initials. I felt a small hot embarrassment that the ledger had my name on it at all, then I felt something sterner. Whoever had written that entry had understood how to barter with the people's willingness to be quiet. They had counted on institutions to handle any trouble, to absorb complaints and return them neatly filed away. They had depended on the tendency of bureaucracy to prefer paperwork over upheaval. We had enough fragments by then to see the shape of the person at the center. He was not monstrous. He was neither smearing tyrant nor shadow agent. He was an administrator who had discovered the art of cleanliness, keeping surfaces spotless at the cost of anything too showy. He had a low voice by reputation, a hand in many registers, and a talent for making difficult conversations disappear into other people's columns. His name was Mr. Hallward, Deputy Registrar, a man who rubbed the pages of school life until the ink settled where he liked it. There was a cruelty to Mr. Hallward, but it was practical cruelty. He didn't set out to break students, he set out to keep the school smooth. To manufacture ease where there were problems you had to pay for quiet, the ledger showed how he banked and invested those payments. He had relied on the school's mechanisms to hide his methods. When things went wrong for him, he shunted blame along neat paths, to house prefects, to maintenance, to a misfiled complaint. The ledger was proof. We had to be sure the proof could be shown without dismantling the archive itself. That was the part that kept me awake. One of my old lessons was that the best evidence in a wizarding world was more than ink, it was witness. If you had enough witnesses, even a charm that altered ink's hue was only an annoyance. If you had the right witnesses, headmistress, heads of house, a portrait who had been alive to see the first stone laid, you could make a ledger jump into truth independently of its tricks. Pulling that witness list together involved a more delicate kind of persuasion than any study charm I'd done for exams. Draco was the obvious bridge into the Slytherin side. Blaise proved, as ever, useful because he said little and saw more. Ron's contribution was blunt honesty, which in our context functioned about as well as a battering ram. We needed McGonagall because she knew procedure and would insist the truth be given its public, unsentimental airing. We needed Severus because his opinion could make or break arguments in the sodden corridors of the administration. And, ludicrously, we needed Phineas. Portraits wouldn't give us legal testimony, but they would carry gossip through the gallery and make it visible in the place where history usually decided what mattered. The meeting in the gallery, that twitching bank of eyes, was strangely convivial for a public unmasking. Portraits nudged each other. Phineas was wearing his usual expression, that brittle amusement that said he'd always liked a scandal when it involved someone else. He gave Draco a look that suggested the Malfoy line of ancestors had never advertised their housekeeping as anything but impeccably grey. I set the ledger in the center of the table. It protested by pulsing faintly with a feeling that felt suspiciously like embarrassment. I had dusted off a corner of the folio and pried at the hidden binding with charms and with the gentlest of pleas. Ron fidgeted with his cloak and muttered that he hoped it wasn't going to explode. Draco said nothing that could be encouraged, but his jaw moved. Mr. Hallward recorded, I began, and then stopped. It mattered to me that I named things correctly. Favors, I said. Redirected complaints. Payments that appear as inventory. When I showed Malfoy the page where an inked practical entry for storeroom repairs ran parallel to one suppressed grievance, Gryffindor, perfect, his eyes went narrow. Blaze's eyebrow lifted in a way that almost looked like pity. Pansy sat at the edge of the gallery, perfectly composed. She understood that her house was implicated, and that she ought to look a reasonable color. The ledger refused its tricks in the presence of those chosen witnesses. Perhaps that was because McGonagall's insistence made it impossible for sentiment to be the only key. Perhaps portraits added something inevitable. Whatever the reason, the inner list straightened into a map you could read with your eyes rather than your feelings. It told the story we had feared to write down, small compromises that became precedents, a culture of diversions that became policy, a man who took advantage of the school's preference for order to broker silence. Mr. Hallward, when we confronted him in McGonagall's office, did not become a villainous in the way thriller books would have liked him to. He explained himself with the baffling practical calm of someone who believed he was doing the only reasonable thing. There were complaints, he told us, and we could have sent them on, or we could solve them here. Who benefits from dragging a child's mistakes into a public record? Who benefits from families worrying, from inspectors coming, from reputations being tarnished? I chose the less harmful path. It's only less harmful if the harm doesn't accumulate, McGonagall said. She kept the control of her voice close. You have been making decisions about other people's lives. You may see them as kindnesses, Mr. Hallward. Some of the records, however, show they were owed and withdrawn, not so much resolved as reallocated. The reaction afterwards was, as I had been warned it would be, messy. There were apologies that sounded genuine. Madame Pint read a statement she had clearly written in extreme haste. Her handwriting trembled. Mr. Hallward resigned before the week's end rather than wait for the formal inquiry. Some parents demanded reassurances, some staff retreated into a flurry of newly robust forms and checkboxes as if that would solve the deeper problem. Snape's face, when he came to our meeting afterwards, looked much as it had in potions early in the term, unreadable and sharp. His approval of the ledger's unsealing was not warm. I will be watching access to records, he said. That must be absolute. Not everyone accepted the need for change. A small but vocal group, teachers and benefactors who enjoyed the convenience of elastic truths, denied that anything had been wrong. They praised Mr. Hallward's discretion and warned, with polite menace, that making every small thing public would do more harm than good. I recognized in them the same tone people take when a tax is raised or an inconvenient truth is made known, a hardening, a tightening of the circle that had once been comfortably wider. Draco handled the fallout in ways that surprised me. He refused to make a show of aligning with Gryffindor, but he also guarded his expression against Pansy's indignation. He went to see those who owed the ledger's favors. He sat quietly with two younger Slytherins who were terrified of what had come out and quietly encouraged them to speak with heads of house. He made no speeches, but he found the right people and gave them a room with serviceable tea. I saw him once, standing under the sigil staircase, look at the carved stone as though deciding whether he made his house better or worse by association. On that night he sent me a message, simple, that said only, "Thank you for insisting." That is not the sort of gratitude I had expected from him. It was not the sort of change I would have predicted either. But nothing changed all at once. There were apologies, immediate resignations, promises to reform and to institute oversight. And there were the harder things, people who hardened, drawing curtains where committees had been convened, parents who whispered about reputations being harmed, a small circle of faculty who formed an unspoken agreement to pass complaints along to other departments rather than address them, ducking the light again. I felt both relieved and exhausted. We had unsealed the ledger. We had forced it to show its architecture to daylight. That did not mean the tide of secrecy had been turned. Bureaucracies heal in odd ways, they graft new procedures to old wounds and call it progress. They also create new loopholes for those willing to be patient and precise. In the middle of everything, there was a voice that sounded like a dry laugh. Phineas had insisted on being present for the formal reading as if the affairs of a small school were the only entertainment worth his attention. He gave me a look when we left the headmistress's office, his painted face creased with something like approval. "You have done well," he said. "The ledger is a poor thing to love, it keeps too many secrets." Still, he tapped the frame with a painted finger. "You should not think this ends with paper, Miss Granger." "What could possibly be left?" I asked, meaning it only half in jest. We had proof. We had resigned men and shock-level apologies. "People," he said simply. "People leave and people stay. The ledger told you the map. The map leads to names. Names lead to roots. Some people will not like having their roots interrupted." He wasn't wrong. By putting the ledger on the table we had illuminated pathways that others might now want to bury again, or to follow for other purposes. The final page, the ledger's final page, which we had not at first recognized because it was written in an ink that preferred a hand not yet quite ready to look, listed a series of transfers marked only as arrangements. There were initials beside them that matched no one at Hogwarts alone. Someone had been using the school as a clearinghouse. The ledger had followed favors to their logical terminus. It had not, as yet, shown the hand that orchestrated the end of that chain. We had exposed one mechanism of silence. We had not found the person who would benefit from the chain continuing, or the mole who might still be slipping notes from behind the ledger. That knowledge sat heavy, oddly like a stone you have lifted from the bottom of a stream and now must decide where to put. The ledger was unsealed, and the noise that followed was loud and changing and sometimes honest. It had been the right thing to do. I could not yet be certain it would be enough. When I closed my hand around the thin folio that still remained secret, something like the old unease returned. It was the feeling you get when you have solved a puzzle and see, immediately beyond it, another puzzle waiting. I looked up from the table to where Draco stood in the gallery, to where Ron was arguing with Blaise in a subdued way that suggested they had earned each other's respect, to where portraits whispered and McGonagall paced in slow, satisfied circles. "We have the ledger," I said to no one in particular. "We have naming." "Names often make things worse," Draco said, his voice flat but not unkind. "Sometimes they do," I said. "Sometimes they make things better because someone else can no longer pretend not to see." He looked at me then in a way that I could not entirely read. For once, I trusted that he was trying, in his own measured way, to choose better. The portraits murmured on, the castle settled into its evening rhythms, and 1,000 tiny papers in 1,000 desks shifted as night air moved them. We had unsealed one page of the ledger. I turned the thin folio in my hands and felt the weight of the last entry, which obliged me to remember that the ledger's architecture was not simply a thing of ink. It was a pattern of choices, and choices echoed. The question was not whether we had revealed the truth, but whether anyone else would do the honest, difficult thing with it. The ledger had been unsealed. The rest of Hogwarts would have to decide what to do with what we had found. And somewhere in those folds of ink and favor, there was still a line unwritten. I slept through dawn. It felt obscene, the way a small, ordinary thing could have the heft of victory. For months my nights had been punctuated by staircases shifting underfoot, the rasp of pages in the dark, the low, conspiratorial murmur of portraits. I had grown used to listening for the wrong noises. To wake with my heart already running. To count spells as if I could purchase peace with recitation. To wake early because the thief who had threaded the archive with questions might return before breakfast. That morning, a proper morning, I woke because sunlight had worked its way through the curtains and because Ron had stolen the duvet. It was the sort of domestic indignity that felt, after everything, almost wholesome. For a few seconds between waking and remembering, there was simply warmth and the heavy, reassuring solidity of the Gryffindor Tower. Then normality, the files to be signed, the apologies to be accepted or denied, the reforms to be argued in staff rooms where civility wore thinner than tartan. Professor McGonagall's office has the neatness of the sort of mind that can hold other people's skirmishes at arm's length. She set out the claims, physical items recovered, signatures examined, a handful of students granted amnesty where their curiosity had exceeded their caution, and she sat back, as if she could not bring herself to pick the scab from school pride and peer at the sore. Her voice was the same as ever, firm, reasonable, a little tired. "We will increase direct oversight of the archive," she said. "Madam Pince will have the final say on access again, and Professor Snape will supervise the wards. There will be a student registry. Anyone on the roster accesses books in pairs, anyone off it requires a signed order." She looked at me and, for a moment that felt almost like permission, softened. "Miss Granger, you will be on that registry. You will also write a short memorandum detailing safe procedures. You are not being rewarded." "I do not want a reward," I said. It was true. I wanted courtesy and the chance to sleep at night without picturing a parchment being rifled. "But your effort will be recognized properly," she finished, and there was a small, private smile I had seen only a few times in 6 years. "And one more thing, no more lone expeditions after lights out. The school will not encourage vigilantism even when it has been effective." I had expected a reprimand, maybe detention, certainly a lecture about precedent. In its place was a practical set of measures that would do more to prevent another mole than any single punishment. It should have made my stomach settle. Instead, I felt a peculiar tug in my chest, the way one feels when someone else shoulders a weight you thought only you had been carrying. Professor Snape's contribution was that he frowned enough times to be noticeable and otherwise said little. He delivered his approval like a potion, measured, cool, with an edge of something that might have been pride and might also have been amusement. To his students he offered a new rota to check wards and a promise that no house would be able to use the archive as a back channel again. To Draco, he said, "You will be held to your duty as any other." Draco took that as commendation. Madam Pince was less theatrical. She looked as though the whole affair had been done by someone who had broken particularly delicate china and then expected her to smile and accept the shards. But when she handed me back the slip of parchment I had used to cross-reference the ledgers, she did so without the usual coldness. "You returned it in a condition I could not refuse to accept," she murmured. "And you saved us from worse." She went back to arranging a stubborn stack of catalogues as if she still suspected me of misplacing them for sport. Her gratitude, though, was not in words. It was in the way she had amended the catalogue entry, in the hours she now volunteered to stand watch over the more fragile material, in a tiny brass key she placed in my palm at the end of the day, old, not grand, but honest. "For the restricted reading room," she said. "Under supervision, obviously." Repairs were messy. Accusations had been made in corridors, alliances creaked where they had seemed solid. A few Slytherin faces had been publicly questioned in a way that could not be entirely mended. Suggestions that association equaled guilt had been flung about like spitballs. I found myself reminding people, firmly, crisply, that suspicion is not a fact. Evidence is. That distinction had been the rock we had navigated by. It would guide the reforms, too. Draco's name, for one, survived. Not intact. There were whispers that would bite at him for longer than either of us liked, but the worst of the rumors had been cut off at root when the actual passages were returned, the secret correspondences accounted for. He had done with this experience what he tended to do with most things, guarded his reputation with a white-knuckle tenacity, and then, once the threat dimmed, folded himself into a shell of composed indifference. It was a posture that suited him. It made him look indifferent when I knew he had been very far from it. We met, after the formalities, in the portrait gallery. Phineas Nigellus, who had been invaluable in ways I had not expected, hung where he always hung, chin up, expression managed to be offended and smug at the same time. The gallery had become neutral ground during the investigation. Portraits have long memories and shorter tempers, but they can be persuaded to speak for small encouragements. Miss Granger, Phineas began, in a voice that resembled cold tea gone to vinegar. Do you realize how much less scandalous the school became once you pried up every loose stone? You are welcome, I said, because politeness is a currency in which one can pay off portraits and headmistresses alike. He blinked reprovingly. Don't make a habit of it. And neither of you should think this makes you friends. Draco, who had been a silhouette at the other end of the corridor, folded his hands on the back of a bench and let out the sort of laugh that implied consternation and relief at the same time. We aren't friends. I didn't think we were, I said. It was true, Frende had been too sudden and staged a month before, and yet night after night in the corridors we had become something that looked like a friend in the making, reliable, awkward, sometimes begrudging but solid. Well, then, Phineas said, you are at least civil acquaintances. Pride yourself on that. There, in the echoing gallery beneath watchful painted eyes, we sorted through what we'd learned. Draco spoke in careful sentences, choosing flat stones of information rather than making any claim of heroism. Blaze had been useful, Pansy less so. The mole had not been a student at all, he told me floor by floor. It had been a network, a former staff member with loose finds of curiosity, a retired steward who still possessed a knack for moving unnoticed, an outside hand that had found its way to a pupil's ear in a way that could have been worse. I kept quiet because noise draws attention, Draco said. You may think it's cowardice. It isn't. It's containment. There it was, the language of Slytherin loyalty boiled down into utility. He never chose the sentimental phrase, he chose the one that implied strategy. And secrecy, I said. Secrecy has upkeep costs. People get hurt. Information vanishes when it's kept too close. He looked at me sharply, a movement that suggested he wanted to disagree but also that he hadn't the words. You put yourself at risk, he said finally. I did, I said. I still think it was worth it. He inclined his head. And I risked the immediate blindness of my house to cover for your intrusions. He didn't need to finish. He had meant the word as a barb and, in saying it, undermined it. There was a softness that passed between us, small as a cigarette ember, and far less combustible. What happens now? I asked. He shrugged. We work, he said. We don't allow things to go quiet. We make sure the archive is an archive, and not a ledger for someone's private weapon. There was an old fear, the sort that had sat with me throughout the investigation, that the houses would circle protectively around their own, that secrecy would become a shield for harm. The reforms promised a different future, one where houses could keep confidences without using them to corrode the school. The distinction felt delicate and necessary. It wasn't all repair in a way that could be signed and filed. A few relationships had become frayed beyond easy mending. Mrs. Weasley fretted in a way that made me feel small and enormous at once. Ron, protective in that blunt, reliable way of his, eyed Draco with a suspicion that melted into something like respect by the end of the week. You kept her safe, he asked me once in the common room, as if I had been a treasure he feared anyone might take. Mostly, I said. Well, Ron said, and he looked past Draco like a man checking for wolves. Then he grinned, which is to say he returned to an ordinary appetite. Good. Because if you hadn't, I'd have had words. There were administrative shifts that surprised me. McGonagall made an argument, successfully, for involving senior students in oversight. She wanted procedural knowledge and a human check on the magic, people who had to live by those rules, who could be trusted to flag when things went wrong without being tempted to appropriate information for private ends. She meant me, and Draco, and 2 others from each house to sit on a panel with Madam Pince and professors. It sounded like a committee and like a tiny revolution at once. Don't start a committee to avoid another committee, Snape warned, dry as old parchment. Make it useful. We will, McGonagall said. And we will appoint people who understand responsibility. We were appointed. It felt like being handed a ledger and a key at once. Responsibility, I realized, was not some abstract cloud of advice. It was the hard, changed work of showing up when rules were tedious and doing the right thing even when no one was watching. There were rewards, too, that had nothing to do with titles or committees. Phineas Nigellus, for all his puckered disdain, did what portraits do best. He knew history and he could lean on it. He sent an unsigned note to a set of portraits in other houses, an advert for caution and for prudence. Once he had been a barrier to our knowledge, now he acted as part of the lattice that held it. He called me a meddling little busybody and then, the next time he looked down the corridor, murmured, "You preserved something for the school. That will be mentioned in my will of words, which is more than some people get." His thanks was a puff of wind. I accepted it because portraits are creatures of pride and because I had come to appreciate a well-timed barb more than a ribbon. That night, after the meetings and the signings and the carefully polite conversations with Slytherins who were not strangers anymore but whose loyalty I might never fully understand, Draco walked me to the edge of the Gryffindor Tower. The night was dry and the castle breathing around us, windows like eyes. He was quieter than usual. The conversation was the kind we had come to have, small exchanges, practical observations, infrequent, necessary teasing. "You could have been expelled," he said suddenly. "So could you," I replied. "Yes," he said. "And yet here we are." I laughed. It was not a triumphant laugh. It was the laugh of someone who had guiltily enjoyed being allowed to keep breathing. It didn't feel like victory at the time. "Victories rarely do," he said. "They usually smell of cold and fear and other people's paperwork." "That's noble," I said. "There will be new rules, new lists, things that will annoy me forever." He smiled, a small, guarded thing. "Then come and annoy them with me." The invitation was foolish, risky, and absolutely right. The found family we had, oddly, crossed lines that neither house politics nor tradition could have predicted: a Gryffindor with a habit of reading too late, a Slytherin who had learned to keep secrets and to give them up when they harmed others, a Weasley who worried in the right ways, a librarian who was less monstrous than legend suggested, a portrait who could be cajoled into doing the right thing in the end. It was the sort of patchwork kinship that, in a school full of inherited grudges and chosen loyalties, felt like a minor miracle. When I walked back into the common room, the fire burned as if nothing had happened, as if the entire week had been only a small, private scuffle. I slid onto an armchair and, for the first time in months, I let the exhaustion wash over me without counting the cost. There would be essays to catch up on, of course, and a perfectly justified pile of detentions worth of explanations. There would also be forms to file and a panel to chair and more than one suspicious student to teach the difference between privacy and secrecy. I thought of the mole, of the person whose cleverness had been used for private ends. The person was dealt with, in ways that are uncomfortable to describe, because our responsibility insisted on it. But the network, the easy channels of information that can be exploited by anyone with skill and a grudge, remained a possibility. It would need tending. That was my part now, among others, not to let complacency grow comfortable. Phineas Nigellus must have heard me thinking. From his frame he cleared his throat, which is to say he made the same noise a teacher makes when they mean to mark the end of a term. "Miss Granger," he said, "do keep a record of what you do." I smiled. "I intend to. It will be entertaining to see how many rules you break while documenting how not to break rules," he added. There was no malice in it. Only a portrait's delighted recognition that someone was doing work that mattered. For once, his sarcasm sounded like a benediction. I slept through the early hours that week without waking to check wards or to make sure a stair had not shifted. It was a small, domestic sensation, the sort of thing parents worry about and teenagers scarcely notice until it disappears. Waking untroubled felt like an honest kind of courage, the sort that keeps someone safe by letting them recover so they can stand up again. Outside the castle, the world inched toward its own reforms. Inside it, the slow, deliberate work of not making the same mistakes, of listening to odd voices and of letting portraits and librarians and suspicious Slytherins play their parts, had begun. There was still more to do. The archive now had a ledger of living hands. The wards would be tested every fortnight. There was a rota that involved at least one Gryffindor and one Slytherin on duty. The smallest reforms were, perhaps, the most promising. A student in one house could now directly call a peer in another when a door was found unlocked. A portrait could be summoned formally to attest to sightlines in a case of disputed memory. I thought of Ron, of Madame Pince's brass key, of Snape's almost imperceptible nod, of Draco standing solid and watchful in the corridor. I realized, again and anew, that found family does not erase difference. It makes room for it. It builds something that can hold argument without falling apart. The portrait thanked me without pomp. Phineas had a way of sounding like he was doing me a favor by acknowledging my usefulness. I accepted it in that spirit. I accepted, too, the idea that courage sometimes looks like sitting with someone in a draft and keeping them from doing something foolish while the world around you changes. It is quieter than the sort of heroism the tales reward, but it lasts longer. When I turned away from the gallery, the last words I heard were Phineas's, spoken not quite tenderly and not quite mocking. Try not to break the school again before next term. It makes paperwork difficult. I will try, I promised. I meant it. We meant it, Draco in his cautious way, Ron in his blunt way, Madame Pince in her guarded way. We all meant it. But as I walked up the tower steps, as dawn threaded gold through the arrow-slit windows, I felt the tug of something unfinished. Not danger, exactly, more like an open book with a blank first line waiting for the neat jolt of a pen. Responsibility sits like that. It asks for attention and it promises more chapters. There would be more to come. I knew that in the small, steady place where consequences gather themselves. And, carrying key and ledger and a remarkably soft sense of relief, I was ready to keep writing them.